Hello, Syrinscape, and welcome to the first episode of Call of Cthulhu, the Mound. This is an original adventure based on the short story of the same name by H.P. Lovecraft, which was released after his death. So if you don't want any spoilers, please don't read that story, because this adventure is going to be heavily based on it. Don't ruin it for the players. But welcome, everybody. I want to say a huge thank you to Syrinscape for inviting us on here to do this. It was very awesome of you, and we're excited and looking forward to doing some Call of Cthulhu. I'm looking at my mic here, making sure everything's correct. There we go. All right, Call of Cthulhu. And so this is session 1. We're going to be using Pulp Cthulhu in addition to Call of Cthulhu, just to make our PCs a little bit hardier, everybody a little bit more survivability with an actual play. This is a limited play, so it's going to be around 6 episodes in total. So hopefully you join us for all of that. For those of you who want to watch it at a later date, if you're not able to join us live, it will be available on YouTube as of Fridays at 1 p.m. Pacific time. 1 p.m. Pacific, this will be on YouTube. So it will be available on other places as well once it is no longer live. So let's go around. Let's meet our players, but don't tell me about your characters. I want to learn about your characters in game. We're gonna meet them as we play. But let's go around, do a round table, and meet everybody who's playing in this game, because this is the first session. Let's get to know everyone. So, in order of my overlay, Tyler, you are up first. Welcome.
Hi. I actually first started using Syrinscape when I was running the Brazen game for the Free League channel, so I'm super pumped to get to mess around with this. I actually got to start off doing tabletop with Call of Cthulhu back in the day, and it's still probably one of my faves.
Really? This edition or a previous edition?
This edition actually. I don't know if I got able to play any of the other ones. But I have the original Arkham Horror board game in the basement. That is like literally, yeah. Like I can't wait to play that at some point. It's gonna be wild.
That's awesome.
But yeah, I like to stream RPGs and play games and get spooked, and I hope that all that stuff will happen tonight.
Oh, no pressure. It's not that kind of game, Tyler. It's not that kind of game. Set the expectation now. You're in the wrong place. I'll set your expectations real low to start, and that way you'll be impressed.
Exactly.
Awesome. Okay, Jeffrey, welcome.
Well, thank you, Matt. Hi, I'm Jeff. I have been playing in Matt's other Call of Cthulhu game. He's been running us, Aaron, myself, Evan, a few others through Mask of Nyarlathotep. Is it Nyarlathotep or Nyarlathotep?
I don't know how to pronounce any of these names.
There's a lot of letters in that name, and I run out of steam like halfway through the word. But so it's exciting to kind of get to another one. I'm really looking forward to my character, but we'll talk about him later. There might be PvP like right off the bat. I think we talked about that ahead of time. But yeah, it's really exciting. Just a little bit.
I'm not prepared for that.
That's why it's gonna happen.
Thursday nights, no.
But yeah, I do the same thing like Tyler. I stream games all throughout the week, various places. So yeah, sometime usually this time of night, I'm on one of like 3 or 4 different channels. So running games or playing in games.
That's true.
So, good times.
I don't know where you find the time.
If I don't do this kind of stuff, then my thoughts catch up with me, and that's just scary and dark. So it keeps me busy and happy.
True? Oh, Melissa, welcome to the game. Is this true?
This is what we do.
Yeah. Welcome, Melissa.
Welcome. Nice to be here. Melissa with Adventures in Lollygagging. I'm excited to be here. Jeff's been running our group through Impossible Landscapes on Friday night, so looking forward to trying this out.
Yeah, a little bit Cthulhu action. I can't live up to Jeff's Delta Green games. I'm sorry.
Oh, stop it. We're doing Mask of Nyarlathotep.
And we're doing the train one after.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Oriental
Oh.
Express.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Orient.
Doesn't it even take
Wow.
like 4 years to finish Masks?
Yeah.
I want
Okay,
to do.
so
I want to do
I'm
Beyond the
waiting for
Mountains of
Sirens-
Madness. It's
Yeah,
right
me
back there
too.
somewhere
I'm
on
waiting
my
for
shelf.
Syrinscape to do the official sound sets, and then we'll do the train one. Then we'll do it.
Oh, they're
Okay.
gonna do that. Sweet.
I hope so. I don't, hey, nobody take my word for it just because we're on the Syrinscape channel. I'm just hoping they do it now that it's been re-released. Evan, welcome.
hi, Matt.
Hello, Evan.
Yeah, you can find me, Aaron, and Jeff play a lot of games together with Matt. Tuesdays at Garblag Games, we play. Wait, what do we? Oh, we're playing this.
We're playing this
This.
Tuesday nights for the next 6 weeks.
But Thursdays, we're playing Delta Green. Jeff's running us through that. Our characters really love each other. It's great friendships all
Very
around.
wholesome.
Yeah. And then Sundays, we're continuing Alien
Yeah.
with my grandma.
That's right. That's right. And last but certainly not least, Aaron, welcome.
Thank you, Matt. Thanks for having me. I'm Aaron. My first Call of Cthulhu game was in 1981 with the first edition.
My gosh.
So I've been loving Call of Cthulhu from the very beginning, and I'm very excited to play in this game with all of these fine people.
1980s. Whew. What year? 1981?
1980, I think it was 81, might have been 82, but I think it was 81,
It's the year I was born.
which was my freshman year of high school. Hence, I'm much older than everyone else here.
Or you just started playing games
As
like when you were an infant.
That's
And
true. Could have been a
What better game to introduce an infant to than Call of Cthulhu, right?
Yeah,
That's
right?
It's the perfect
It
one.
was funny.
Yeah.
I had the Keeper's book in the car with me today, and my 5-year-old's in the car, and I was like, I'm doing a Call of Cthulhu tonight. And he's like, is that a kid's game? I was like, no. And he's like, can I play it? I was like, no.
Is it a kid's game? No. Can I play?
Daddy,
No.
is it a kid's game? No. You can't play Call of Cthulhu. You can make it a kid's game, I suppose. Okay, so that's the introductions. Like I said, I think the audio might have been a little garbled there at the beginning. We've had some more people filter in. So we're doing a 6-week adventure by the name of The Mound, based off the short story by H.P. Lovecraft. We're using Pulp Cthulhu as our kind of like our additional rule set. We're still using Call of Cthulhu 7th edition, but we're using the Pulp Cthulhu supplement to make some hardier characters and add a little bit of pulp flavor to our adventure as well. So they're a little hardier. They can take a little bit more hits. They can take a little bit more sanity. They'll have a little bit more luck. It's a little bit more entertaining all around for people watching at home. And once again, a big thank you to Syrinscape for inviting us on here to do this. So we can get started with our adventure, shall we?
Yes.
Shall we? So the year is 1928, and all of you see a rather mundane, pretty generic ad in your local newspaper, wherever you are. I'm assuming you're spread out all across the United States and Canada, all over the country, all over the nation, right? Because one of you is from Canada.
I think all of us are from Winnipeg. I think that was.
I
I
hope
think
so.
everyone's Canadian. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would
Yeah,
make
totally.
That would make this so much easier. And so you're doing whatever you do, drifting, I don't know, being Canadian, whatever it is. And this ad jumps out at you in your local newspaper, and it says, "Seeking adventurous types for expedition in Oklahoma. Send your credentials to 4375 West Essex Road, Arkham, Massachusetts, care of Jacob Hurst. Only those with strong character and fortitude need apply." And something about that ad kind of gets all of your attention. And for whatever reason, you jot things down, you send off why you would be fit to go on this expedition. You don't know any details, you don't know anything about it, but something about that ad just kind of grabbed you. So you sent off why you would be a good pick for this. There's no talk of money or anything. But still, you applied. Weeks later, you'd almost completely forgotten that you had replied to this newspaper article. When something arrives in the mail, you get a telegram. It says, "Congratulations! You've been selected for the expedition in Oklahoma. Meet at train station in Oklahoma City on September 5th. Ticket will be waiting for you in your name at the ticket booth. J.H." And you all now must make your way down to Oklahoma City from wherever you are. What are your various means of getting to Oklahoma? I'm curious as your GM.
Is there? I assume.
There's
Taxi.
train.
So Kazimir Rhine would take the train from Chicago. He's in Chicago. He's studying at Northwestern, working on his doctorate degree in psychology. So he needs a break. He needs a break from school. He's still dealing with the trauma of World War I. So he sees this as an opportunity to clear his mind. So he jumps on a train, first opportunity, with his old military kit bag, and heads to Oklahoma.
Very nice. Okay.
So, Matt, for the Brazen Bolt, might we say that it's less of he received an invitation and more he just happens to have jumped on this train because that is what this drifter does?
Sure. Yes, you could be riding the rails. Yeah.
He has no idea what he's doing. He just hops on this train, escaping the cruel, abusive carnival folk who had just treated him poorly for decades, and going from job to job. I'm 40. I like playing guys in their 40s. I don't know why that is. It's really weird. Just totally random. Totally random
resonates.
Number. It's not at all meaningful. But yeah. So I think maybe he just hitches a ride. He just hops on the train at some point.
You just ride the
because
rails.
he's big and strong and he looks kind of intimidating. Everyone needs someone.
So you didn't reply, but you're going to end up there. That's your game.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because I don't know if you would have a mailbox.
No, that's
or
fair.
possibly the ability to read or write.
Sure.
Yeah.
I like it. Anybody else? How are you getting there? Is just taking the train?
I was pretty sure I was going to ride my moose there.
No. You're going to portage there?
Okay, yeah, I'll take the train.
All right. Everybody else on the train. All right.
My character is going to get driven by one of their interns.
You have an intern?
I'm a scientist. I have a whole bunch of people willing to do things for me.
All right. Do you have like a private practice that you do? Like, what kind of scientist are you? Where do you work? Do you work at a school or a university? What's your?
I'd say I work in a university. Yeah, for sure. I think that there's some stuff that goes on in Halifax, does it not? For Call of Cthulhu. So we'll say I'm in a university in Halifax, good old home for me. And yeah, they're like, oh man, we gotta get you down there. And I'm like, all right, intern B, you're driving. They're like, I don't have a driver's license. I'm like, well, then you're gone. Who else doesn't have a license?
All right,
they're
boy.
like,
all right, boy, you gotta get me down there. Bye.
Yeah.
Abusing your research and teaching assistants. This is outside of my purview. Oh, that's great. Also sounds familiar.
Annie will be driving herself.
Annie's gonna drive cross country.
Sleeping in her car. Living? She's coming from Omaha. So
Omaha, Nebraska.
A bit of a drive, especially back then, I would imagine.
Yeah, the highways are probably barely built. They're all gonna be dirt roads. You're not gonna have
driving through farmlands. Yeah. I'm imagining
off-roading. I like it.
Yep.
Okay, so you all make your way there, and Aaron, your character is the first to arrive. Is it Kaz?
Kaz, yeah, he goes by Kaz.
You're the first to arrive. You arrive Oklahoma City. You arrive like the evening before September 5th. And is there anything you want to do? Is there anything you want to scope out? You need to go to the train station.
So Kaz, he's a average height guy. Well, he's a little on the short side. He's about 5'8", kind of slight build. He's wearing a nice suit, but it's an older suit and it's a little threadbare. But he clearly tries to take care of it. And when he gets off of his train, his face is buried in a journal and he's writing notes in it. And he barely looks up at people. And he's like, oh, where was the train station? Do I want to stay here all night? Do I want to? No. I'll find I'll find some place to have a cup of coffee. And then he wanders off in a random direction, still making notes, looking for a coffee house.
Yeah, you easily could find it, especially near a train station. Yes, there are cafes, diners in all over this area, catering to people who are coming in all hours of day and night in Oklahoma City. That's not an issue.
So he would go in and sit in a booth as far away from the door as he can get, and just once again bury his head in his journal as he's jotting notes down.
Okay. Is there anything in particular you want to make notes on, or
he's working on his doctorate thesis in the study of witches. He's helping bring in the science of parapsychology, and he's trying to make it a recognized school at Northwestern after the original psychology department opened up in 1909. So he's working to try to disprove witchcraft, and so he's just refining his notes on everything on the research he'd been doing.
Right. All right. So it's not very full in the diner tonight. There are only a handful of people kind of coming and going. It's all folks who are either waiting for a train or who have come from a train. And all people who don't have anybody waiting for them. You don't know where they're headed. So yeah, you sit down, take a booth, some music playing, people coming and going. You're offered up some service. Specialty is apple pie.
Yes, that would be nice. A cup of coffee and a slice of apple pie, please. And thank you so much.
And the waitress kind of looks at you funny. She goes, "You got it." And she's kind of taken back by your manners.
That's quite kind of you. Thank you. No whipped cream though. Just the apple pie, please.
How about ice cream?
Oh, now you're tempting me. Well, all right then. Perhaps, yes, some vanilla ice cream on the side.
It is.
But on the side of the apple pie, that you've got to get the exact right ratio of apple pie to ice cream in every bite. And if it's on top, you cannot get that ratio. If you please, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, she's looking at you kind of like, all right, pal. You were nice to start, but now you're getting weird. She turns and takes off. Our next to arrive is your character, Melissa.
Yes.
So it's late evening. You also arrived the day before. Annie. Is there anything you want to do? You can go to the train station. You can see if your tickets are ready already. You can get a room.
So, yeah, so Annie has been, I'm going to say it probably took at least a day or so to make this drive.
Oh, yeah, at least.
So Annie is definitely dusty, dirty. She's just kind of wearing kind of overalls. She's got short, curly red hair. And so really the first thing she's going to do is definitely find a room so that she can at least just kind of splash some water on her face.
Yeah, and again, if you're in the area of the train station, it's not an issue to find a room. You can find very affordable, cheap rooms here. You can also find higher class rooms. What is it you're looking for?
Bare minimum cheap. She's
all right.
kind of farmland. She is not putting on airs at all.
Sure, you can find a room here. Really run down, beat up place, probably right next to the tracks, really loud whenever a train rolls in for just a couple pennies a night. That
works, and then she'll be looking for some food, so she may end up in the same place as Kaz.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you wander into the same diner as Kaz does. So you go into there. There's a few people coming and going. You see a man sitting in a booth, jotting down notes. You're kind of like watching the room. Kaz, what are you doing? What's your demeanor?
He seems preoccupied with his notes, but if you pay close attention, like every 3 heartbeats, he looks up and scans the room. Like he's always concerned about who's coming in. Doesn't move his head, just picks his eyes up and scans the room.
So
That's nice.
Annie will take a take a table that's sort of an eye shot to just sort of keeping an eye on who comes in here and who she's supposed to be meeting with.
Sure. So yeah, there's no instructions who to meet with. You just have the train tomorrow. You can pick up your ticket at the booth at any time with your name on it. We'll leave the two of you there for a few hours until you want to call it a night. I'm going to say the rest of you are going to roll in the next day. So unless the two of you want to do anything else, we're going to fast forward to the middle of the night when old Brazen Bull rolls into town, riding the tracks. Is there anything else the two of you want to do at the diner? Or are you just going to call it a night after a couple hours?
Yeah, after he eats his pie, he would also go search for a room. A little bit nicer.
A little bit nicer?
Not pennies, maybe $1.
Sure. Oh, okay. I was going to say a nickel. Okay, yeah.
But
dollar, that's big time here in 1928.
And when he gets into his room, though, he moves the dresser in front of the door and then pulls the blanket out on the floor, pushes it under the bed, and rolls under the bed to go to sleep.
Very good. All right. Do you have any weird behaviors there, Melissa?
No, I would say Annie's just going to make sure, kind of windows are open and she's, kind of getting fresh air. She's looking forward to sleeping on an actual mattress, having slept in the backseat of the... I'm actually going to say that she's in a truck. So she had kind of a bit of a bedroll kind of in the bed of the truck. So she's looking forward to having a mattress for the night.
Okay. All right. So, Brazen Bull, you're riding the tracks. It's the middle of the night. You've been riding for quite some time, and you can see ahead of you the bright lights of a city. You don't know what city. You don't know where you're going. But you got to hop off here before you get caught by those damn railway police.
So I imagine he's probably been huddled in the shadows of one of these carts. There's probably a couple other hobos on the rails.
Yeah.
But he's by himself, and he's just this big hulking mass in the corner. And anytime anyone kind of looks his way, he just kind of growls underneath his breath, and they just look away. They move away, and he hops off. Probably before the train gets there, which is probably the practice. You don't want to get off when everybody else is getting off.
Right.
So we hop off maybe like a quarter, half a mile before there. And he's huge. He's like 6'5" or so. He's got big old broad shoulders. He got this giant wide brimmed hat. Everything on him is like brown and dark gray, with the exception of like tucked underneath, like his collar, almost wearing it like a tie. He's got this like yellow scarf that just he tucks underneath. And as he hops down, he kind of dusts himself off. He straightens out his sleeves, makes sure that his sleeves are covering like all of his arms. You can see these tiny little brands that are just like underneath the cuffs that are barely peeking out. And he's got this huge beard, fixes his hat, which looks kind of askance. He doesn't have much with him. He probably just has like some canvas that he's wrapped up into a bag, not an actual proper bag. You hear it kind of clinking here and there. Maybe he's got some cans that he picked up along the way. And he wanders into town, and I think what he probably would start doing is, since you said it's late at night, I think he'll start kind of scavenging in the alleyways behind probably the same restaurant that Kaz and Annie were at, looking to see what kind of finds he might have.
Sure. All right. So this thing is slowing down. It's heading into the station. You got some guys playing harmonica here on the back of the train car with you.
Amazing Grace.
And I look over at him. Quiet. Don't want to hear none of that music. Turn it off.
He just kind of shoots you a look and kind of goes back and keeps playing his harmonica, ignoring you.
Just growl. I'm just growling.
Shove off. And the train slowly pulls in the station as you hop off. And the harmonica gets fainter and fainter, and the train comes to a stop in the station. And you wander off, and you beat the crowd. So this is before people are generally getting off the train. You go behind the same diner that Annie and Kaz were at, and you start going through the garbage cans in the back. And you find some scraps of food back there, some leftover pieces of pie, a hunk of steak, maybe a burger that's half eaten, sandwich.
Fighting off like dogs and alley cats and stuff just to make sure I get to it.
Yeah.
growling at them as I do.
The crowded carriage got really loud all of a sudden.
This is my alley. All you get lost.
Yeah, everybody's fighting over that bologna sandwich that you found there.
This is Oklahoma. I stake the claim. Get on out of here.
And you eat the sandwich. You kind of you're a little bit satisfied. Really, it hasn't done much. You wipe your face and you start looking around, and people are filing off the train. And that's when you notice a man who really looks out of his element. He's very dapper, very well dressed man, very refined looking, but he's large. He's big like you. He's wearing a suit. It's brown in color. He's got a white collared shirt, a tie. Hair is slicked back, all fancy. And you see him. He's at the ticket booth and he's got an umbrella. He taps on it. Pardon me. I believe you have a ticket for me. For Mr. Nathan Freeport. And the person behind the ticket booth is just kind of shuffling. Yes, here you go. Here's your ticket. The train doesn't leave until tomorrow, Mr. Freeport. Very good. Where can I find a room for the night? Much better than these surroundings. You can head on into downtown. You can take a carriage going to downtown. You'll find a much nicer place than these around here. Very good. And he wanders off. He wanders over towards the diner, and you see him kind of like holding his hand up, his cane, his umbrella, trying to get the attention of maybe a carriage or someone to take him further into the city and away from the rough tracks.
I will. I'll skirt. I'll move up to him. Keep my hat on. This way, sure. I got yourself a carriage over here. I'll gladly take it. Just right down this, right over here, other side of this here restaurant.
What? He kind of looks in the shadows and he squints. Who is that?
No, it's right. It's just right over here. I can take care of you, sir.
I don't see a carriage. What?
It's only it's right around the corner of the building, sir.
Do you want to make me a roll?
I'd bring it to you, but the horses.
Do you want to fast talk him? Do you want to?
If he's going to give me lip, I'll get up and like, get in the goddamn alley right now before I break your face.
Do you want to make me an intimidate roll?
I would like to make an intimidate.
All right, clearly his tactics are changing.
Roll me intimidate. I was like,
well, he was being so unreasonable.
I'm not good at fast talk. We're gonna just fast track this to intimidate. Woo!
Yeah.
Oh right. Wow, you're really good at intimidating.
Very good. Double. Okay. Yeah. So he gets all flustered. He looks around. Okay. All right. You don't need to raise your voice. There's no need to get cross with me. And he scoops up his briefcase and his belongings, and he hustles into the back alley, and he kind of he walks in front of you, and you're now behind him, and he turns right. There's no carriage back here. What is
and
the
so
meaning of this?
I would like to take like a crate or something back here and smash it over his head and try and knock him out.
Okay.
So my goal is like just to knock him out. I'm not trying to hurt him or anything. I just want to knock him out. So it's a fighting maneuver basically.
Okay. Go ahead and make me your roll, please.
All right. So roll fighting brawl. That's success.
Oh my gosh.
Ow.
Yeah, sorry. Let me look at the woo.
I'm not trying to hurt him. I'm just trying to knock him out. Just trying to knock him unconscious.
Smashing my character's head.
No, this is not you.
Your character. I'm stealing my ticket. That's what I'm doing.
This is not you.
I thought this was Matt giving me an opportunity to steal a ticket.
Because he doesn't have a
That's
ticket.
what I thought. We're on the same page. We're on the same page.
I gave
We're
him
good.
an opening here. Here we go. Dark alleyways. Let's see what this.
Picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, see, Jeff knows. This is our chance to kill Evan and take Big Bertha from him.
That's right.
Yeah. So you.
Then I turned a shotgun on him. No.
Yeah. So you crack this crate over his head, and he just kind of crumples to the ground. Oh, you hear him say as he falls. My
Good
word,
night, little buddy. I will rifle through his things, look for whatever I can find. Obviously, the ticket.
Yeah.
But if he's got anything else, loose change, cough drops, I don't care. I'll take just about anything.
Yeah, he's got $15 on him, and a combination of bills and change, which is a lot for this time. It's a lot of money.
I'm size 80, so would his clothes fit me?
He is a large man. So he's
okay.
like, you're not fat, you're like built, right?
Oh.
Yeah,
No.
he's a built man. Like he was very dapper and all that, but he was very in very good shape.
Okay. I will switch out our clothes. I will give him my clothes. I will take his with the exception of my yellow scarf that I will keep, and my hat. Does he have a big wide brim hat?
He does.
Okay, then I will take that one.
Like a fedora kind of hat, big wide brim.
Yeah.
He's got.
So he'll switch them briefly, and ever so slightly, you'll see like in the shadows, there's like these two, like calcium deposits that are growing in his forehead. Like you could tell, like this was likely his carnival sideshow attraction, hence why they called him the Bull. Because he's got these two little bumps right at the top of his forehead that he tries to cover with his hat.
Yeah. All right, and you take a look at the ticket, and it's for the 10:45 to Union City, Oklahoma, on track 4, and specifically car 6. You have a ticket for.
Okay, I've been to Union City before.
10:45.
Hopefully the carny's not there though.
He says to no one.
Yeah.
I was about to ask, like, who is there with
A
you?
cat just goes, "Meow," and knocks over a trash can.
I hit the cat with a crate.
Oh no!
I'm just trying to knock it out, guys. I'm not trying to hurt it.
All right, let's.
Man.
Are you gonna spend the night? You're gonna go somewhere, and then you have money, or are you just gonna spend the night in the street in your nice new suit?
I know I wouldn't know what to do with myself in a bed.
But I will. Yeah, I'll find a nicer part to sleep in. Nicer
Okay.
part of the city to sleep in.
yeah. You head into downtown. You go find a nice hotel. Next morning, I'm gonna say that the next few arrive. So we have Benji and Dr. Cecile Davenport, aka Lucy. You both arrive in Oklahoma City. And when you arrive, it's early morning, we'll say around 8 a.m. And the train station itself is just like a hustle and bustle of activity. There are trains coming and going, and there are people everywhere. And the city is awake now. Everybody's about their business, especially this late in the morning. What do either you want to do? Do you want to go straight to get your tickets? What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'd have my assistant get me to where I can get my ticket as soon as possible. I'm like, we're already a days late. We should have been here yesterday.
Yes, Miss Davenport. I apologize. I'm so sorry.
Dr. Davenport.
Doctor.
Wow. What? Oh, you better be lucky I don't have time to write a letter when I'm down there. You might lose your spot there, kid.
I'm so sorry, Doctor. Please forgive me.
I'll think about it.
Yes, and they hustle and they go get you your ticket, and they come back with the exact same ticket, the same train card, the same time, the same everything. So that's in this morning, and it's only a couple hours from now. Benji,
Okay.
are you gonna do the same? What's your game here?
Yeah, I think he would grab his ticket and he would anxiously kind of go really, really early and sit, at the little benches for his train and just wait and kind of look at the maps of Oklahoma and other wilderness gear. So Benji is like imagine like a Boy Scout leader or something. That's what he's dressed up as. He has like the green overalls with patches on them. He has like a little hat on. He has a big backpack that has Big Bertha, which is like a really large shotgun that's really finely made, like really, really nice. But Benji's really clean. He also has a little barn owl that has like a little rope like attached to it, so it can like kind of hop around him. And Benji's just gonna sit there and wait patiently and just kind of do some research about where he is and where his ticket's saying he's going and try to understand the location.
You have a missed opportunity. You could have been a Mountie instead of a Boy Scout.
Yeah.
A Mountie.
That's too serious.
Sarge.
You wouldn't let me ride a moose, so
They don't ride moose. They ride horses.
The red
no,
coats
they
would
do.
totally
They
stand
ride
out.
moose.
I played a Mountie in Deadlands. It was great. All right. All right. So the next morning breaks, and Annie and Kaz And Brazen Bull, I'll call you that. It's gonna make you smile every time.
Just call me Bull. It's
Bull.
all right.
You wake up the next morning. You head back. I'm assuming you head back to the train station, or what's your game plan here? You've got your tickets to pick up. You have an appointment to make. You have been selected for this journey, this expedition, and you don't know much about it.
Kaz would rise a little before dawn, roll out from under the bed, make the bed, clean up the room, then field strip and clean his Mauser, then put it back in his bag, then write down a note to himself about the hotel. Then, right as the sun was coming up, he would make sure that he was at the train station.
Very good. All right, you're there. You get the same ticket, same information, with your name written on it. Annie,
Yeah.
Bull, you make your way early.
You can go ahead, Melissa.
So Annie drove here, and so Annie's a little distressed about leaving her pickup truck.
Right.
So Annie's going to try to ask for some information about how far away is this Union City.
Yeah, you ask a local, and they go, "Oh, it's a couple hours drive away." What are you doing? What's your business in Union City?
I'm trying to figure that out, and she tries to do the math and realizes that she's probably now going to be late if she doesn't take the train. And
That's
so
a
she is-
fancy automobile you got there,
It's-
ma'am.
I mean, it gets from one place to the other, but it's rusted and, just, it's definitely seen better days. So she will see if she can find someone, like a garage, that she could leave it with.
You find garages aren't really the norm back in 1928. We'll say you are in a large city in Oklahoma City. It could
So
take you some
mechanic
time.
somewhere.
Mechanic, you can find maybe a livery that you could stash it in with some horses. That'd be much easier. You could talk them into maybe allowing you to keep your truck there. I was gonna say Jeep, which have not been invented yet. Your truck there.
It's a Ford.
In the meantime, of course it's a Ford, and it's black. It's the only color they come in.
Of course.
But yeah, you can go to like a livery,
Okay.
and strike a deal to store your truck there for a few days, whatever. Yeah, the gentleman who runs this, sure, I can put it in one of the stalls, but it'll cost you.
How much will it cost me?
It'll cost you. How long you gone for?
I don't actually know.
So indefinitely?
I'll give you an advance. Let's say a week.
A week. $2.
Try to haggle.
Okay, sure. What do you want to talk him down? I like it. Do you want to use like fast talk? Like what approach are you using here with him? Charm, fast talk, intimidate,
I don't know that I'm.
punch him in
Good.
the face.
Hypnosis.
Persuade is another one.
I'll try intimidate. I've got 15, so we'll see how
Plotting?
this goes.
So how are you? Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, wait, no, not intimidate, not intimidate. Sorry, persuade.
Persuade. Okay, yeah, go ahead and persuade him.
All right. Why is this not working?
Make sure your character sheet is locked.
Oh, good point.
Right next to the.
Oh,
He looks
boy.
at you and you try to talk him down, and he kind of rubs his chin. He goes, No, I think $2 is quite fair for what you're asking, especially if you don't know when you're coming back. I could be having a pony in that spot.
Yes, sir. She is clearly from a farm. Doesn't really see much. City doesn't really do a whole lot of this kind of stuff, so she's just going to pay the $2.
Sure.
And at this point, she's going to be running late.
Okay.
So she's going to have to be kind of gathering all of her stuff and just running to the train station.
And that falls in your daily credit rating use, I assume.
Yeah, I've got decent credit, I believe.
Okay. Very good. So you don't need to take any money off or worry about exchanging money. It's just part of your daily spending in Call of Cthulhu. All right. Bull?
Okay, Bull's gonna get a little snack, and then he's gonna up before dawn, and then he's gonna wander outside of town, find a pond or a stream, something like that.
And I think he's going to clean himself up because he probably hasn't cleaned himself for a really long time. He's got this nice suit, and he's got this ticket, and he's got to get on this train. So I think he's going to take the time to clean himself up, kind of carefully take the suit off. And you can see as he does, he's got like brands all over, like everywhere, crooked, strange looking brands. They have like different symbols. It doesn't look anything particularly recognizable. Everything's kind of looks very, very painful. You can't even really see like any part of his body other than like his face and his hands that aren't like just covered in some kind of brand of some kind. But he will take a little. He will clean himself up as best he can. He will look at the ticket, try to memorize the name of the guy, and he's like, "I'm Nathan." Is it Nathan?
Nathan Freeport. Yeah.
I'm Nathan Freeport. You can call me Nate. No, that ain't right. Mr. Freeport. No, that Mr. Freeport. Mr. Freeport. Nathan Freeport.
And he's just gonna do that over and over again, trying to just get into his mind that he is Nathan Freeport.
Yeah. Okay, very good.
And then he'll wander back and try to and he'll hit the train on time because he doesn't want it to look suspicious or strange.
Okay, so the train is there. I'm gonna say we're gonna fast forward to about the time. And Lucy, you're the first to board. You're there with your assistant. Oh, here's your ticket. Doctor, here's your ticket. I didn't almost say ma'am. Have a safe trip. Wire me when you're going to be back, and I will be here to meet you.
Perfect. And she just takes the ticket, and she puts a hand out, and she's like, my bags? Are they already loaded onto the train?
Of course, ma'am, doctor.
Good. I expect to see you when I see you next. And she heads into the...
I can't wait. Doctor.
And she gives a nod, and heads on into the train and finds the place to sit since her bags are already taken care of.
Yeah, so you actually have... It takes you to an actual car. So, someone there who works the ticket taker.
I love these noises.
The ticket taker takes your ticket. Goes, yes, follow me, ma'am. Car 6. It's a private car, and walks you through the train, and it's the last car on there. And he opens the door, and in there's a man sitting by himself. He's at a large desk in the middle of the room. There's also tables and chairs on either side of this car, and he's very frail. He's thin. He's got slicked back black hair. He looks like he's probably much older than he really is. Like something has really taken a toll on this guy, and he looks old. He stands up and he holds out a hand. He goes, "Oh, is the first of my guests. Welcome."
Ah. Hello. I assume you're JH.
I am Jacob Hurst. So glad you could join me on this expedition. And you are?
I am Dr. Davenport, but you may call me Lucy.
So glad to have you here. You have impressive credentials. I was quite lucky that you applied for this.
Yes, you are.
Yes,
would you mind telling me anything to expect?
No, we should wait till the others arrive.
Should we?
We should. We should.
Can I charm?
He stands up and his suit's like kind of too big for him. He's very
poor old man.
Man. He looks like he might be in his 50s, but whistle's really loud. As it rolls into the station. You could try to charm him. Yeah, you could, of course you can.
And she's like, but we have such time, just me and you here right now. We could have all kinds of conversations.
Pulls out a pocket watch. He's like, well, we're running right on time, but well, what is it? What is it? You can try to hit him with a charm.
Ooh, all right. Regular success.
Regular success. He goes, okay.
Yeah.
We're heading west of here, to a very small remote town. We're gonna have to take a train to Union City, and from there we're gonna be traveling on horseback to a small town by the name of Binger, out in Cato County, and we're gonna head out there to investigate an Indian burial mound. And
I see.
We're going to excavate it.
Well, that sounds like a wonderful time. Are you going to be with us excavating as well?
Of course.
Perfect.
I have been there firsthand, and it is.
Oh,
You can say it has consumed me since I was there last, and I have wanted nothing more than to get back there, and that's why I've assembled this team.
well, there's nothing better than engrossing yourself in work, I always say. So I am excited to see this place. Thank you for giving me this, having this extra chat with me while we wait.
Sure. He shakes your hand, and he sits back down, and then he kind of like stares off out the window, but he's just like, he's lost. He's not there. He's not there with you. He's not making idle chit-chat. Just sits down, stares at the window, and just kind of like his eyes and face glaze over. Like he's lost in thought.
Okay.
Kaz, you're going to be the next to arrive. The ticket taker takes your ticket, shows you to the car. Again, you're shown to this big private car. In there is a... How old is go ahead and describe.
Yeah, Kaz... Oh, sorry.
Describe Lucy for us.
Oh yeah, Lucy is 38 years old. She looks dainty and bookish. Normally we wearing a lab coat, but right now she is wearing more of a like a suit dress, and kind of like a long skirt and a turtleneck is what she's wearing. And she has long black hair, glasses, and she just has almost a constant smug air about her at like all times, and she definitely believes that she is special, that she's where she's at because of everything she's done for herself.
Very good.
She's not letting anyone take that from her.
So, Kaz, you burst the door, and what do you look like? What does Lucy and this Jacob Hurst see?
So, Kaz, like I said, he's about 5'8" or so. Right. He's fairly slender build, but he's in good shape. He's got short brown hair, which you can see because he never wears a hat, and kind of stormy gray eyes. He always looks either slightly preoccupied or completely focused. There's no other expression, and no other expression ever crosses his face. His hands are always slightly in motion, but the rest of his body is surprisingly still.
Very good. And the gaunt, lean man behind the desk, he kind of, you see he was like looking elsewhere, and he snaps too when the door opens, and he hops up. And he goes, "Oh, another member of our party has arrived." And he gets up, and you see again this thin man wearing clothes that are much too large for him. They must have fit him at one time. And he gets up, and he walks over, and he holds out a hand. Jacob Hurst.
Yes, Mr. Hurst, thank you so much for this invitation. And Kaz pulls out his notepad. What were you looking at when I came in?
Oh, he stops.
It's like...
Just looking at the people out there on the train platform. Young people, old people, just taking it all in. And you are Kaz?
Yes. Sorry, I'm Kazimir Rhine, but please call me Kaz. A student of, the young science of parapsychology.
Yes. We will need your expertise on this expedition. Trust me. But I can't say too much now. We must wait for the others to arrive. And with that, Benji, you're going to walk up behind him. Doors open, and you walk up behind Kaz as he's talking to Jacob Hurst.
Kazimir would actually immediately, as soon as he sees that owl, take a step back, and his gray eyes go wide. And he immediately pulls his suit pockets inside out, and then pulls his handkerchief out and ties it in a knot and puts it in his right hand pocket. And he points at Benji and he says, "You have an owl on your shoulder."
Yep, yeah, I do. Just
Are
got,
you aware? Are you aware that the Egyptians considered the owl a symbol of darkness and death and cold?
Not really. I got Alf. He was rescue. You know, his wing wasn't working too well, and then all of a sudden, I nursed him to health, and now he's been with me ever since. You know, it's just I don't. I kind of look past you, like to. Can I?
And behind you, the ticket taker is like, "Sir, you cannot have that animal on the train. Sir, I must insist that animal cannot come in here."
It's my what do they call it? You know, when you go on certain vehicles and you need an animal. What's it called? Rescue companion.
I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. But that animal.
Emotional support companion. You know what I'm? You know?
No, I don't know. And they're trying to like pull you back.
Help!
I'm not trying to nerf his character. I take his owl jab.
So he goes.
Lucy will get up and put a hand on the shoulder of the ticket taker and say, "I'm sure we can let this slide. It's but an owl, and it seems very well trained."
His name's Alf. If that makes you feel better, he's named.
See,
Alf, do a trick, Alf, and he like spins in circles. Look, see, he's not gonna do anything.
The Chippewa
Perfectly
considered
trained.
them hosts for evil spirits.
All right,
And
I
they
don't
did
understand
tricks
why I have
too.
to talk to this guy. Is anyone gonna just get him away from me? He's not helping my case here with the old owl.
Yeah, at that point, Mr. Hurst, he steps forward. He kind of like gets between the ticket taker and you, and goes, I'm sure we can find a solution to this misunderstanding. And he kind of reaches in his pocket and he puts his hand in the pocket of the conductor. And
Pulls his gun out.
no, and the conductor puts
No?
his hand down his pocket. He looks, he sees there's a bill there. He goes, "Very good, Mr. Hurst, but make sure that it stays within your car. That thing can't be flying around and giving our passengers rabies and such."
What? It's not a dog.
Or invading their dreams and polluting their minds.
All right, I'm gonna go sit away from this guy. He's giving me the creeps.
Do we have any salt in here, Mr. Hurst?
Yes, there's some table salt on.
Don't
Dining
worry, Alf. I'll
tables there?
protect you from him.
He immediately goes over, gets the table salt, pours it out in his hand. He goes, I have to go find a stove. So I guess we could wait. Hold on. And he puts the salt back in his other pocket and he's jotting down notes. Well, the ancient Greeks did think they were symbols of wisdom, but now the owl is definitely a bad sign, but never mind. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
I don't even care what your name is. I'm gonna go sit over here.
Yeah, sure. With that, Brazen Bull, you come on the train next. You kind of wander on. You can hear the commotion, like the tail end of the commotion of this owl, and the ticket collector's like huffing and puffing, walking past. He's like, "Damn owl on this train! Can you believe that?" As he takes the ticket from you and he starts stamping it. "Oh, you're on that damn train car as well, Mr. Freeport?"
Yes, I am. It's a shame what's befallen the fine railroad industry. Nobody has respect anymore.
Right? You know how it once was. The golden day of rail, the golden
Yes, sir.
age.
Those days were
It was a privilege
some
to
of the
ride
best.
on here. You wear your Sunday bests. You ride the train. It was a big deal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed.
Yeah, come with me. I like you. I like the cut of your jib, Mr. Freeport.
Well, I enjoy your company too, sir.
Can I roll a disguise? I'm just kind of
Sure.
curious how good my
yeah,
cleaning
you can roll me a
looked.
disguise, please.
I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, that's a fail. So like the suit is on, but it's like kind of maybe misbuttoned a little bit.
Yeah.
And you can see like the yellow scarf is like sticking up out of the collar somewhat. The hat is on and constantly like the brim is kind of cast forward. He's still got little specks of stuff in his beard, his big old ugly beard. And I like to think that he's still carrying his small like canvas sack, like that's his
Sure.
only luggage.
He goes,
he doesn't. He just.
He sees it, goes, "Sir, we can stow that in luggage for you. You don't need to bring that aboard."
And he'll instinctively just kind of pull it close and be like,
No, think it's
Sure?
reading for the trip, sir.
Okay. He kind of looks at you. He gives you a once over. He goes, the car is open. If you need to,
Yeah.
little hair of the dog, sir.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Do I have to do anything else?
No, I'll show you to your car, Mr. Hurst's car.
Right, Mr. Hurst, yes. Yeah, he invited me. My name is Nathan Freeport.
Ah, very good, Mr. Freeport. Yes, I saw that on your ticket. And he ushers you in, and the others are sitting in the room, and so you're standing in the door with your fine suit all disheveled, and Hurst bounces up and goes, "Oh, another one has arrived. You are? I'm Jacob Hurst," he said, as he asks you who you are, and he holds out his hand.
I will reach out a big meaty hand, and like the sleeve will pull back. You'll see a tiny bit of brands like on the wrist, and be like,
I'm Nathan Freeport.
Oh, very good. Our lawyer is here. We have to make sure we're doing everything legally and by the law, of course.
Yeah.
and he kind of looks over at the guy who escorted him in,
Like, did you go to law school?
and then he realizes that he's like,
I'm just a joke. We, in the law community, it would kill. That people would laugh, judges and stuff.
You know, I got an owl, but this guy doesn't even seem like he knows what he's talking about. No one's saying anything about that. I'm a little offended over here. Okay.
He can roll fast talk if he wants.
I can roll psychology.
You can roll
I
psychology
don't think I'm gonna roll.
as well.
I don't think I'm gonna roll fast talk because I think he clearly is like. I'll
yeah,
roll
you're
it. If you
mumbling.
want.
You're falling over your words.
I'll roll
yeah.
it. I'll roll it. I got
Do you want to?
5.
Remember this.
I'll roll a 5%er.
Remember, once we get into Call of Cthulhu,
No.
this is how we game the games. I'm gonna roll this. I'm gonna roll that.
No.
I'm gonna roll
I
this.
need to roll.
No, so yeah, people are. Everybody looks at you kind of like, and Mr. Hurst kind of he clasps your hand as he shakes it, and he pulls you a little bit closer. He goes, "Are you okay, Mr. Freeport?"
And I'll say,
I had too much to drink last night. It's a tough morning.
Okay. Do you need to lie down before we meet?
No, I'll just sit quietly in the corner if that's all right with you, sir.
Yes. Can we stow that bag for you?
No, it's okay. It's
Okay.
some
What's in
reading
there?
material,
Okay.
legal books.
You brought your legal library with you?
Not the whole thing, just a few essentials.
Can
Why
I
would
see
you
one?
do that? That seems ridiculous.
Bull's not even looking at Benji, just like focusing, looking right down and at Mr. Hurst. That's
okay.
it.
It's okay. Very good. Why don't you just go, maybe close your eyes for a little bit, just kind of sleep it off? if you
Yes,
will?
sir.
All right.
Yes,
Very
sir.
Mr. Freeport?
Yes.
Excuse me, I overheard your name,
Oh.
Mr. Freeport.
Sorry.
Listen, I just recommend that you pull your pockets out, inside out, on your pants trip.
Will you
Because
knock it off, all right? You're just spouting nonsense, okay? This owl straight up from Canada, and they would do nothing to harm nobody except maybe a mouse for some food.
The soap.
Very
soap.
subtly, I will look over at Benji and I'll just say, "You talk too much, sir." And then I will undo my pockets as suggested by Cass. Thank you for the advice. And then I will go sit in the corner quietly.
It's best to be prepared, just in case. I mean, it's probably nothing, just in case.
Prepared
sir.
for what?
Well, I mean, turning your pockets inside out, nodding for protection against the evil magics of an owl or a spirit in the form of an owl. I mean, everyone knows that, right? I mean, that's common knowledge, right? I mean, we all
Mr. Hurst,
understand that.
He's nodding.
Why are you nodding? That's
Have you not
even
heard this
true.
before? No, it's. Come on now.
You know, I'm gonna get off this train. I'm not wanted. Me and Alf.
It seems like the train's about to take off. Did you not hear the? You'd have to be very fast to get off in time. I'd say it's safer to stay.
The train indeed is starting to lurch forward. And Annie, you are running late. and you're running into the station. You can see your train is starting to slowly leave the station. Everybody's on board. The
running and waving my ticket in the air.
ticket collector's hanging out the door. Ma'am, it's too late. It's too late.
No, I can make it. And she's just trucking.
You're giving it all, and you're running, and you get up there, and you leap for the closest door, and you're able to snag it in time before the train picks up too much steam, and get aboard. And that was mighty impressive, ma'am.
Apologies for my tardiness. And so you see, she was sort of already looking a bit disheveled because yesterday we saw her, sort of in her overalls, and that's what she sort of seemed comfortable in. But now you see she's sort of taken one of the shirts that she would wear under the overalls, and she's sort of rolled the sleeves down, and it looks like they've really never been rolled down before, but they're kind of, the sleeves are rolled down, and kind of she's wearing these pants that kind of the belt is kind of very tight on them, and they're very sort of baggy, and she's kind of trying, she was already not really feeling comfortable, and now she's been running, and so now she's just trying to smooth everything out and just try to look a bit more presentable, and then kind of continue on into the train.
Very good. Oh, you're the last guest of Mr. Hurst. Let me show you to your car.
Thank you, sir.
And he takes you back there and swings the door open, and there's a cast of characters waiting for you inside this room.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for my tardiness. Annie.
You like owls?
Nope.
I have no opposition to owls.
Great, me and you can be friends then, because these people are just rude.
Well,
But
it's
you do realize that in India, they believe if you eat the eye of an owl that you pluck out, you gain night vision. So perhaps there are some cultures that revere them. But most think they're very evil. I think. Yes, my notes are very clear on this.
so. Is that what we're here to do? We're here about owls. Is that? Well, that's
Mr. Hurst,
interesting.
who wanders over, he shakes your hand. Annie, I'm glad you could join us. We're going to need your skills out there in the field. But that is not why we're here. We are here for an important undertaking. And I'm glad you all replied to my advertisement in the newspaper. And I feel that you are the best of the bunch that applied. And we'll be successful.
Are you're confident when you say those words, right? Because that guy doesn't seem like he knows what he's talking about. And he points at Bull.
What?
Sir, the train is moving. Have you ever exited a train when it's moving?
No.
Would you like to start now?
My gun's pretty big. And he pulls out Big Bertha.
Okay. I will go headbutt Benji.
I will shoot at him. All right.
No, not like this.
Yeah.
Jeff called
Told
it,
you,
remember?
man.
Oh,
We called it, man.
All right, roll your brawl.
No, do we roll initiative? There's no.
Oh, I
way
gotta
you
roll
can-
initiative.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no. You're taking him by surprise. You're just gonna walk up and headbutt him.
What do you mean? He literally said, I pull out my gun, and he's like, I'm gonna headbutt you.
No, it's
Well,
fine. I get you, man. Okay.
Initiative is based off your dex, and if you got a gun, it's
60.
dex plus 50. If you got a
He'll
gun,
get the shot off. That's fine.
150.
150. You level your gun, and Mr. Hurst jumps in between the two of you. Goes, oh wait! Do not be. No, this is not how this is gonna start. And he gets between the two of you. He stands right in front of your shotgun. Big Bertha. It's like pressed up against his chest.
I'm just looking at Bull. I don't know his name. I'm just staring at him.
Mr. Freeport, to you.
Kaz taps on the barrel of your shotgun. He goes, if you load this with blessed rock salt and silver, there are several things in the Southwest that you could hurt with that. The chupacabra can be stopped with blessed rock salt and silver.
With that, Mr. Hurst turns around. Yes, I've read that. You are correct.
Is that why you're here, Benji?
Maybe. I don't know.
So you're not a North African trained sorcerer, and that's why you have an owl.
No.
Okay. Thank you. It's still a pleasure to meet you, even though you don't want to talk to me.
Annie will continue talking to Mr. Hurst and just say, you mentioned that we were the best of the people who applied. Did you have a lot of applicants?
I did. I was flooded with applicants. But your various skills were what I needed for this. I think we can get down to business, don't you? We're all here?
I'm still staring at Mr. Freeport.
Yeah, the minute Jacob Hurst moves, I will continue to headbutt Benji.
Oh, well, then I guess I'm firing because we're not.
The minute he moves. I said quick to anger, Matt.
I know. Goes, all right. Can we please all calm down? Maybe a drink will relieve everyone's nerves.
He's just not going to move. He's just going to the whole time.
You pulled a gun on me, sir.
Benji, do you think you could maybe put that gun away?
What do you mean? Why am I the bad guy? He threatened to throw
Nobody
me
else
out of a
is throwing
train.
firearms in here. No,
You pulled a gun on me,
he's
sir.
a
He probably
lawyer.
doesn't have one.
He's
not a lawyer. Pull out
He's
some
not-
books out of that thing then. Prove
He's
it.
not going to throw you off the train. That's just some Yale humor.
What kind of lawyer is 6'5"?
I would say a tall one. Yes, very tall.
He's like
He's
hunched
very
because like the
tall.
trades are so short.
He doesn't even fit in here.
Quite
Well,
impressive.
You know, others could say things about your owl, sir.
I don't
I do-
understand. It's just a creature of nature.
I do have
He's
a few
been
more
saying
points.
a bunch of stuff. I don't understand.
Sir, I've been nothing but polite on this train. You've been obnoxious to everybody.
I didn't say anything to the Annie.
I am late to arrive. Did you, Mr. Hurst, do any sort of vetting as to folks that would work well together, or did you just take the best of
Oh, I took the best of the bunch. I
available?
assumed everything would come together naturally.
Well then.
I mean, I'm not putting the gun away until he like backs away. Like I know he's not going to
He
just
turns
turn around.
Won't
he
happen.
turns to you, Bull, and goes, please, Mr. Freeport, can we put an end to this?
Sir, he pulled a gun on me, and it's still out.
No, it's on me now. Don't you worry.
I will gently move Hurst out of the way and stand in front of him.
Sir, if anyone's taking a shotgun blast from this little tool,
That was
Are
a
you
bad
gonna
word.
shoot him, Evan? Please don't.
it's gonna be me and not you. As
No,
long as
no,
I'm
it's
around,
just
you're
I'm the one who
safe,
takes
sir.
the shotgun blast. Please, let's get down to business.
If he gets closer, I'll fire at him.
Until he puts the gun away, Bull will not relent. There's no way. There's a gun
Okay,
pulled
so
out in the middle of the cart. No way.
I forget if you can use. I'm gonna try to charm Bull to calm him down. Essentially, Dr. Lucy will get up and to try and stop this, put a hand on Bull's shoulder and say, I'm sure that you can find a use for your excessive strength elsewhere from demolishing this man and his owl. And I will.
You want to roll charm?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go.
So you can oppose this. But, that's really
Hard.
good. That's a hard success. So you can oppose it by either rolling the same skill or psychology.
Oh, God.
So
Oof.
Like, please calm down.
Wait, so I'm getting mind control?
You're getting
you're-
you're getting charmed.
you're being charmed. Dr. Davenport is charming you.
Hand on the
So you
shoulder.
can oppose. You can make an opposing roll. You can try to or
or
charm. You can use the
Headbutt,
same
Jeff.
skill.
Do it.
Or
I want to.
Resist it.
That's
Yeah.
a fail.
Yeah, so Dr. Davenport kind of gets in between the two of you and focuses on you, Bull, and tries to talk you out of this to sit back down and de-escalate the situation.
It's like, yes, just come take a seat beside me instead of bothering
No,
with
thank you.
Benji.
I will turn around and I will go back to the back of the train.
All right.
And I will, in my mind, I'd be like,
There's two that are gonna get off early.
Davenport, Davenport.
As I go and sit down.
Oh no! All right. With that, Mr. Hurst clears his throat, try to cut the tension. Shall we get down to business?
Oh, yes, sir.
Very good. So, by trade, well, let me introduce myself, Jacob Hurst. By trade, I'm a Native American ethnologist, and I was in this region back in 22. I was working with the Cheyenne in the region, and I heard tales of ghosts and other sorts of nonsense. And it all revolved around this Native American burial ground nearby. The people themselves, the Cheyenne, wouldn't talk of it. I heard of it from the settlers over in Binger, which is a town near the reservation, near this mound. And that's where we're ultimately heading to. We have to make a stop in Union City, and we have to get on horseback, and we'll have to make a trip via horseback out to Binger. Unfortunately, there's no train service out there, so hopefully you've gathered all your belongings you needed in Oklahoma City before we move forward. But, like I said, I heard tale of ghosts, spirits. I myself, with my own eyes, saw strange lights, blue lights emanating from this mound, like a bright beacon shining in the sky in the middle of the night. Magnificent! But there's nothing that could have produced that sort of light in nature. But everybody told me to stay away. I asked and I pried with the Cheyenne, and I try and get some information. I asked, are those your kinsfolk that are buried down there? Is it a burial mound? What is it? And they just told me, no, those people. They referred to them as those people, the old people, they who dwell below. So they have nothing to do with them. They are not their people whatsoever, and they seemed frightened when they spoke of them. There's a very old wise man there. He claims to be well over 100 years old. The name of Gray Eagle. And he claimed that there is a big spirit living underneath that mound. And I have to say that curiosity got the better of me. And one day, I went out there with a mule and a shovel in the day. And I set out to dig into that mound and get a better look and understanding of what was in there. Now, by the time I got there, the specter that's usually atop had disappeared. I couldn't track him whatsoever. But, we'll get to that later. Nothing about ghosts or anything like that at this point. But, rather, let's get back to what I found. I got out there, and I started to dig, and I dug, and I dug, for about 3/4 of an hour before my shovel finally hit something. And I dug up this relic, and he reaches under the table and he pulls out this something covered in a cloth. It's covered in a white cloth. It's about 24 inches high, maybe 12 inches wide, and he lifts this thing up. It seems heavy, and he sets it down on the table and he pulls back this white cloth sheet, and you see this statue of this hunched over figure with its hands and feet kind of the same angle. Big back is hunched up. You see wings on its back and an octopus-like face on it. So I found this very odd artifact in there. Are you familiar with Cthulhu? Any of you? No?
I don't believe that's not one of the Cheyenne gods. That's not Maheo or Wehoil.
Kind of laughs. No, much older, elder god. Said he slumbers in the oceans, waiting for a sign to awaken one day. But, well, it's neither here nor there. But this thing, look at it. And everybody looking at it, you can make me an archaeology or anthropology roll. Kind of looking over it, and he presents it for you to study. It is covered in strange runes, like the likes of you've never seen before. Kaz, you look this thing over, and this is not carved of any stone found on Earth. You've never seen minerals such as this.
Johnstown Samos, you do know that there's no minerals like this on Earth. This is... this is not from this planet. I mean, I am no geologist, but I mean, I know the statuary. This is not right.
He gets kind of excited, and he's like, he like buys into your energy. He goes, yes, I know. This is why we need to find out what's there. It has consumed me for the last few years. After that, the day just seemed to go by. I lost all track of time. Next thing I know, it's dusk. The sun is going down. I was warned never to be here at night. I heard voices all around me. I heard the sound of hooves thundering on the plains around me, but yet there was nobody near. There was no animals. So I did as fast as I could. I gathered this up. I got back to my mule, and I rode back into Binger, where I told the others of what I had seen, and I showed them the object. And the locals told me tales of others who had made their way out there over the decades and over the years and found similar things, or have never come back, or come back insane. And I want to make it our quest to go out there and find out what else is there, what is underneath there, what is hiding, what are these old people, who are these that are referred to as they who dwell below. We are going to uncover and find out exactly what is under that mound.
So you've just been like carrying this around in your pocket for like weeks?
No, not in my pocket. This thing is too large to be in my pocket. I've had it for years. And I've wanted to know more ever since.
And you say that this is some sort of water creature? Like the Mene or Axictea?
No, this is much more. Are you familiar with Yig? No? The snake god? No?
Oh, I mean, I know of Set and Sekhmet and several snake gods.
Nyarlathotep.
These words, they mean nothing to me. No, I mean, I have studied some of the occult libraries throughout the world, but I don't know. I do not know these names. What you said?
Nyarlathotep? No.
Nyarlathotep? No. Yig, you say?
Maybe
Yig,
maybe I didn't hire the right man for the job. And he kind of looks away.
He's like, and he looks up as well, and he goes. Kaz goes, maybe you didn't hire the right person for the job, but I would be very excited to see where this takes us anyway. Do you have any manuscripts about these elder gods that you speak of? I would be fascinated in studying their mythology.
No. I have seen texts, and it has taken its toll on me. And you when he says that, you see kind of like make me a psychology roll. Anybody can make a psychology roll. He's talking to basically all of you. You're all kind of hunched around the table, listening to this man speak. Benji.
I'll spend the luck to get
make that
there.
a success.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, like, all right. So Lucy and Annie and Kaz, all of you, you see, like, when he says that it's taken a toll, it is. You see, he's a little off at that point. You see him kind of look off into space, and he's elsewhere for a moment. And he snaps out of it and comes back.
Again, sir, I would ask you, what do you see when you look off like that?
You don't want to see what I see. I have read... You asked about texts. I have read texts. I have read things. I have uncovered things. I said it's taken its toll on me. I feel that this will be the last of my journeys once we uncover what's down there. But I do not want that burden upon you.
Knowledge is never a burden. Knowledge is never a burden. Knowledge is... Hold on. Let me not... I've got to jot some of these notes down. Knowledge is never a burden. All right. Yes, sir.
Why don't you can make me like a charm or fast talk or... You could try to convince this guy of something. What do you want to...
Intimidate him.
Not intimidate.
No, I mean, I'll go with charm. My charm and fast talk are equally horrible.
Okay.
So, because he's not that charming of a guy, this crazy scientist.
No, he goes.
No, yeah.
If we make it out of here, alive, perhaps, I can share that information with you. That kind of startles all of you, like, alive.
Sir, I dream every night of sleeping in the trenches during the war. I'm not afraid of not making it through the night. But if we're pursuing knowledge, that might be worth it. Worth the risk.
I second that.
You fought in the Great War?
Oh, yes.
Thank you for your service.
It was what had to be done. I mean, it was the war. What else would one do but fight in a war? I mean, it was a very large war. I'm fairly yes. They told me you have to go enlist. It's the war, and
It
so
was the
I
Great
did.
War.
It was not great. It was terrifying, and I frequently screamed myself to sleep. But I did fight. Yes.
Very good, very good. Do you have any questions for me, anyone? Is there anything I can answer? Any further information or details? Everything will become more clear once we get there. I can show you the mound. We can talk a little bit more and see what's there. I don't want to spoil too much for you. I said too much with the man there at the mound. I'm sorry.
Bull's gonna be like in the back a little bit, and he'll have one of his cans of beans open, and he's like kind of scooping it in his mouth
With his
and
hand?
he will say, "Yeah,"
Okay.
and he'll say,
How much this pay?
Oh, yes, we have not spoken about the matter of payment. I will pay you all $50.
and he'll spit the beans out.
To
$50 to go dig up a hole?
Yeah, to excavate this mound.
Okay, I'm in.
Oh, that was quite easy. He says, kind of surprised.
And he will speak
And,
up and say
I'll
that.
lean down, by the way, and I'll pick the beans up that I spit.
I can get you a spoon for that, Mr. Freeport.
No,
There's
thank you.
silverware there on the table.
Oh,
And I will reach down and grab the silverware, and I'll put a couple in my pocket.
Sure.
And then I'll start.
Do you want to do sleight of
scooping
hand,
it.
or are you just going to let everybody see you do it?
Sure, I'll roll it. I like rolling.
We're
I like
we're
rolling these
getting
10% or
Cthulhu
less.
groove here, where it's like roll for everything.
I'm gonna burn luck on this one.
All right,
So
but you know that does,
Oh my
doesn't go
gosh.
towards your advancement. But okay,
Yeah.
you burn some luck.
I still
you
wanna do it.
pocket some silverware. There's like some forks and knives and such missing, and nobody saw you. Yes, $50. $50 to complete this excavation. I don't think it's going to take more than a couple weeks, to be honest. But I almost forgot. I got word that there's a rival expedition also heading out there. There's someone else who is interested in this mound, and we need to get there before them and lay claim to this thing. Well, I can't really lay claim. It's not ours. It's the Cheyennes, but we gotta try and get it. Well, that's why you're here, Mr. Freeport, too. You handle the legal details.
smash him.
No. Handle the legal capacity of this.
Right, legally smash him in court.
Yes.
It's Yale
exactly.
humor.
Yes, Yale humor.
He says with a bean in his beard.
He chuckles. Yale humor.
I mean, he's eating beans with his hands. Come on, guys.
He's
Is
using a
this
spoon
really?
now.
Is this really gonna go for that long?
Your
You
owl
have it
just-
now.
Your owl
We
just
all
pooped
have
on my
our crosses to
Chesterfield.
bear.
Yeah, I'm here to guide everyone and make sure that we don't get lost.
I have a feeling no one wants to follow you, sir.
You know
Annie
what?
will pipe up and ask. So, you mentioned that there is a rival expedition now.
Yes.
Have you
Yes.
sent other expeditions out
No,
in the years?
No,
prior?
that is what was also forced me to move forward faster than I was anticipating. But I still have contacts with the Cheyenne. I have contacts in Bingham, and they let me know that yes, there's a rival expedition. There are people heading out there. Mr. A.W. Wyatt, I'm sure you're familiar with his name. He's a railroad tycoon. He has taken interest in this Native American burial mound, and he is sending his own team out there to go dig it up and excavate it. We must get there before him. He is a collector of antiquities, and I'm fear that he is just out there to loot it. He is not concerned with the history of the Cheyenne people. He's not going to respect them, and he's not going to go about this the right way. And everything that they find there is going to disappear into his own personal collection.
That's not right.
That's not right.
Mr. Hurst, Mr. Hurst,
Yes.
will the Cheyenne be opposing us?
The Cheyenne will not. Well, see, when we get there, I would like to go speak to Grey Eagle. I would like to ask for forgiveness for what I did, and I would like his approval to go there. I don't know if we're gonna get it, but like I said, he is the oldest of that tribe that lives near there on the reserve, and he's a very wise man. He's seen many things, and he told me a few tales of strange things that have happened there. And I think it wise once we get to Bingham that we go meet with Grey Eagle and just get his blessing to do so. I don't know if he'll do it, but I would feel better if he would.
Can we talk about the word you use, specter?
Yes?
Could you elaborate, or what did you really mean by that?
Oh, well, there are two ghosts that are seen on the mound day and night. The locals, it's common day to them. They pay no attention to it.
They're like friendly ghosts, or?
Well, I don't know. I've heard tales, but there's two. There's one during the day. There's a man who paces on top of the mound at the daytime, and at night there's that of a female who lets off a blue glow to her, and she's headless. Her ghost is headless.
You've never spoken to these creatures?
No.
Well, one of them's headless. How could he talk to them?
When I approached the mound, the man disappeared.
point.
I told you, he disappeared into nowhere. There's some brush around the base, and I followed where he went step behind the mound, and I couldn't find any trace of him. But I would not dare be there at night. I'm not that foolish. We're not going to be out there at night either.
Oh, I don't know. I might like to see this headless, blue, glowing female ghost.
Oh.
That excellent could make a very interesting in my dissertation. Yes, yes.
With a spyglass, you can see it from Bingham clearly.
Oh.
Like I said, the locals are aware of it. It's just matter of fact to them. Come to live with it.
Do they ever encounter the ghosts, or the ghosts ever harm anyone?
The only harm I've ever heard is if you go to the mound. Where we're going, of course. But
Something
Yeah.
tragic probably happened there to keep them tethered. We had a little bit of that where I'm from. Yale.
yes, from Yale.
Headless ghosts roam Yale? That's interesting.
Uh-huh. It's all the talk.
Yep,
You'll
that's
have to
our
tell me
lawyer.
more.
Yep, that's it. That's our lawyer right there.
Spoken like a true Yale man.
Yeah, true.
So we have a couple hours journey ahead of us to Union City, and from Union City we'll get some horses and head west. I have already arranged for all of the belongings for expedition to arrive ahead of time in Bingham. Anything we'll need: shovels, picks, TNT, anything like that. So we just need to travel there, and like I said, we'll have to go by horseback over the land. It'll take us about half day.
Did you hire any laborers to do the digging?
Wow, that's part of the $50.
And he looks around to everyone in the cart and like kind of looks at Annie and considers her, and then
You expect them to do physical labor throughout the day?
Well, it was outlined in their credentials that they would have no problems with. Well, maybe Lucy, but everybody else.
Oh, I'll dig. I'll dig to get to the secrets. Absolutely.
Okay. Fair enough.
Now, I think we're going to need Apache's tears for each of us. Pieces of obsidian. I can make a ghost charm, I think. I mean, I've heard about how to do it. I've never done it, but I think I can do it for all of us. But it may not work. But I've heard it does.
Thank you. So
Yes.
It's my pleasure, sir.
Whatever would help.
Yes. I don't think Big Bertha there is going to do much against these ghosts, Mr. Benji.
Oh no,
Riverbee?
it's just it's for big game. Just in case something charges at you or something, you gotta protect yourself. That's the Canadian way.
There are wolves and coyotes and such out here, so yes. buffalo.
You're gonna see Annie's gonna sort of pat her bag, and she has like a old rusted shotgun, and she's just sort of gonna look at Benji's and say like, "Oh, you have a much fancier shotgun."
Oh, thanks. I could help you get a new one if you ever need to. Or unless you're partial to that, I would never want to, crash your style.
We only replace things when it's needed. So until this starts jamming a bit, might be in need of a new one.
So Bull will lean over to Kaz, offer him some beans from his can, and he'll whisper, not particularly loudly,
I think he might be compensating for something with the size of that gun.
and slap him really hard on the back, like too hard, but like encourage, like it was a friendly intent.
Oh, you may have something there, sir. I'll take some of those beans. And he puts his fingers in. He's an old soldier. He eats the beans like he's like, and remind me, we need to get a pound of salt and iron nails. Iron nails, a pound of salt, and obsidian. Yes, all of those things. I've got to get my notebook.
Pound of obsidian.
No. Pound of salt, iron.
Pound of salt.
Iron nails and obsidian.
Iron nails.
Yes,
Obsidian.
Yes. Obsidian. Yes.
Check.
And wait, you have very interesting calcium deposits on your. I can see them there.
He very quickly cut.
Sorry, sir. I didn't realize my hat had become askance.
Oh, I find it fascinating.
He just kind of puts it down. That's all he says.
And then Kaz also pats him on the back, trying to pat him with the same level of enthusiasm, and basically probably doesn't even feel it.
Yeah. But you ate some of his beans, so I feel like you made a friend today. Yeah.
All right. So if you don't have any other questions for Mr. Hurst, the journey is going to continue on to Union City. Pretty uneventful. Food will be served, drinks. You can all lounge in this room together, get to know one another a little bit better. He seems like an odd man. He kind of sits at a table by himself a lot, and he'll stare at that little statue, or he'll stare out the window and just kind of get lost and not engage unless engaged.
Mr. Hurst,
Yes.
you said you found this statue at the dig site, or where we're going.
Yes. I uncovered it. Yes.
How deep was it buried?
That's a good question.
Was it in a chamber? Was it
I
the only
don't-
thing you found there?
I just remember my shovel striking it. I don't. Most of that day is a blur to me. I have a really hard time recollecting. I tried hypnosis and everything to try and figure out what took place that day, but nothing seems to work. Like I said, I just kind of snapped to at dusk, and that's when terror set in, and I heard the noises around me, and I fled.
Were you out there by yourself or part of an expedition?
I was out there foolishly. I went out by myself. I one day, I took some. It was a Sunday. It's the Lord's Day, and I went out there on my mule, and I thought I would dig and see what was really. I thought these things foolish. These lights, these ghosts. There was a trick of the light, a trick of the eye. There's not much more than that, right?
Mr. Hurst, and he's looking at him really closely now, because when you dream at night, what do you dream of?
I dream of large, unspeakable creatures that will consume us all and take over the earth one day and reclaim what is theirs.
So hold on, you're worried about my owl, and he's talking
What?
about earth-eating creatures.
I didn't say eating.
Earth-consuming. You just said it's gonna kill us all, and he's talking about my owl.
No, they're gonna come back and reclaim what's theirs. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
It seems like something we should worry about.
No.
You didn't say this was a life or death situation.
I was kidding about if we survive, make it out of there alive.
You're as good of a liar as
You
the
can-
lawyer that we have.
Yeah, if you. What, come on.
So
You can spot hidden on him, or you can do psychology
I'll
if you want.
spot hidden.
Psychology.
I'm gonna definitely spot hidden on him too.
Oh, spot hidden? Okay, I'll get down on that.
Wait, mine didn't.
Bloody
work.
hell!
What was that? There was an opposed.
Ah,
I don't know. I tried to do my bonus dice and it like went all
That was weird. Game Master opposed, and there's Seamus's character image came up. That was weird.
Ooh,
Ooh.
Benji.
Oh, Benji! Wow, extreme success. Yeah, you can tell there is clear danger here. He's not letting on nearly all that there is to this story, and you see right through him.
Look, you should tell us everything that's going on. I mean, we have some people that don't look like they're exactly prepared, you know, for some serious problems that you're really not talking about. And you're saying we're all gonna not make it. You know, that's not that cool, man.
Well, you know, like I said, there are tales of youths from the village heading out there, brave young men who ventured forth and thought they would uncover the secrets of the Mound, and some never returned, and some returned, and they took their lives after what they saw. But that's not going to happen to us. We're learned men and women. We're intelligent. We know what we're doing. We're all experts in our field.
Are we?
Yes.
Yes.
Don't be
Yes,
so
yes,
hard on yourselves, Benji.
You know, I have heard, like I said, connections to this mound with Yig, the snake god, or Cthulhu, or other elder gods. But we need not worry about such things.
And we don't need to worry about such things because these elder gods are going to come back and reclaim what is theirs, according to what you said.
Yes,
that is correct, right?
That's right, the Earth. But that won't happen for millennia.
And you're happy about the fact that they're coming back to reclaim what is theirs.
No, I didn't say
okay,
that.
okay.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
Is this like a religious belief or? I don't understand why you're so adamant about all of us.
It's in the texts. I'll tell you what. If we make it out of here alive, I invite you all to my home in Arkham, and I will share the texts and what I have uncovered.
He said it again. Why does he keep
What?
saying it like that?
What I've uncovered, and you're free to read them and learn more yourselves, and you can see what I have seen.
You know, we had a snake reptile fella back where I'm from. He wasn't that tough. I used to beat him wrestling all the time, so I'm not too worried. He said his egg was snake fella, so
Was
didn't
this was
need
at
to do
Yig?
it again. Yeah.
This was at Yale?
Yeah, fraternity park.
Oh, one of those secret societies.
Yeah, that's right.
You were on the wrestling team. Impressive.
Did a little of this, a little of that. Yeah, rough them up. I've got extracurriculars, what they call them. They look good on your transcripts and such.
And they didn't teach you like to speak properly or anything? You just
Oh,
came out like this?
Benji.
Wait, you're talking that way, and you're saying I'm speaking problematic. You look like you sound like you're constantly running out of air. Are you okay?
I'm totally fine. This is how all Canadians sound.
It's not true.
False fact.
Thank you, Tyler. I was waiting for you to jump in there.
I represent the whole of Canada with this voice.
Oh no!
Okay. All right. Hey, ha 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 ha. Time to keep it down, you two. This is Mr. Hurst. Yeah, is that everything? I really need to get some rest. I'm quite tired these days. Do you mind if I just nod off for a while?
Of course not, sir. Absolutely, Mr. Hurst. I appreciate you taking the time to help me work on my notes. Thank you.
He looks. Yeah, you're welcome. He looks at his pocket watch. We've got about 4 more hours till we'll reach Union Station, and we'll have some horses waiting for us there. You've all ridden horses before, right?
Oh, of course, yes, yeah.
Okay, right.
Just Moose.
I once had a fist fight a pony, so it's probably that easy. It's fine.
No one's concerned with all the stories he's saying. Nobody? Okay. Just gonna go over here in the corner and look at the map.
Good to have stories. This is why we go on adventures, so that we have stories. This is not why we're all here.
You don't drink the Kool-Aid too, Annie. I thought you were cool.
Have an adventure and tell a story.
I like what you're saying. Yes, that's an adventure and a story. That's what my dissertation needs. The story. Yes, the story.
$50.
And $50. Yes, that's
Do we
that's
get
nice
any
too.
of that up front, by the way?
He's like nodding off. What? Money? Yes. I can give you 25 now. Get 25 when we're done.
Yeah, deal. That sounds good.
All right. He reaches into pulls out a wallet, and it's like a giant wad of cash in this. That cash. There's $25 for you, and $25. He goes around the room. Okay. Everyone. Does that square everything up? Are we good?
Yeah, go take your nap. It's fine.
Thank you.
I'll keep an eye on them.
Thank you, Mr. Freeport.
Who? Right, yeah.
So he nods off. He goes to sleep. He's got the statue sitting on the table in front of him. Anybody want to do anything in the meantime, or are we just going to fast forward to Union City?
I want to look at one thing. Are there files on all of us, like on his desk? Like,
No.
Are the applications or anything?
But you could go through his belongings and see if he has anything.
Yes.
Are you just out in the open there? You're just gonna start going.
I will roll stealth, and I will try and like pretend I'm playing with.
So
Alf.
there's like a briefcase underneath the big grand table in the middle of the room. And that's where the kind of the statue is down there. You could go over there. That's the only thing you look around the room you see that might stand out that would have information on all of you. So you go ahead and roll me a stealth roll.
A 20.
Okay. So you wait
Wow.
till everybody's kind of looking out the window, or they're engaged in conversations, or they're got their face in a can of beans, and you wander over there and you kind of shoulder up to the table and just kind of grab that briefcase, put it to your side or no one can see it, and you take it and you kind of go off to corner where nobody else is. And you go there and you find out it's locked.
I will roll locksmith.
Lockpick?
Or yeah, isn't it locksmith it was called, right?
It's locksmith
Yes.
in this,
Yep.
yeah.
All right. Roll locksmith.
Wow.
Oh! All right, extreme success. You get this thing open. There is no trace or track that anybody has popped this thing. You're able to jimmy it open. You're going to be able to relock it. There is no signs of forced entry whatsoever on the briefcase. You open it up, and in there are indeed write-ups on everybody who's part of this party. There is also an extensive book with extensive notes and findings on other Native American burial mounds found all over the U.S. and kind of like there's like little diagrams of mounds and little people in there and artifacts and treasures that have been found in all of them. You kind of like thumb through it. It doesn't align with anything he's talking about, anything that's been found in any of these other ones.
Okay. So I'll go through that, and then obviously I want to go through Mr. Freeport's file and see exactly what is in there, and I'm going to start copying it in my own notebook so that I can quiz him on all of the actual history of Freeport, as my character is extremely skeptical.
Sure.
I don't understand why. I feel like it's just I've just been a chameleon.
Yeah, you
Right?
blend in perfectly.
Blend in perfectly with upper society.
Wow.
According to everyone else,
you're out
you
to
do.
get Nathan Freeport.
I don't know why no one else thinks this is weird. We have some guy who's clearly not Mr. Freeport, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it."
So you're just jotting down like odd facts as you go through it.
Yeah, like his middle name, which he probably doesn't know. Like just weird, like where the address that he sent this from, like the stuff that is actually Mr. Freeport would know. I'm writing down.
Okay, so you jot down like a few items. We'll say like 7 to 10 items, just like facts on Mr. Freeport.
Yeah.
All right, and you put the lock down securely, and You walk on over and you just slide that briefcase on back where it was.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else want to, get any incriminating evidence against one another to to catch each other in a lie-in later so they can shoot them with their shotgun?
Annie's
Lu-
gonna go over to Dr. Lucy and introduce herself. And you'll see she's, again, just sort of like looking uncomfortable, kind of smoothing her clothes out. Because Annie has grown up Midwest on a farm, just sort of did the family business, and she's just gonna pepper you with questions about like, how did you get the opportunity to go to school and go to college and get an education? And so you're just gonna get this like, woman who's older than you, grease and dirt under her nails, who's just sort of fascinated by a woman professor.
Well, everything I have to give thanks to my mother. She put me on that path and made sure that I had certain doors open to me to make sure that I wouldn't be stopped in my progress of knowledge. But all of that sort of work and how well I did, that was all of my own two hands.
That's what everyone says. It's really about who you know. That's why I'm here, trying to get out in the world and meet new people. And you're confirming that it really is about who you know.
It's true. And Annie, you now know me. And she'll pull out a card, give it to Annie.
Oh, and she just wipe her hand off and take. Well, thank you.
Feel free to call me any time you need after this ride.
What do you think of everything that he said?
I simply want to explore and see what we find. Whether or not what they're saying is true means very little to me. I've found that it's best to focus on what you're wanting to go towards rather than what everyone else is trying to do. And it that
Forgot my Cthulhu Fest. Sorry, keep going. Don't let me interrupt you.
It was hard to keep a straight face there.
And Lucy will say, she's like, though I will say, I am quite interested in what Kaz will write in the future. I'm sure that there'll be many things on our journey that he will put into that. And how they think of us, and if we will be in those. And then she actually pauses and turns to Kaz and says, are you including us in your notes, or just the stuff that we find and what we uncover?
Dr. Lucy, that is a very, very perceptive question and very interesting. And I think, I'm fairly certain, as long as none of you are going to sue me, that you'll all be in the paper, because it's a narrative. Like Annie said, it's got to be a story about what we find. And what's a story without characters? And you are a character, Dr. Lucy. That I know. Well, hold on. Let me check my. Yes, I have written down here. Dr. Lucy is a very interesting character. I wonder what her science disciplines are. What are they? What are you a doctor of, Annie?
Well,
Lucy, I'm so sorry.
That is okay. Well, first, if you are going to put our names in your book, you better have my full name. I am Dr. Cecile Lucille Davenport.
Ah, Dr. Cecile Lucille Davenport. Do you prefer Dr. Cecile, Dr. Lucille, Dr. Lucy, Dr. Cecile Lucy, or Dr. Davenport, or a combination of any of the above? In writing, and in person.
Kaz, I like you very much, and Dr. Lucy will be perfectly fine.
Excellent footnote. Dr. Lucy is perfectly fine. That's not an indication. That's a quote. Quote. Dr.
Yes.
Lucy is fine.
As for what my doctorates are in, they're in biology and geology. I'm here mainly for the geology part, but I highly doubt we'll find anything biology-wise, but if it comes up, I'll be sure to give you all the info you require and to put into that little notebook of yours.
You are so. What did you think of the mineral characteristics of that statue? I mean, I don't think it's from this planet. I think I can't recognize it, but I'm not a geologist. You are a geologist.
It's nothing I've ever seen in my studies. That's why I'm very excited to look at more of what we find at the site.
Oh, that's very interesting. Very interesting.
And then
Annie-
she turns back to Annie, and she's like, "Oh, sorry, I got caught up.
no.
I
No,
love
that's
having
fine.
my names in books."
Well, and
You,
Kaz, so you know, my name is actually Anne Margaret
And Margaret.
Rasmussen.
And Margaret.
Oh, are we going around the
Rasmussen.
table and saying all of our full names? I can do me next.
Rasmussen. And you prefer Miss Rasmussen, Mrs. Rasmussen, Anne Rasmussen, or
Just
Annie?
Annie. I
Just
I don't do
Annie.
formalities. Just Annie.
Just Annie doesn't do formalities. All right. Thank you.
Oh, I'll go next. I'm Benjamin Harris Riverbee. You can just put Benji.
Benji.
Oh, your turn, Mr. Freeport. Your turn, Mr. Freeport. Go ahead.
You can just call me Bull.
Bull Freeport. I like
Yeah,
that.
that's what my-
Bull Freeport.
Yeah, that's what my friends call me. It's all good. He seemed like a friendly guy.
I did like your beans, Bull. Thank you so much. Make a note. Buy beans for the expedition. Yes.
Mhm. You're good for you. Got your vitamins and nutrients and things
Protein.
like
A good non-meat source of protein. Found that out during the war. We didn't have any meat. We had a lot of beans.
that. Yeah, I had a lot of beans too where I came from. They didn't really give us much at all, just scraps and things like that. You know?
Perseverance. I
At
like
Yale,
that.
they gave you scraps. I find that really hard to believe.
Have you gone to Yale?
I heard it's like one of those Ivy League schools. They're really fancy.
Yeah, for some folk.
I don't know. What's that mean?
I mean, for other folk, it wasn't, and that was me.
So, do you have a middle name, Mr. Freeport?
So I feel like he would know the middle name one because he did go through the guy's
Oh, you
belongings.
did go. You went through his
I
wallet.
feel like he would know
You
that one.
Did he did go through his
Yeah.
wallet? He did say
I
this.
mean, Benji doesn't know that.
It is
Yeah.
Buford.
Yeah, it's Buford. It's where
Oh.
Bull comes from. Bull, it's a thing.
There's no L's in Buford.
Yeah, I know, but it was the Bu thing.
It'd be like Buleford. Buell. You should be Buell.
No, I really shouldn't. It's not really a word.
Oh, okay.
All right, the train is getting ready to pull into the station after your failed attempt to catch him in a lie.
I got 9 more. Don't worry.
Oh, jeez.
The thing is, though, it's like you catch him in a lie. I'm not sure that's a good thing.
Someone's gonna die if you catch him in a lie.
Catch him in a lie, quick headbutt. That's it.
One of
You can't
the
get
two
your
of you
gun
will
out
die.
when you're going through your notes. Oh man.
All right, so we head into the station. It pulls in as the stream releases and the whistle blows. Mr. Hurst wakes up. He goes, "Are we? That didn't take long. We're here."
Yes, we did arrive, and you were sleeping, but not soundly. It's interesting, sir. Very interesting.
Yes. Welcome, Raider. Welcome, Raiders. Yes. I don't sleep very well these days. That's why I grab a wink whenever I can.
The dreams, the stuff is gonna consume us and all that.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yep.
Can I do an occult roll? I mean, is there anything that we can glean from what he told us about his dreams that's not directly Cthulhu mythos?
I was gonna say Cthulhu Mythos roll if you want to do that.
Not with my zero.
No, like a cult won't really help you with that. The crowd just got really loud again.
Quiet down, we're talking.
Let me see here. I'll give you a cult, but it's got to be an extreme success.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Can anybody with a cult roll that?
I got
Or
it.
just him?
Sure.
Okay.
Got a 32, so not an extreme
Not enough.
success.
Close.
So I have to hit extreme, right? You have to
Extreme,
from the drop down. Okay. Nope. Not a chance.
Said I rolled it.
No, none of you. You're all kind of like going over the words in your head, the things that he said, the things he spoke of, and just like, this guy's a little off his rocker, but he's got a lot of money. So, and this shouldn't be that hard of a job just to dig up a mound, a burial mound. So let's make our money. Let's get this over with. You all have skin in the game here. There's things that will help you in your professions with some of you, and other of you, it's money and stuff like that. So you all have
Some of the experts, yeah, they'll get something.
a reason to be here, all of you, and to take this on. So you kind of just shrug it off. You're like, ramblings. The guy's a little nuts, but whatever. His money's good. So you pull into Union Station. You gather your belongings, and there are a team of horses waiting nearby at the livery for all of you. There's a horse for each of you, and there are 3 extra horses to put all of your baggage and luggage and belongings on as you do the ride out to Bingham in Cato County, Oklahoma. And I think that's probably, we're just about time here. It's a good place to leave off. We'll continue with our journey to Bingham, and we'll get there, and we'll see some ghosts and some other things. So let's do a round table here. Everybody can plug what they got going on this week, where you can find all these other wonderful people that are in this game and what they got happening. So Tyler, where can people find you, and what do you have going on?
People can find me at FoolTheDM here on Twitch, or all the social medias. As for what's going on, well, tomorrow I'm gonna play the new Battlefield beta, as that is starting tomorrow, and I am very excited to try that out.
Can anybody get in on that? How'd you get that?
You can get into it early if you pre-order it, but it will be open for everybody in like 3 days, I think, or something. Cool. I think it's the 7th or the 8th, so either way, you'll be able to try it out.
Let's check it out.
And of course on Sundays, I'm doing Aliens, as always, and then back here next week on Tuesday. Super excited. Loving this character so much.
Yes.
I can't wait.
It's been an interesting start. Your old GM has been on their toes. We almost had PvP session 1.
We were warned.
Jeff, what do you got going on? Where can we find you?
So run a group called Adventures in Lollygagging. We're over at twitch.tv/thelollygaggers. Fridays, we've been playing Impossible Landscapes for Delta Green. Saturdays, we've been doing Blades in the Dark. Monday, we got Ultraviolet Grasslands. And then I'll also be over on Garblag Games on Thursday running a different Delta Green game. You can see some of the people on the screen here in that game.
Very awesome. Melissa?
Yep, same. You can check out videos of our past stuff on YouTube, Adventures in Lollygagging.
Awesome. Links are in the chat. Evan, what do you got going on the rest of this week?
Thursday, Delta Green, Garblag Games. Sunday. Oh, we're not playing this Sunday. Canadian I would know. Benji knows. Canadian Thanksgiving. Benji knows. So next Sunday we'll continue with Alien.
Now, is it true that the turkey for Canada is replaced with owl? Is that just what it is? Is that the ceremonial
that is
foul for?
Yeah, that I saved Alf from Canadian Thanksgiving. It was going to be cooked, and I
pardoned owl.
Yeah,
the pardoned owl. As always, the Prime Minister picks it themselves. The pardoned owl, you know.
Sure,
oh my goodness! Don't start this, Tyler. Don't get these ideas in your head.
Sound like facts to me. That's what that
sounds. It sounds like truth to Benji.
Yeah.
Aaron, what do you have going on the rest of this week?
So tomorrow on Garblag Games at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, I'll be playing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition, Once Upon a Time in the Old World. Thursday on Garblag Games at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, we'll be playing Star Trek Adventures. And then Thursday night on Garblight Games, we will be playing some Delta Green. And nothing on Friday. Saturday on Garblight Games at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, we'll be playing a one-shot of the final rules of the One Ring. Then Sunday, no aliens. And then back here next Tuesday on Garblight Games at 3 p.m., I'll be playing Dodeca. And then back here, Dodeca. And then back here Tuesday night.
That's right. All right, yes, and you can find me this week. I'll be playing in Jeff's Delta Green game, that way, on Garblight Games on Thursday night, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, same time as this. We'll be back next Tuesday with the next episode of Call of Cthulhu, The Mound. Thank you, everybody who joined us. Big thank you to Syrinscape for having us on here. It's a lot of fun, and we'll keep this going for the next 5 weeks. Have a great night, everybody. We're going to exit out on the wonderful intro that was made for us, and we're gonna find someone to raid on our way out of here. Have a great night. There we go. Now my mic's working. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties, as always happens. Welcome back to another Tuesday here on the Syrinscape channel. We're playing Call of Cthulhu, the adventure The Mound, an original adventure based on the H.P. Lovecraft story. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the first episode that's now up on YouTube. Just a reminder that those get uploaded every Friday to the YouTube channel. So if you miss it live, you can always catch it there. If you watch part of this, you can finish it over there. Tonight we're going to pick up with episode 2. We'll do a little bit of a recap. We're going to roll some luck, and then we're going to jump into it. So let's start by doing a round table. Everybody introducing their characters, who they're playing, please. Starting with Tyler.
Well, I'm playing Dr. Lucy. Full name, Dr. Cecile Lucille Davenport, a scientist. And she's going to be checking out some biology and geology stuff and hoping to figure some things out and put her brain to use and make, I think we were getting like $25 or $50 or something like that, which is a lot of money in this period of time. So she's excited.
I think was there $50? I don't even remember what I offered.
It was 25 up front.
Oh, it was 50.
Yeah, it was 50. I don't even remember what I offered.
So she's counting her bills, making sure all's in check, but she's otherwise good.
This is where I need to borrow your notes. I need to pull it up. Can I see your notes? How much did I tell you I'd pay you?
$2,000.
$2,028.
Well, we would not be here.
They're pretty important.
You would just beat the guy up, the quest giver, and run away. You would just take $1,000 up front and run away. Awesome. Jeff, can you tell us about your character?
Sure. I am playing Nathan Freeport, a renowned Yale lawyer, class of 1908. He focuses on contract law. I'm playing the Brazen Bull, who is a escaped carnival sideshow. I don't want to say freak, but basically that's what he is. He's got like Hellboy like deposits on his head, and he's a big lumbering idiot. He conked a guy over the head and stole his train ticket, and now he's gonna get shot. So probably what's gonna happen to poor Bull, living a horrible life. But yeah, class of 1908. That's what I figured out.
Class of 1908.
Yep.
I love it. Okay, Melissa, can you tell us about Annie?
So I'm playing Annie Rasmussen. She is a mechanic from a farm in Omaha, Nebraska. She's good at machinery type things like driving and heavy machines and all of that kind of stuff. And rumor was we're about to ride horses, which is going to go horribly wrong.
See, I didn't say that, but I put the fear of riding horses in all of you.
Yes, you did.
So we'll see. I did. I just have to hint at horses, and then you're like, because I don't think, nobody put any points into that.
Yeah, it only has, it starts with like 5. I assume that good old Benji has some.
Do you?
I hope so.
Being from the frontier of Canada, why not?
I mean, I have moose riding. I don't have horse riding.
Please have a moose. Yes, please.
No moose.
No.
Aaron, can you tell us about Kaz?
Sure. So I'm playing Kazimir Rhine, Kaz to his friends. He's a graduate of the fledgling Northwestern School of Psychology. Then he went and fought in World War One. Afterwards, he hooked up with some shadier professors and instructors and started studying parapsychology. He's a bit of an odd fellow, and he's very interested in finding out what's in this mound.
Yes. Indeed. And last but not least, our Canadian from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, Benji Riverbee.
Yes, I think you have to swap me and Aaron on the overlay. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was
do
just
that
about to
right
say
now.
that.
I can do that right now.
Yes, Benji Riverbee is a tall, looks like an adult version of the little boy from Up. Tall, just kind of really big cheeks, just kind of like a chubby person, but he has high spirits and Big Bertha giant shotgun that he is not scared to use. And he is on a quest to figure out if this lawyer is really a lawyer, which he's almost 99% sure based off the documents that he was able to steal.
You're leaving the door open.
That he's not a lawyer, but we'll see what transpires with that. And he's just here to be explorer, and he's a rogue too, so he's a little bit of a daredevil.
A rogue?
For Canadian. Yeah, he's a rogue explorer. That's his.
Okay. All right. I see.
I like it.
I see.
Yeah.
Do us Canadians proud.
I'll do my best.
All right. So what
Need some
happened?
Haze
We're
and a
gonna do that.
boots.
We're gonna do luck. We'll do luck after this. But what happened last week? Okay, you all answered a newspaper clipping. Do I have the write up here in front of me? That what it said? Seeking adventurous types for Expedition Oklahoma. Sent credentials 4375 West Essex Road, Arkham, Massachusetts, care of Jacob Hurst. Only those with strong character and fortitude need apply. So you all applied, amongst others, as far as you know, and you were all accepted, with the exception of Brazen Bull, who just kind of showed up.
Whoa. Come on now. I've got a ticket.
You got a telegram back saying that you had been selected for the expedition. You were to meet in Oklahoma City on the 5th of September, and a ticket will be waiting for you at the booth in your name. You all arrived at various means at various times, but you all eventually found yourselves on the train with a Mr. Jacob Hurst, who is our financier of this expedition, and he spoke of this Native American burial ground that he encountered back at 22 when he was in the area on business. And he had heard all sorts of crazy tales about this thing, and one day he set out on his own to go get a closer look at it and do a little digging, and he found a strange little statue of Cthulhu while he was there, and it's kind of consumed him ever since. And that's why he's launched this expedition. I think that's the gist of it. Did I miss anything?
There's a rival expedition being led by A.W. Wyatt.
Yes, there is. The railroad tycoon. I don't know if I said
Yeah,
that last
I
think
wrote that
did.
down too. I got that.
Yes. I had AJ Wyatt, but yeah, I think
It's
that's
close enough. Is that a football player? It sounds like.
no.
No? I
maybe.
don't know. I think that's it. And then you were given some details. You asked a few questions. He didn't have really a lot of answers. You're going to meet up. He wants to go meet with a gentleman by the name of Gray Eagle, who lives on the reserve near the mound there. He's ancient old man. He wants to kind of ask for his permission to go take a closer look at this thing. And you were going to stop in Union City. You're going to get some ponies, and you're going to ride the rest of the way to Bingham, and your supplies were supposed to be waiting for you when you got there. So he told you didn't need to worry about any of that nonsense if you feel like you may have missed anything. But I think that's it. I think that covered everything. We're still on the train. We're pulling into Union City. So what we need to do at the top of every session now going forward is we have to roll luck. We are using Pulp Cthulhu luck and Pulp Cthulhu rules for this. That means everybody rolls a D100 or roll your luck. Press luck on your character sheet. If you roll higher than your current luck score, you gain 2d10 plus 10 luck. If you rolled lower, you gain 1d10 plus 5.
2d10 plus 10?
Yeah.
2d10. This is pulp rules here, baby.
And the max is 100?
Max is 100. You can't go over 100.
And maxed out, baby.
Wow.
Oh, you rolled an 8? Who rolled it? Is that you, Aaron?
Yeah. Yeah. So not only did I succeed, I also rolled really badly. So this evening could
Same
go
here.
sideways.
Poor Lucy.
So Luke,
They got 76 luck now, so that's fine.
luck can be used for a variety of things, but usually it's used for just succeeding on rolls.
Mhm.
We can push rolls, we just never do it because the consequences are grave. So we just
They sure are.
we just use luck.
You really sold it on for us right there. I
Yeah.
totally want to push a roll now.
Push a roll, Jeff. I'm gonna run you over with the train.
The keeper's job. That's
right,
exactly what
okay.
it is.
All right. Well, speaking of trains, let me get my Syrinscape going here, and let's. We're gonna be pulling into the station, if you will. You've been riding on this train. Where? There we go. Pulling into the station is the name of this track.
That's nice.
Ooh.
All right. So I believe that Mr. Hurst, he kind of dozed off. He kind of sat at the window. He's been staring off into space every once in a while. He stares at this little statuette that he put on the table in front of him. And he was going to doze off for a little while. So that leaves the five of you to just kind of chat with one another. You can wander the train as it pulls in the station. You can explore a little bit. What do you all want to do?
So I think Kaz will walk up to Benji, but he's not looking at Benji. He's looking right at the owl. He's like,
Oh, yeah.
I think you're not like one of the bad owls. No. You're like Nick to me. Yes. Minerva's owl. I'll call you Nick. You'll be a personification of wisdom. That's it. You're Nick. And I'm Kaz.
His name's Alf. You can't just change his name when I've already named him.
That's Nick, a personification of Minerva's wisdom to give us guidance.
I think Alf's uncomfortable with you being this close to him.
And Kaz is really close. He's like, oh. Well, all right. I wouldn't want to be too close to Nick. Everyone, have you met Nick? The owl.
His name says Alf, not Nick.
He claps Benji on the shoulder. It was wise of you to bring Nick along on the journey. It's Nick and his companion, Benji. Excellent.
I always thought of myself as the side character, so I'm okay with that.
What can I roll? This is not even roll, but just anyone looking at Lucy or even the hair in the corner of the eye, anyone could probably see she's trying to stifle some laughter.
It could be spot hidden. I don't know. Spot hidden.
Well, give it a shot.
Any of us
Farm
rolls, or-
rolls?
Yeah, if you we're not
Okay, I'll
farming
farm
rolls
a
here, but if
roll.
you
Hell
want
yeah.
to, you can out of the corner because Lucy, you've had a very straight-laced demeanor, have you not? This whole time, that's why
Yes.
you're breaking character here. So,
Pretty true.
Kaz, you notice this Brazen Bull. Yeah, you are completely oblivious. Annie, what has your attention with this?
Ooh.
With this massive failure, what are you fixated
Oh,
on
no.
right now? Oh, you're drawn into the glance of that statue. You too are locked in the gaze of this strange statue sitting in front of Mr. Hurst, and you can't peel your eyes off it. And you don't even notice what's going on around you. You're almost transported elsewhere as this thing sits there, and you get this strange, odd sensation emanating off of it, and you swear you hear like voices in your head.
Upon hearing that, I'm gonna try to turn to Dr. Lucy.
Yes.
So
Can you hear
if
it too?
hear what exactly? Seems like it's fairly quiet.
The hmm.
Perhaps is the owl making noise?
Oh no. Well,
Okay.
maybe you're not meant. Maybe you're not meant to hear it.
And she kind of
No.
like a little glint goes in her eye, and she pulls out her notebook, and she's like, "Tell me about what you're hearing."
So I describe the voices that I'm hearing.
Yeah, it's almost chanting in unison. It's multiple voices. You swear it was in the car with you.
I'm
Oh
gonna
wow!
just for the fun of it, can I roll listening?
Sure.
Oh, I'm gonna do that too to see if I'm like, okay, let's see.
It's just disembodied voices. You swear they're you figured everybody in this train, all 6 other people, or I guess 5 other, for Mr. Hurst and the 4 others, were chanting something, and you kind of like nodded off, and you're not sure if it was a dream or what. Lucy, you passed on your listen roll, so what are you listening for?
I'm listening for any weird noises because Annie seems pretty adamant that there's noises. And Dr. Lucy said they were friends, and this is what friends do for each other.
The only weird noise or strange noise you hear is Nick the Owl regurgitating a pellet in the corner.
Not Nick!
From the last mouse it ate.
Oh, okay. She's like that is a weird noise. Yes. She then decides to try to pull Annie's mind elsewhere, where she will say, so it seems like you are interested in school in some capacity. Is there something that you would have wanted to do? I'm sure that after this, could figure out something.
Seeing the world, I would say, just studying the cultures and places of the world. There's so many things out there, so many things to see.
Well, as you can see, science will take us many places. I'm sure we're gonna get to find many mysteries about the world.
And Annie will start humming whatever chanting it was that she was hearing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's just like... It's almost like monks chanting. That's what it sounded like to you.
Dr. Lucy is like writing down what it sounds like. Like this...
Why don't you make me a psychology roll there, Dr. Lucy?
Oh, I can do that.
She is clinically insane.
I will spend the luck.
The 3 luck?
Yes.
Okay. So you spend the 3 luck, and yeah, Annie is like, everything's genuine. Like, you're looking around, like, you've tried to listen. You don't hear any voices. You find this rather odd. But Annie's demeanor and what they are saying, they fully believe that they heard these voices and this chanting in this train.
Dr. Lucy will... She kind of like leans in close to Annie. I mean, unsure if anyone watching, I guess, but she would kind of whisper and say, I hope that I get to hear the same song that you are hearing or chanting as you've described. But for right now, I'm unable to. The next time you start hearing it, please do let me know.
Oh, I hope you can. It's beautiful.
Oh, well, now I'm a little jealous of you.
With that, Hurst kind of snaps too and goes, "Wait, you heard that also?"
I did, and so I'm gonna hum and wait for like a hum back from him.
He looks, kind of cocks his head, he nods. It's begun. Very good. I see we're at our destination. Shall we go get our horses?
Horses?
Yeah, I
let's-
mean,
let's
I'm
do
not
that.
sure we should just table the crazy talk that was just happening, or just
Cra-
completely
crazy talk?
ignore it.
What do you speak of?
I mean, she's saying she's hearing sounds, and I mean,
Well,
Alf
same
would have
as-
definitely perked up if you heard something, and he's just sitting there throwing up in the corner. So clearly, nothing's going
Well,
on.
Our employer also hears the same thing, and so, I mean,
He also
what's-
said he had crazy dreams of creatures beyond this world or something. So I'm not sure he's like a really reliable source of sane.
Well, sir, I've spent my life listening to machines and different things, and I can hear subtle differences between, something that you might not necessarily be able to hear. So I see no reason why you can't trust my hearing. This is something I've worked on over the years.
All right, I'm just gonna go ride my horse with Alf away from you.
That's Nick.
Well-
Nick, don't let him get too far away, Nick. We've got to keep you near.
Are you sure we don't have a truck or something waiting for us?
No, we have to go over land. We can't use a truck. There's no roads to Bingham.
Well, I mean, okay.
This will be an adventure. Has anyone ever saddled a horse before? I know I haven't.
Hurst raises his hand. Looks
Yeah,
around
as
the
a kid
room,
one
sees he's
time.
the only one.
I had
have
to
not-
wrestle one once, but no, never rode one.
lawyer wrestling a horse? What brought that on?
It was a fraternity thing, initiation.
Was it really?
I don't. Well, I've heard crazier stories, so okay.
Yeah, I'm not the one who's hearing things. Okay, so
This is
the hierarchy of crazy. I think I'm like square in the middle.
She's like,
And he's
well,
quite
there's something wrong
offended.
with crazy.
By all of this crazy discussion. This is just a well-tuned ear, and you're just jealous because you just haven't heard it yet.
She says that I do hope to hear that noise sometime. I'm sure I will. Just have to figure out what exactly it is.
And he looks at you and he goes, "Can you replicate it one more time?"
Annie will hum it back again.
Yep, that's it.
Does Kaz recognize anything about it? Any kind of occult relevance to it, or?
This would be a Cthulhu mythos.
Yeah, no. Nope, you're not getting me that easy.
This would be Cthulhu mythos. He goes, I first heard it when I witnessed the blue orb at the Mound. It's the first time. Odd that it happened to you here on the train. But let's go get our... That's right. Yes, you can hear the people are getting off the train, and the whistle just
yes.
notified us that we should be going ourselves before they head to their next station. We must go to TF Milgram and Sons. That's where I have arranged for some horses for us to head out to Bingham, collect your belongings, and let's go saddle up, as they say.
Let's do it. Hey, Miss Rasmussen, as we're headed out to the horses, do you know how to write music? Do you think you could actually write out this tune that you heard so that it could be replicated by others?
I've spent quite a bit of time at the local church. I could give it a shot.
That would be wonderful. I would very much love to have that for my notes. I mean, for my book. You understand. That is with your permission to be able to put it in the book. I will definitely reference you in the footnotes. That was
Sure,
Annie Rasmussen. Yes.
Yeah, probably not while riding the horse, because I'm going to have to focus on riding the horse, because I think I'm going to fall off. But after we're done riding the horse, then I might be able to write it for you.
That is so wonderful. Thank you so much. And that was Miss Rasmussen or Annie. Which do you prefer again? I forget.
Annie's fine.
Annie it is.
Very good. Let's collect our belongings and head off to Milgram and Sons, shall we?
Lead the way.
You disembark the train. You're in a very busy station. It's nothing compared to Oklahoma City, where you just came from. but it is still quite busy. There are quite a few people getting off here at Union City, and your belongings are waiting for you beside the train. I'm gonna click over here. Bear with me as I...
Benji is going to be writing a little note, and he's going to fold it up and put it in Alf's talons. And Alf is going to fly over to Bull and then kind of just drop the note like on his kind of like in his breast pocket of his suit, I imagine.
Sure. This owl takes off and glides across the train station. People are aghast. Like, someone shoot that damn thing! Get rid of that pest!
It's not like it's. I didn't realize Bull was a mile away from me.
Oh, this is a large owl that's taking flight.
Yeah.
You see, there are ticket takers and various people who work here, and they're just trying to swat at it.
Kaz is yelling. Kaz, leave Nick alone. He is a sacred animal. Nick is a divine.
His name is Alf.
Wisdom
I'm
personification.
so confused how he got renamed.
It'll be okay, Nick. Just stay close to Benji till we get out of here. He's your perch.
So Bull will take a look. He'll freak out first, like,
What the hell? What? Bird, why are you getting close to me?
well, and then we'll fumble around and find the note.
Can you read?
Can he read? He's got
I
education.
didn't think about that.
He went to Yale. Come on. Can he read? I would say yes. He has base level literacy, considering some in my mind, because he had like friends at the carnival and stuff like that. So I think he can read. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
So what does the note say?
It says, "I know you're not a lawyer, Alf."
Okay. So I will look over at Benji.
The Benji's not looking at you, but the bird is.
Oh, the bird is? Okay. I'll try to pet Alf or like ruffle his feathers or something like that. Something to try to win him over. I'll just try to be nice to him.
Like, that's a good owl. Good job. I know you're just doing your job.
Yeah, I don't control Alf.
Yeah. So yeah, I would try to do that. I'm not sure if you want me to roll an animal handling because
Oh, God,
I
please
am
don't
terrible
make
at
me-
that.
Make me an animal handling roll, please.
I am horrible at this.
As you approach it, you're unsure with yourself and what you're doing, and
Can spend
and
luck.
Nick kind of
I
rears
am
back a
gonna
little,
spend
and
the
its
luck.
eyes go wide as you approach.
His name is.
I am going to spend the luck to get Alf on my side.
But
Yeah.
you kind of stop yourself. You reach out a little too fast at first, but you stop yourself at the bird rears back, but you put your hand gently on its head and stroke its feathers, and
Clever boy, aren't you?
it seems to warm up to you. I wouldn't say friendly, but it's not biting your finger.
It's a good start. Okay, well, you can go on back to your master now, or whatever, friend, acquaintance, whatever you are to each other. I don't judge. You go. No, go.
Just trying to get it off the shoulder or wherever he is.
Benji, can you get Alf away from me, please?
Oh yeah, no problem. He'll run over and grab Alf.
Okay.
You'll see that you've read the letter, and he just kind of winks at you and then walks away.
And I will have the biggest shit-eating grin. Sorry for my language, but just a little kind of grin come up, and then I'll just shrug.
If anybody wants to spot hidden, they can watch this encounter.
Oh yeah, sure.
And I will
He
offer
just
to carry
wanted
the bags of
He just
of
wanted you to
folks.
admit it. See, you admitted it. That's all I wanted you to do.
I'm not going to do it publicly.
Well,
I want that money.
All right, so you saw the bird fly over, Annie. Drop some sort of note. Kaz, you did as well. And Mr. Freeport read it, looked over at Benji, gave a little wink, smile, and that was it. So you watched the exchanges. Rather odd, but you saw that a note was passed.
And
Kaz
I
is
will
just writing notes in
graciously
his journal.
Okay, I was just gonna graciously offer because I don't have any bags. I have my wrapped up canvas of beans and things, and so I'll offer to carry anybody else's like if they have travel cases or suitcases or something like that. I will gladly do that. Yeah,
Lucy's already just like sees it happening and just puts it on. And she's like, "Thank you."
Happy to help. Happy to help, Doc.
Yeah.
Happy to help.
All Brazen Bull
Let
has
me
is
know.
a stick with a sack tied to the end of it.
that's the whole thing. That's what he's got. Just
It's like,
Annie sees this
let me
note-
know if you need anything.
Annie sees a note passing and just thinks like maybe they were just sort of putting on a show earlier when they were arguing, and maybe they actually get along better, and so that's going to be Annie's assumption, not knowing the content of the note. And I'm like, interesting.
Kaz assumes that Nick is looking for a new home and is asking the lawyer to be his new traveling companion. But Kaz is slightly crazy, so
Sure.
No, no way.
All right, so you grab your belongings, Mr. Quick, we should get going. If you remember, you set out today, and the train left around I believe it was 10:30 a.m. from last session, if my memory serves me correctly, and it was only an hour or two from here, so you do have all day to travel over land to get to Bingham. So we must hurry. We won't make it today. We'll have to camp under the stars tonight. And we'll get
that's
there
my
tomorrow.
favorite.
Okay.
well, that's all right.
Just kind of looking.
I spent a lot of time in the trenches, so I think under the stars that'd be okay as long as nobody's shelling or no gases or well, never mind. But yeah, outside, nice.
Yeah, we're far enough away from the mound that nothing strange should happen to us tonight, hopefully.
Well, that's too bad.
Should.
Should.
There's a lack of confidence in that statement.
Well, you never know around these parts. I do have this thing, and he points at his bag. It kind of attracts unwanted attention sometimes.
Couldn't we just leave it or something? Or
No,
Or
Why
let
does it
someone
even-
else carry it.
it's priceless.
Perhaps.
but why would you bring it to?
Why not?
Do we do what?
Would you
what's its
leave
purpose?
such a item of magnificence in your home when you left?
Just
For
looks
someone
like
to
an
take?
octopus face.
Like in a safe or something. If it's
Well-
worth so much.
Yeah, exactly. But at least we have your points over to Benji. Your shotgun. That should prove useful if we need to.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
And you guys, at that point, you see Kaz has pulled out a Mauser pistol,
Oh,
and he just puts it in and pulls out a holster, puts his Mauser in his. He goes, of course. I mean, we're on an adventure. Of course, you have to go armed, right? Am I right, Benji?
I agree. Explorers are always armed. You never know what danger might be afoot.
Indeed, I expected you all to come packing.
Wow, what a modern term.
to come equipped with
Back in the heat.
with a firearm.
I mean,
There are coyotes and wolves out there, and snakes on the way
Well,
out there.
I'm a doctor, of course. I even of medicine. Also, I of course did not bring a weapon. I cannot take. I've saved my oath.
Well, maybe we should grab one before we head out. Like I said, we have to camp under the stars, and there's many things out there, natural, of course, that could attack us.
I got a knife you could borrow, maybe, if you want that.
So if you can do without it, then sure.
All right, he'll hand it to you.
She takes the knife and looks at it. I assume it's like is it in a sheath?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then she takes it and goes over to Bull and is like, I need my bag.
Okay. So I'm starting to drop it down. Here we go.
Thank you. And she just zippers it open, and Bull, you would be able to see, being the one who's right there, just like a whole lot of medical looking equipment and some like even like some liquids in there that you're not sure what they are, but they're there. And she hits it and puts it right on top, zippers it back up, and she's like, okay, thank you.
Okay. It's like for celebration, drinking and whatnot, lots of colorful little liquids in there.
Oh, do not drink those. They're solution. So that I can put if we find any particular rocks, we'll put it in it, and it should react a certain way if it's of a certain type of rock.
So, okay, you're gonna dunk
it's
rocks in water.
And he's a lawyer, and you're definitely a geologist.
She just looks over. She's like, yes, I am. And I'll do a roll of my science geology and succeed.
So you're just gonna spew some jargon at
Yeah,
Benji
about like the type of literally the exact type of, if we're outside, which we're getting our horses, so the exact type of rock we are standing on, or
the type of rock, the minerals found in the ground here in this part of Oklahoma, in this part of the country, in this part of the United States of America.
Yeah,
which means nothing to Benji.
She'll take.
I'm not from here, so I don't know what you want me to take from this. You know, in Canada, we just got one rock. That's all you need in Canada. One rock.
Well, and she basically opens the bag back up, takes the solution, like pick up a rock and drop it in, and she's like, well, this isn't a bad kind of rock. It's not doing any fizzing.
Oh my god, you're so convincing. Oh my goodness.
Mr. Hurst is kind of watching, goes, I think we are losing daylight and we should probably get going. We could talk about rocks on the trail.
Yes.
The dusty old trail.
And she tries to get up on a horse.
And he's traveling rather lightly. He's just got like a little handbag with him that he's brought along. And yeah, you guys make your way. He shows you through the city. It's pretty busy. Hustle bustle. There is the odd automobile here or there, Annie, but it's mostly horses and wagons and carriages out as you get further out of Oklahoma. It is 1928 though, so there are some cars here and there, but not quite as many as you get this far out. And you make your way over to TF Milgram's and Sons, where you are greeted by a man with a push broom mustache. He's got short, parted down the middle, light brown hair. He's wearing an apron, and he greets the group of you. What can I do for you? And Mr. Hurst says, "Oh, we're here. I'm Jacob Hurst. I have 8 horses put aside for us." And he goes into his little bag, and he pulls out a piece of paper and hands it over to him. And the man looks at it and goes, "We got no horses here for you." He's, what? No, we got no horses. Hold on. And he goes back. He goes inside the building. He comes back out and he hands Mr. Hurst some money. It's a full refund. No horses. Sorry for the trouble.
Wait,
What happened to all your horses?
As Mr. Hurst, attorney, you had a contract with him for Mr. Hurst. Was it 9 horses? How many horses was it?
It was 8. 8 horses.
It was 8 horses. And did you give him any prior notice to a lack of inventory of horses?
No. It's just the circumstances have changed.
Well, you just broke a contract that was duly agreed upon without giving one of the parties notice. Therefore, the other party, the aggrieved, is to due compensation.
Do you want to make a law roll?
Okay.
How about an intimidate roll?
I mean, I feel like I'm intimidating him with law, though, Matt. So
Perhaps a hard intimidate or harder one.
All right,
I'll roll.
a
I don't mind.
straight law roll or a hard intimidate. There you go. I like
I'll
that.
roll. I'll roll law. I'll roll. That's fair.
I like that. Okay, all right.
You got to boost up your skill somehow.
I will spend luck.
You're gonna spend the 5 luck.
I will spend luck.
All right,
Do
you see
it.
him get. He gets kind of like antsy and agitated. He starts looking around. He goes, "Listen here, Mister. I ain't no fancy city lawyer like you. It's just, Mr. Wyatt bought this place about a week ago and says that I'm not supposed to supply any of you with any horses."
Us
Mr. Wyatt,
specifically?
Yes.
But do you have horses, or are you just holding them out on us?
No, he took them all and he paid me handsomely. And you see, there were some fellas that came here about a day or two before you, and they took all the ponies.
Well, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to report this grievance to local authorities.
Please don't, sir.
Gonna pull your license for
No,
doing
no,
business
please.
within the city.
It's all I've got. My boys, their names are on there. I hope they inherit this one day and take over the family business. Please don't do that.
Well, I think I'm sure if you could find us some suitable replacements for the horses, maybe your personal horses, or maybe you can acquire it from somewhere else in the city, then I suppose we can let this slide.
Do you want to make me a
But,
persuade roll, please?
Oh God. Why am I being nice? I should just punch him or something. Killing me. Yeah. No.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lawyer Man. It's out of my hands.
I will drop all of the bags, step forward, grab him by the cuff, lift him into the air and be like,
You're gonna get us some horses, and you're gonna get them right now.
To make an intimidate roll?
here we go.
Is that what you're going
I tried
for?
to be civil. I tried to be civil.
Try to do it right. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's a hell of a success. You see him, he gets all agitated, and all of a sudden there's like a wet line that goes down his pants, and a puddle starts to form underneath him. As you pick him up in the air, he goes, "All right, mister, I'll get you some ponies. Please don't hurt me. I've never seen a lawyer dispense justice like this before."
That's how we do it in Yale.
And I'll put him down.
Where's
And I'll tell him,
Yale?
now go.
Go get the ponies.
He just kind of looks
I'll
over
turn
his
around.
shoulder.
Yeah, I'll turn around and I'll give Benji a wink, like, just kind of smack him on the side.
He takes off running, and he keeps looking over his shoulder as he does so. Mr. Hurst is, I hit a bit of a bump in the road, haven't we, here?
Well, it sounds like your rival expedition has gotten here ahead of us and is already making trouble.
Indeed.
Sure, that'll bode well for our trip out to the Mound. Writing into
Yes,
his
well,
notes.
that's why I hired the 5 of you, right? You can look
I
after
will.
this.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll get us there in no time. I'm great in the wilderness, so don't worry about navigation. I got you.
Now, is that you talking, Benji? Or is that Nick?
He kind of turns his head like away from you, and he's like, "It was me, Alf."
You turn your head like completely around 180 degrees. Like an owl.
Poor young Benji is training to be a ventriloquist. Make sure to encourage him.
So you're standing basically in the road now. It's dirty, it's mucky, there's mud everywhere. People are looking at you. You got all your baggage just kind of sitting there. Do you want to go anywhere in the meantime? Do you want to just kind of sit here and wait? Did you want to buy anything? Did you want to buy some firearms while you wait for this gentleman, Mr. Milgram, to come back? After he found out nobody has guns except for the 2 of you.
If anyone
also have a
needs something,
shotgun.
I can.
I just don't show mine off because
And
mine
he-
is
oh, that's
more
right.
rusty. Than
And he's got a
Benji.
shotgun.
I can buy someone a weapon if anyone needs something.
Lucy needs a weapon.
Benji is
Lucy has a knife.
flush.
All right.
Brawl's like everything, right? It's like any kind of there's like
Melee, yeah.
Yeah.
Just any kind of melee. Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. So
Okay. So no guns.
No gun seems like.
All right.
Annie
so
will
you're
just check
Sorry?
and just see, did you buy other provisions for us?
there's picks and dynamite and shovels and
Food?
materials.
Is there food?
Well, no, we're gonna be staying with some folks there, and we can go back to their house every night, and they'll feed us.
what
Oh, in the
about
year,
for
year.
the day we camp.
Well, we'll never spend the night there. Are you insane, Mr. Freeport? You don't spend the night there. We go back to the town every night.
Said we're gonna have to camp on our way there.
Oh, there. Yes, that's right. Yes.
Maybe we should be safe because what if those people got bought out just like this guy?
Which people?
I don't know. The people we're supposed to be staying with.
Mr. Compton?
Very true.
And Grandma
Wyatt-
Compton? Are you crazy? No.
Wyatt
I
couldn't give you
have
money.
correspondence with them. They're good people. We'll be looked after.
Oh, okay.
But yes, you are right. We do need some sleeping gear because those were supposed to be waiting for us with our horses that are no longer here. How about we go get some? We don't need tents, do we? We're just gonna sleep out under the stars tonight.
Yeah, natural. Just like
Mr.
Boy Scouts.
Mr. Riverbee, you're an experienced tracker and roguish type. What do you recommend for sleeping under the stars?
Well, looking at our party, it looks like a lot of us could probably do it, except kind of looks at Dr. Lucy. He's looks a little, pompous,
I'm going to
if
get
you
a
will.
tent. I will get myself a tent. No worries there.
Yeah, you can go to a general store that's nearby. There are stores all about.
As we go there, and I want to walk behind Hurst, I
Yeah.
want to try and swipe the statue.
What?
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
This shit, it's getting left in this town. That's what I'm telling you if I get it.
What's that?
I said, this shit is going to be getting left here. I'm not
What?
bringing this statue of music and dreams.
Throwing
with
it into
us.
the river. Not the river, but
Not going to be taking a nap with me.
Ah, pickpocket. What do we
Is
got
that
here?
stealth?
Sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand.
And
Oh, my sleight of hand's not good.
it's gonna be. You're gonna need like an extreme success, my friend.
What? This is like in the busyness of the crowd.
Yeah, but he keeps this thing close to him at all
Yeah.
times. He's just got a little handbag also. This is his precious, if you will. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wait, what did I roll?
I don't know. 3 spiders.
That's bad.
64.
So how much luck? Oh, here. There you
Then-
go.
Whoa.
To get an extreme success?
No, I just spent the luck.
How much did you spend?
Wow.
So I spent 58.
You spent
Oh.
58 luck?
I had
Whoa.
100.
Champion.
Wow. Okay.
Well
so
spent.
so how are you gonna distract him? It's in his like handbag that he's carrying with him. What are you gonna do? How does this look like? How are you gonna get
I
this
think
lift the
he-
statue from him?
Yeah, he walks up to him. So yeah, I was thinking about, the tents we could buy and things. And Alf kind of flutters to the shoulder and starts pecking on him a little bit. And he's like talking to him as he kind of just slides his hand, from his pocket into the bag as he keeps chatting him up and just
Well,
swipes it and puts it in his backpack.
the owl's distracting him?
No, I'm talking to him too. I just have the owl be there to be
The
kind
owl.
of his vision, to block his vision.
Well, he's like holding the bag. The bag's in his hand. How are you gonna? It's a little handbag.
I don't know, Matt. You told me I succeeded.
All right. So you just kind of like, hey, what's that over there? What? And you just like reach in and you take. Remember, it's like 24 inches tall, about 12 inches wide. You take
Yeah, I
this
got a
big
huge
statue.
hiker backpack.
It's wrapped, still in that white cloth, and you get his attention, and you swipe this thing, and what? You put it in your backpack?
Yeah, just boop.
You do the whole you have something about the same size, and you're just like, hey, look over there, swippy swap, and now you're just like,
Yeah, I have a
Yeah,
water
yeah.
canteen or something. Yeah.
All right. So you take it from him. And you head into the general store. All right, so Lucy.
Do any of us notice this?
Yeah, everybody make me a spot hidden.
You want me to roll stealth too?
No, make me spot hidden. No, you don't need to roll stealth.
I don't exactly want people to know I swiped it.
Well,
the sleight of hand would cover
Mr.
it,
Freeport
though.
saw that.
Yeah.
Lucy saw it. Freeport saw it.
Well, though they got an extreme though, didn't
Oh,
they?
an extreme
Or they had to
success.
do
You're
an
right, that's
extreme,
right.
so that means we would also have to get
To
that
see
if
it.
we wanted
Gotcha.
to see it.
That's
So
correct.
I think we're
So
that's
you noticed
Benji,
something
you're
a little off,
good.
even if you were successes, but you don't see what happened. Something took place, but you're not too sure what. Benji was up to something. But you're able to go to a general store. You can get provisions. You get a tent, Lucy. Does anybody else want to get anything?
She would also go to their employer and say, "Do you know? There clearly is a place to get guns. I've trained in the art of fencing. I have some. Do you know if they have anything like that here? A fencing foil or
Mr.
rapier?
Hurst goes,
perhaps?"
don't think in Union City. Maybe you could find a cavalry saber or something, but nothing, not a fencing foil.
Oh, I could make that work. She says, "I'll have to adapt my stance, I'm sure, but not too hard for me to do." And she'd be like, "Yes, if you know of a place that would have it, please point me in that direction." Or
I don't know, but we can ask. You can start asking locals, and they'll point you in the direction of an arms place. You could. I say a cavalry saber wouldn't be too hard to find at this point in time. So you could find that.
Yeah.
You're not gonna find a fencing foil out here,
that's fine.
but you can find a saber.
Excellent.
When
very
you're
happy.
talking to Mr. Hurst, though, you notice that he's starting to sweat profusely, and he's very pale.
Oh.
And he
Can
goes, "I'm getting it."
I do a medicine check?
Yeah.
To see if, or biology?
Medicine.
I would assume.
Medicine.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yes.
Yeah, he looks really sick. He's like lost all of his color. He's sweating. He's kind of lagging behind.
Mr. Hurst, I think you should take a seat.
Yes, I feel a migraine coming on. I feel terrible.
Oh, did you eat anything while we were on the train?
No, I almost feel like a piece of me is gone.
Did you lose something?
I don't believe so. I have my handbag here.
Well,
Everything I have is in this handbag.
and I perhaps I have something that could help you. I have some other things. Seeing a person of medicine, and she starts rooting. She takes her bag and it's on the ground, so she opens it up and she starts looking for a pouch in her bag that has something that will make them not feel so bad. Probably codeine.
I was
don't
gonna
know
say
how to
codeine or cocaine or
Cocaine.
or
Yeah.
some other remedy of the day to help with headaches.
Yeah, exactly.
Laudanum.
It's 1938, right?
28.
28.
28. See, even more so then. Would that be a part of my medicine check, or do we need to do another medicine check to actually
No, I'm
properly
gonna say that'll.
administrate?
You noticed it, and you can diagnose it. And yeah, he's complaining of headaches. As you go with your bag, you also notice his nose start to bleed. Just down
That's
one of his
bad.
nostrils, it just starts bleeding, and he reaches down. He takes out a
she gra-
handkerchief, and he. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm embarrassed.
She takes some, gets some gauze out of her bag, and kind of like hands a tussle of it so he can like stick it up there.
Wrap himself up like a mummy.
No, just
Walk
to put it in his nose. So it,
No, I know.
just,
Okay.
just long
He
enough
takes it-
for
yeah,
it
he
to
seems
clot,
very
sir.
embarrassed right now. And he's
Nothing to be
he's
embarrassed
coughing
about.
and-
And she's like, "Here, just take some of this." And she like helps him just take a.
Shove it up, ram it up his nose. Yeah. All right. All right.
It's probably like
Very-
liquid. I don't know.
Oh, so
but
yeah,
sure.
you got drops. I'm gonna say you have drops. You pull out
Yeah,
a spoon,
yeah.
There's some drops, and you just there and kind of sips it. And he sits down on a bench while you continue on, and you get your saber.
Yeah. I'm like, Kaz, please, if you could you watch Mr. Hurst? He's not feeling well. I've given him some medication, and I'm going to go and buy a sword.
Absolutely, Dr. Cecile Lucille Davenport. It would be my pleasure.
Annie's going to
Perfect.
go over to Lucy as she's doing her shopping, and just say, I noticed earlier when you had the knife, you put it in your bag, and so you may be used to working in a room where you can have everything accessible to you. But if we're going to be out and about, you might want to have a belt, because if you have a belt, then you can have all of your tools on the belt. And she'll kind of hold one that she had found in the store, kind of as you were helping.
Oh, she's
Our
like,
financier.
I knew we'd be great friends, Annie. Thank you so much. I did not think of that.
No problem. If you need to throw a knife at something, you want to have it handy.
Well, I'm not sure if my aim is that good, but I'm sure that being able to get to it quickly will prove quite useful, and I'll need a belt to hilt my sword up with as well. So perfect. Is there anything that you're looking for in here as well, or you just came to help me out?
I think I came pretty well supplied, but looks like you're busy. I don't want to keep you. You're kind of attending to Mr. Hurst, and that's very important. I'll leave you to it.
Thank you. And she would also say, if you require anything for headaches or other pains, please let me know. I have a plethora in my bag. Though I guess I should try to restock a little bit. So she would go to the general store and also see if they have any medicines.
Oh yeah, there'd be general remedies there. Any over-the-counter drugs at that time, you'd find no problem.
Okay. Cool.
Mr. Hurst, you're looking very, very bad. Do we need to postpone the trip?
No. We cannot wait. We have to go. I'll be fine. Just feeling a little lightheaded.
Have you ever felt like this before? And Kaz is making notes. Because you look very, very sick. 5 minutes ago, you looked fine. Right now, you look very, very sick.
Oh, it came on all of a sudden. The only other time this has happened before is when I was away from that statue for a period of time, and I got terribly ill. The one I showed you on the train. The one right here in my bag. And he goes and reaches in and goes, my God, it's gone!
Oh, well, then I think we've identified
gone.
your problem. Your statue of that, and that was of Cthulhu. That's what you said, right?
Yes, that's right.
An of an unknown mineral composition. I think I've got notes on that. I'm sure I wrote it. But so what you're saying is you're sick because you lost your statue.
Yes. He was dead serious. That is it exactly, precisely.
Mr. Bull Freeport, we need more legal counsel.
What seems to be the problem here, Kaz?
Cthulhu has gone missing. And that's making Mr. Hurst there's nose bleed a lot. And apparently he has to stay close to his statue. Look at him. He looks terrible.
And okay, where was the last time you saw your statue, sir?
On our way to get our horses.
You think you might have dropped it back by the corral area then?
It's possible. Do you think it could have fallen on my bag? I would have seen something that large fall on my bag.
It was a very busy crowd on the street, and you might not have noticed it. We can
Let's
go
retrace
back
our
and look
steps.
for it. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Why don't we go ahead and do that, sir?
All right. He goes to stand up from the bench. He gets up right there suddenly, and he kind of collapses a little bit and falls back on the bench that he's sitting on.
Why don't you just wait here, sir? I'll go ahead and take a look for it. How about that? You just sit here.
I think that's best, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Certainly, no problem. Okay. I'll be right back. It's the one that was on the train with us, right?
Yes, that strange one. It's crouching, it's hunched over, it's got an octopus-type face.
Right, gotcha. No problem. I'm sure there's probably not two of those in the city. That would be
it's
extraordinarily unlikely. But if I can't find it, I will report it to the local constabulary and make sure that we get them looking for it right away. Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
I'll go back
Thank you,
and
Mr.
start
Freeport.
retracing our steps.
Oh,
Yeah, you're
Benji.
tracing your steps back. As you go back, you see a really shabby-looking man. His clothes are all unkempt. He's got long, greasy, blonde hair. It's kind of like see-through in parts where it's all thinned. And he sees you and he smiles. And he's got big, crooked, yellow teeth, missing teeth everywhere. Are you Mr. Hurst? I got some ponies for you.
You got ponies for us. I am Mr. Hurst's representative. Where might I find them, sir?
They're right here behind me.
Okay.
Look over. Are there the proper number?
There's 10.
10. Okay. I suppose he was feeling guilty for having. Never mind. That's not important. Okay. Anything we should know about these horses?
You're dressed mighty fine for a drifter.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I mean, no one else is around me, right?
No, you're by yourself.
So I'm just gonna say thank you.
Fortune smiled upon me recently. Yes, it did.
You work for Mr. Hurst?
I do, in fact.
Well, where is he? Let's get going. I say we gotta go
Okay.
bing him.
Oh, yes, we do. Yeah, what is your name, sir?
My name is Jasper Rands.
Well, Jasper Rands, you can call me Bo. And you
Pleasure to
stay
meet
right
make your
here.
acquaintance, Bull.
Well, yep. Now, just for the time being, let's keep the drifter talk on what the kids say. The low, the down. Don't talk about it much. And
He looks kind of confused. Why?
And I'll look around.
I'm working an angle, man. Come on. You know
I thought
this.
you were Mr. Hurst's personal drifter.
That's a good point. I am, in fact, Mr. Hurst's personal drifter, and I'll take like $2 of the $40 that I have, and I'll reach out a hand to shake his, and I'll give him the $2 in the process.
His eyes go wide. He licks his lips and he reaches her, snatches it quickly, shoves it in his breast pocket.
That is not a face that has been blessed with overly beautiful features.
He
I
turns his
recognize-
face up and he looks at you.
Well, don't worry. I look like I got ran over by a wagon as well.
You hadn't just given me $2, mister. This conversation would be mighty different.
Yeah, you keep with that attitude, you're gonna do just fine, Jasper.
And I'll go get everybody else. And like, hey, they
Sure,
got
you-
the horses out here.
Bull, did you find the statue?
Well, I got interrupted with this attractive young man here.
He
It was,
smiles. You see yellow, jagged teeth, big holes missing where there are no teeth. He waves.
He and his boss felt so badly about just wrecking our contract. They've given us an extra horse here to carry some of our belongings and things. Wasn't that nice of them?
That was very nice, but I don't know that Mr. Hurst is going to make it.
Well, I'm gonna go looking for the statue. Just go ahead and get everyone situated, and I'll go ahead and I'll take a look. I'll backtrack a bit.
I'll go
Benji,
look.
do you think Nick could help find the statue? He's very wise.
What do you want me to do? Ask Nick?
Yeah, ask Nick. I'm
All
fairly
right.
certain Nick, as a personification of wisdom, should be able to find the statue, I think. I think. I mean, unless, of course. Well, no, we can't even bear to think about that. Definitely, Nick will find the statue.
Nick says he lost it.
Wait, Nick had it?
No, Nick says he lost it, as in the Hurst lost it.
Well, that's very disturbing. I don't think we're going to get money. Or get to amazing Mound. To be honest between you and me, I think if Mr. Hurst keeps getting sicker, he's not going to make it out of this town.
Well, maybe that's a good thing. I mean, that statue sounded like it created some pretty craziness.
But think about the knowledge that we're losing. The opportunity to dive into the mysteries.
I gotta say, Kaz, that's not a very Canadian way to think, so I'm not with you on that one.
Canadian. I don't really know that much about the Canadian mythos of the native peoples up there, but perhaps I could visit your homeland and we could explore it together after we look at the mound. You, me, and your best pal Nick.
I'm not sure about the spin-off series.
You, me, and Nick. Yeah. So Mr. Hurst is trying to make his way to a horse. Gets up off the bench. Lucy, gonna say you come back. You've got your belongings. The gentleman from the general store is like carrying your tent for. He's following you around as you boss him around.
Yep. Accurate.
As Mr. Hurst makes his way over to a horse and starts to climb. Everybody who's there, make me a spot hidden roll, please.
I'm assuming I have like gone off to look.
Yeah,
for
I'm gonna
it,
say you
because I
disappeared.
genuinely don't think that he might have dropped it.
Okay, so Kaz, you notice as he's getting up on the horse, this Jasper fellow, he's helping him up, but at the same time he's fixated on Mr. Hurst's bag, his handbag. And Lucy, you see that he's like trying to reach in there, and he's like rubbing his hands with his lips. He's fixated on this bag, and you catch him. He's trying to put his hand in there.
My sword is in a sheath, I assume. So I whack him with the sheath sword.
You hit him with a sword?
And like with the sheath sword, like it's like sheath. It's like
yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
With a stick, like
yeah, I know.
Yeah, just like, hey, what are you doing?
He grabs his head. What's the meaning of that, ma'am?
Oh, it
Why
means
you
that.
Go hit me.
Well, because you're a thief, or you were trying to be a thief, but you were
What
a
are
very
you talking
unsuccessful
about?
one. You had your hands trying to go into Mr. Hurst's bag. We saw you because you're very bad at being a thief.
He turns up his face and he licks his lips again. I ain't no thief.
No, you failed. You're a failed thief.
Hey, I'm the one who's gonna take you to Bingham, and I don't like that talk.
Well, then next time, do better, and you could be a successful thief.
Next
But
time,
for now, you're a failed thief.
don't hit me on my noggin.
Well, I thought you was being very nice. I was considering pulling out a pistol and shooting you if you tried to steal from my employer. But I've got problems.
Well, we all have problems, much like, and she points to the one stealing and is like, your name is, since you are going to be escort.
Rans.
Jasper. Yes. Okay. So, Jasper, like my friend here has said, if you steal from our employer or us, it won't go well.
Yeah, I mean, think about it this way. You know what they say, you're not a criminal unless you get caught, and you kind of got caught, so in our eyes, you're a criminal.
You know, that other fella's much nicer. He gave me money.
Which feller?
The big one.
The lawyer?
Well, he's from the city. He knows how to get things done, and that's by
Let's
paying
make those
people.
big bucks.
And she's like, well, I guess that means we should tip you. And she, takes some change from her sword buying and hands some money over.
He snatches out of your hand and puts it in his breast pocket. Along with the
Gives him like $3.
$3?
Yeah.
Jeez,
Wow,
that's
even
her
more than last-
change.
Even more than the last guy. Wow. All right. Well, let's go get that big fella. Let's get out of here.
Let's do that.
So, Bull, you're kind of retracing your steps.
Mm-hmm.
Do
I find it, Matt?
No, you don't find it laying on the ground.
Shocking.
I don't know where Benji put it. So no, you do not. You can make a track roll. Just make a track roll.
Okay.
Recreate the scene.
CSI.
That's 18 over 60.
What did he got? Did he get doubles or triples for his?
I had to get triple because of extreme.
Yeah. Oh, so close. You see signs of, it looks like struggle, something happened. You're not too sure what.
6 luck would give me an extreme success.
That's not too far.
That's
wow. So you notice that a guy wearing moccasins. You're looking at the footprints. It looks like there's bumped into what appears to be Mr. Hurst's fancy shoes and a fellow wearing moccasins. And the only one you know wearing moccasins around here is Benji Riverbee. There seems to be a little bit.
Wow. Bull's a genius.
Seems to be a bit of a, like, they kind of bumped into each other. You can tell by the weight, the pressure on the feet that something was exchanged here. And yeah, Benji Riverbee's the only one you know who's wearing moccasins around here from the Great White North.
Okay.
You come back and Benji's not wearing moccasins.
Just barefoot.
Giant galoshes on. Okay. I will return to the group, and I'll just, I'm sorry, Mr. Hurst, but it appears that, and I'll look at everyone's shoes, and I'll just, like, gaze around to people's faces as I'm talking, and I'll kind of linger over Benji, and like, it looks like whoever absconded with your prized possession, well, looks like they've skedaddled, sir.
He kind of coughs into the handkerchief and he pulls it back and he's coughed up some blood. He goes, "Oh, that's terrible."
I think we should get you to a healer before we go trekking through the wild.
Let's go to Bingham and we'll see someone there. They have to have a doctor. We have Dr. Lucy with us. Yeah.
I've administered the
A
treatment.
real doctor.
Yeah, Lucy.
I know the medicines. Here, have some more.
Just like she knows the rocks.
All right. He goes, no, we got to carry on. And Jasper goes, yeah, we got to go.
Let's. Oh, actually, I was wondering, by chance, would Dr. Lucy know of anyone in this rival party? Any other scientists she may know of? Or that she's heard of?
The rival party?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
negative. You know nothing of them.
Wow.
You know nothing of these other individuals.
Interesting.
So Kaz would walk up to Jasper and be like, "So, Mr. Jasper Rands, that's right, Jasper Rands, you're our guide and you brought us horses."
Yeah.
And then Kaz's face just goes really dead and he just stares him right in the eyes and he goes, "Understand this. If you're leading me into an ambush from this rival group, the first bullet is going between your eyes, and I'm a very fast draw. You will be dead in a heartbeat." Is that okay, Jasper? Do you want to? I mean, I just want to make sure that we're friends.
Do you want to roll an intimidate there?
Sure. He's not very intimidating.
That's
he's
okay.
He's very honest.
Even if you're failed intimidate, it's still
Right,
it's off-putting to be spoken to that way. So he's not necessarily intimidating. He's just kind of like he's like, "You're weird. I gotta watch you." He's like,
Oh yeah, no, I'm very. I mean,
Okay,
people
mister.
tried to kill me in
Okay.
the war so many times, but I'm here to tell you, the only bullet that matters is the one that catches you. But I'm sure we'll be good friends.
Just kinda
Have a nice day,
scratches
Jasper.
his greasy, thinning hair. It makes sense.
But so I want to do a psychology roll after I said that
Sure.
to see if I got any kind of reaction to him when I
Yeah,
when
make me
I
a psychology roll.
implied
Yep.
that he was actually.
For sure. Yeah, when you started talking about the other parties and ambush, you saw something happened. His demeanor kind of like went down for a moment, and then he got back in defensive once again. But as soon as you started talking about rival parties and things like that, you saw something there.
So Kaz will go around to everybody and just chat with them for a second, and then each person say, "There's a pretty good chance this Jasper guy is leading us into an ambush, and we need to be ready for it. Either he's not taking us where we're supposed to go, or he's literally going to lead us into an ambush."
I mean, I got a map. I could always just lead us a different route.
That's great, Benji. Between you and Nick, I'm sure even this old Jasper Kahoot isn't going to be able to stop us.
I'm 28.
This very, very young yet slightly decrepit and horribly, horribly broken down by life man. That is, of course, as long as Mr. Hurst doesn't die on the way. No offense, sir.
I'm not taking.
So we have like extra horses, right?
You do have extra horses.
Yeah.
You have your
Okay.
luggage and everything that you're going to stack on there and stuff, but you do have more
Okay,
than
gotcha.
what you originally asked for.
We have a couple horses that are just have nothing
And-
on them, like they're just coming with
And
us.
Jasper's riding one also. Jasper.
So Matt, would it be okay if Bull gets a? Could he find a sledgehammer somewhere?
I want to say that wouldn't be that uncommon. Like a big, heavy hammer would not
Yeah.
be that uncommon in a time like this. You know, people are homesteading still. They're setting up out here in the country. Yeah, you could find a big, heavy hammer of type, of
All right,
sorts.
good.
Is that your weapon now of choice?
I mean, we'll see.
Want to be creative. You got extra applause when you're creative.
Do you have the credit rating for that?
No, but I have 40. Well,
You
I
do
have
have
$38.
You do
I
have
have $38.
That's right, you do. So you can buy it no problem.
Yeah.
All right.
Um,
So you disappear and you come back with
Yeah.
the sledgehammer.
And so, I mean, I'll say to Kaz, and I'll be like, and this is out of earshot of Jasper and Benji, whoever else wants to be there too. And I'll just say,
We could, now that we know there might be a trap, we might just let him go ahead and take us into the trap. And then we're the ones springing the trap on those trying to trap us, you know?
That is a very interesting idea, Bull. I think we should do that. Absolutely. It has been a long time since I've been in a big fight. I love Bull. By the way, Bull, I bought extra cans of beans for the two of us. Don't tell anyone else.
Okay, I won't. I bought a sledgehammer to hit people with.
Well, that's nice. That's a nice touch. It'll be very messy, but it's a nice touch.
Mm-hmm. Creative.
sounds good.
Yeah. Mr. Should we head out?
Oh, that's right. Well, I guess so.
All right. Everybody make me a ride roll.
And there
we
it
all
is.
fall off, and that's the end of it.
And we never make it to Bingham.
Oh my gosh.
Are we actually rolling?
No, I was kidding. You're
Yeah.
heading out.
Okay. Holy, that would have been terrifying.
No, I can see if I make
Thank
it.
you.
just 'cause-
I would have
Yeah,
spent
we
luck just
all-
to make sure.
I just liked your reactions, all of you. We're done.
Our weakness. Horses.
Weakness horses. Yeah, so you head out onto the plains. By the time you finally get out of here with your horses and your gear and everything, I'm going to say it's probably like, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So you have a few hours of daylight before you have to settle down, camp, have some grub. You got plenty of cans of beans with you, and call it a night. So,
Good eating.
Jasper is leading the pack, and every once in a while,
Wait, are we skipping to morning?
no,
Okay.
leading the pack, and every once in a while, Jasper keeps looking around, and he looks like you'll catch him every once in a while, and he'll be like staring at each of you, like one to like individually, just kind of be like eyeing you up and kind of squinting in your direction. And then you meet his gaze, and he kind of turns around and pretends like he wasn't looking at you and keeps going.
Lucy gives him a wink and does a trav roll.
Uh,
No! I failed like one thing that I was like okay at. I'm gonna
Only
spend
6
luck on
luck.
that.
you spent
Yeah,
you spent how much luck? 6 luck?
6.
He notices you and he starts licking his hands and like putting his hair back.
And she's
And he
like,
winks back at you.
She gives a second wink. I can't actually wink myself, but
He
that's
like
what she
sits up
does.
straight on his horse and he kind of fixes his clothes. He fixes his collar and.
Gross.
Oh my! She depending on how things go, she may get up and go off to the corner of wherever we have camp, whenever we make camp,
And do what?
and
What?
call him over. You'll see.
Oh my!
We'll
you're
find out.
Worrying me here. Okay. You're scaring me, Lucy.
I think while we're writing,
PG-13.
Annie is gonna try to have
It's
her.
PG-13.
Sorry, Melissa. What are you saying?
Annie's gonna try to do the like riding a horse thing where you sort of like have the shotgun out in front, sort of like
Okay.
over the arm.
Yep. Okay.
That's wise.
Very good.
Can I be looking around while we're
Sure,
like doing
you-
this? Now that we know
Oh,
that
yeah.
there's a potential
Yeah.
ambush, like
So
be
you want to
aware.
spot hidden? Everybody can
Maybe
roll
spot the hidden.
Yeah, everybody can roll
Spot
spot
the
hidden.
hidden.
Oh, baby.
Wow.
Yeah.
Instead, can I do my best to be stealthy?
Like
I,
in the group
With your
Yeah.
five
after finger gunning and like winking and
Can I,
I kid.
can I listen for
Oh,
the sounds of other horses
sad.
and groups and things like that?
sure, that'll be a hard roll.
Listen, okay.
Oh yeah. I
Specifically
didn't
for
think
like
I'd listen.
hooves.
Nice.
You want to hear like hooves,
I'm,
right?
I'm
Like,
listening. I'm
hooves.
trying to just like hear on like on the prairie, so it's like other horses in the distance or people singing, anything like that.
People sing.
Boom.
Look at you.
I'll try it too. Ooh, I
Wow.
did not do well.
It is.
Sometimes Matt says yes, and then he's like, they're not gonna pass. And
No,
then we pass.
no,
He's
no,
like,
no.
"Damn."
No, it is actually unnaturally quiet outside. It's eerie how quiet it is. The wind is whipping
Oh.
as you're riding here on the plains. They're plains in Oklahoma, aren't they? Yeah. And the wind is whipping through. You look up in the sky and you swear there's like a storm brewing on the horizon, but you're not too sure. It like always seems like it's just out of your range and your distance. But there should be sounds of like hawks in the sky. You should see and hear critters skittering about. And even with your listen and your spot hiddens and all that, there's nothing. Like it is dead out here. It's only broken up by Hurst's coughing every once in a while.
With
But-
Poor guy.
there,
Go
with
ahead.
there being like no animal sounds or anything, is Alf acting strangely at all? Then, like if is he
Oh.
acting normal,
You mean Nick?
or the horses?
Oh,
I don't know who
my.
Nick is.
Nick the owl. So I'm gonna say Nick is like circling above you, flying above you. It is not unusual to see the owl dive and catch the odd mouse or prairie dog or something, and it has to come down every once in a while and it lands on Benji's shoulder because it gets tired from flying after a while and it's not finding anything, which is, I'm gonna say, you pick up on that with your spot hidden as well. Like that's part of this not seeing anything. So even the owl is a little off because to counter no life whatsoever out here is very strange.
Everybody else getting a little concerned how quiet it is out here. Like it's quiet, like too quiet.
Yeah, I mean, Alf normally gets a mouse by now, so it's kind of weird. He's been, a couple hours and he's just looking at me like he's starving.
I mean, we don't get like nothing's howling, got no other birds circling,
No bugs, no
That doesn't-
crickets, no nothing.
no crickets. Now them's good eating if you need them. And it's strange that you're not hearing none. That
is-
common.
It is very odd out here. You're right. I can't seem to think of any other time I've experienced anything quite like this, other than, of course, Mr. Hurst coughing, which is very loud and first. But everything else is very odd.
I'm very sorry. He says between coughs.
Oh, it's not your fault, sir. Some rapscallion has stolen your statue.
Yep. Some rapscallion. Don't worry. We'll find it when we return. I'm sure the local police will ensure its return when we get back there. But maybe we should be a wee bit concerned that there's like ghosts and stuff we're going to, and we got this other fella who's like dying because he don't have no statue, and this other lady over here was hearing it like, hum or something, and then he's saying something's gonna come up and eat us all, and now we ain't got no crickets. Am I the only one getting upset by this?
Oh, Bull, I'm very excited by all of it. I mean, there is definitely an opportunity to learn some very interesting and unusual things here. Or if Mr. Hurst, you may die. But, I mean, other than Mr. Hurst, I think we're all in good shape. Oh, sorry, sir. I understand. But, I mean, you look terrible.
Yeah, we can still do the quest for you if you fall. So don't worry about it. We'll honor your name and still go to the mound and dig it up.
I will not die here. I need to see what's at the bottom of that mound.
Well, this guy's probably leading us into a trap, as we
A trap?
presumed.
Why are we following this man then?
I said we should take my way, but we're just following gross guy.
With that gross guy, he circles back and goes, I think we should make camp for the night.
Based off.
It's getting dark.
Is there like somewhere like a good place we can find to make camp that's not, or is it just open plains?
It is open plains. You're going to be out in
Okay,
the
that's
sky. Except for
probably
Lucy, who's got the tent.
okay.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, sure.
Welcome, Raiders.
Thank you for the raid, Goblin
Ooh.
Cave TV. Playing a little bit of Call of Cthulhu. We're just getting ready to settle down for the night here under the stars. All right, so yeah, Jasper goes, let's do camp, and I'll set up a fire for us.
No, I think I'll set the fire up. I was a scout back in Canada, so I'll take care of it. You probably don't know what you're doing.
I assure you I do.
I'll let him do it, but I'm gonna keep an eye on him to make sure he's not trying to pull
Sure,
something.
you're just gonna stand over him.
Just look at
he
him.
looks up at you every once in a while. He's gathering rocks and stones. He's making a little pit, and he's getting some brush, and he's got some kindling and stuff that he brought with him in his horse, and he's setting it all up. He keeps looking over at you. And, you got a problem?
Kaz is standing on the other side of the fire with his Mauser out.
Jesus.
Finger off the trigger, but he's just staring dead at the guy the entire time. Eyes don't waver even for a second. He's just standing
you mind
there.
putting that pistol away? I'm getting a little nervous.
Oh, don't mind him.
You're nervous, Jasper? I'm making you nervous? That was what I was shooting for. So I thank goodness I was afraid you weren't going to get it. I just want to make sure you were aware of the fact that I will.
You succeeded, sir. Can you please put your pistol away?
Oh no, because that would defeat the purpose of making you nervous. I want to keep making you nervous until we get where we're going, because I want you to remember the fact that if we don't get there, I'll probably shoot you.
I like your personal drifter more.
I don't know who that is, but
nice fellow.
I think you'd find me a very nice person too. As long as I don't have to shoot you, I'm sure we'll get along famous.
There's no reason to shoot me.
That's excellent. That's what I wanted to hear all along. But I'll keep my gun out just in case.
Where are you sleeping tonight, sir?
Really close to you.
I will sleep opposite end of the camp from you, sir.
Well, only until I move right next to you, because I don't trust you.
I don't like you, sir.
I'm comfortable with that. I really am. I mean, I understand. If I was you, I wouldn't like me either. But I'm me, and I'm pretty fond of my... Wait a second. Let me check my notes. Yes, I like myself quite a bit.
I'm going to go look for some firewood while you guys are talking.
Sure.
Annie
Yeah.
will go help look for firewood.
Oh, fuck. We go separate directions.
Annie, you gonna go with them, or are you going separate directions?
Well, if he
Oh,
says
let's
out
try
loud that
over
he's going to go
here.
look for firewood, then the logical thing is if we think we're going into a trap, we shouldn't walk off alone.
All right.
It's true.
Lucy will ask Annie and be like, would you like me to come along with you to help you out? I don't think there's much more medicine I can give to our employer here without some more negative side effects. That is, so I feel I should
You do
do
have a whole
something.
tent contraption to set up, and that might take some time.
Oh, she looks over. She just looks at Bull.
Sure, Doc. I'll take care of that for you. No problem.
See, I can come with you, Annie. Now, see, it's
All right,
already handled.
I'm gonna go over here. Then you guys take the east side. I'll take the west.
And she's showing off that she has a sword belt, and the knife is also tucked in there. To Annie, she's like, "I think this goes quite well with my outfit." Yes.
You're wearing it well. But you have out with you?
Yeah, Alpha's with me. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. I'm the natural explorer here, so
Then you're not really alone. So I think it'll be okay then.
exactly.
So Annie and Lucy will go off.
Sure.
In the
You can make
opposite
me
direction.
survival rolls if you're really looking for firewood. I have a feeling Benji's doing something else.
What? I mean, I will still make the survival roll. Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Oh, don't worry.
Riverbee.
Benji finds all the wood.
Benji, you find he has
Ooh.
All right, can I use this roll
kindling,
to
dry. You find dry wood. He'll feed the fire for the night. Annie, you find some as well. Benji, you even find I'm gonna say you find some like plants that are edible around here. I was gonna say some animals, but there is no life. There's no creatures or anything. But you do find some edible plants. Maybe you find some berries growing out here that you can bring back.
All right, I also want to carry over my extra successes into burying the statue
No.
somewhere in the
Your
middle
extra
of the
successes
plains.
into burying the statue.
Yes, I am burying it and leaving it somewhere in the middle of nowhere that no one knows where it is,
You
and I'm
gotta
gonna
make me
hide
a
it with.
shoveling roll. No.
And I'm gonna hide it,
sounds-
like make it look, like nothing was disturbed, and then come back with wood and berries, just like I intended.
Are you gonna look all sweaty from shoveling?
I mean, I'm not gonna go 6 feet under.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
All right. So with your survival roll, you're also burying this statue somewhere out there.
Yep.
Are you marking it?
I mean, I'll mark it on my map,
Okay.
like a
Very
general
good.
idea of like where our location is on our map, but it's
Okay.
not going to be like
Yeah,
perfect
yeah.
by any means.
Very good. All right. And Annie, you find some kindling, you find some wood, and after some time, you all converge back at the camp with your findings.
Did
And
Lucy
can
and I do
instead-
better than Benji did?
What's that? Sorry.
Did Lucy and I do a better job than Benji did?
Oh no!
Was our haul bigger?
With Benji's 3 successes there, extreme
He
success.
was otherwise occupied though. He was doing other things while he was
okay.
out
Want to use
there.
that? Okay. I'm gonna say it's about equal. It's about equal.
Okay. So Annie
Lovely.
just sort of wants to look at how he did and look at how we did, and she'll just kind of look at Lucy and say, "I think we did well. This is what he's good at, from what he said." So I think
I
we did
mean,
all
there
right.
was 2 of you. I
Yeah.
mean, you at least got as much as I did. So congrats to
Oh.
you. And then,
I'm just here to carry it back and help out. That's all.
are you sure you can carry it, Dr. Lucy?
Yes.
He looks at her like very seriously as you've made everyone carry everything.
Oh, that's very
I-
observant.
I sure can.
Oh, that's very impressive of you. Here's some berries. They're edible.
I'm good. I have my own food. Thank you very much.
Okay.
She
well,
just like looks at
nature's-
them, but
nature's
with, like,
bounty. That's
down-
fine.
down from her nose though, or down at her, like whatever that is. No, thank you. And yeah, I mean, I'll do a strength check to see if she's like tired from carrying the wood or not. If you'd like, or
We don't
con.
even make it back.
Uh-oh.
Annie will look at the.
Oh, it's nighttime. Campfire.
Oh,
I
Annie
know.
will
We're
look at
about
the
to get
tent.
ambushed.
The fire is lit. The stars are in the
tent look?
sky. It's getting night. Brazen Bull is finished setting up the tent.
Wow,
Are you
he's
eating
really good.
beans? Are you eating a can of beans, or are you just gonna eat the the twigs and berries that old Benji brought back? Or whatever else you have on you. I'm sure you have other provisions on you.
I mean, Bull was gonna see if he can dig a very deep hole. Can he do that at some point?
Sure, like just off by himself or right here in the camp?
It can be close to camp. It's fine. And if anyone asks, I'm just gonna say it's a latrine.
Okay. Yeah. You can dig a very deep hole. Sure.
Okay. And then once I'm done, okay, go ahead, Cass.
No, you go ahead. Good. Finish
Okay.
your thought.
So once I'm done, I'll call out to Jasper if I can.
What?
And
Yeah.
I'll be like, "Hey, Jasper, could you give me a hand here?
Comes
Man,
on
something
over.
seems
He's
wrong with."
you know, you were very kind to him. You were very nice to
Yeah.
him. He goes, "Yeah, what is it?"
It's really strange here.
And then I would like to try to kind of headbutt him and push him into the hole.
What?
Oh no!
What? Why?
Because the guy's
So
leading us
clean.
into an ambush.
Roll me a brawl?
Okay.
That's success.
Okay, I'm gonna say he's not expecting this. He thinks he's getting
Yeah.
another $2. So he comes on over and he's all right, yeah. And you
So
just
I'm trying not to do damage. I'm just trying to like headbutt him and like
yep.
knock him out.
you hit
Yeah.
him. You want to do
Then I will-
non-lethal damage.
Yeah, non-lethal damage, because like one of the things you can do is like you can kind of like knock a person out and stuff like that if they're not aware and
Yep.
whatever. So and then I want to bury him in the hole
Oh
to his
my
head, so only his head is showing.
Awesome.
Okay, so you knock him out. I'm gonna say with you like knocking him out and he crumpling
Sure.
to the ground, that's gonna get the attention of everybody else in camp.
Oh, that's fine.
So everywhere else, you turn around, you see Bull stay there. Maybe you got like a little single trickle of blood going down your forehead. Or no, you got.
And
you
the
got
hat's
horns.
off, by the way, and you
Oh,
can
yeah.
see it. You guys can all
The
now, 'cause
horns.
and so the horns are there and the flickering firelight. And I'll just say,
Oh!
Or st-
This fellow was gonna get us all killed. I figure we might
something
want to ask him questions from a
eerie.
more leveraged position.
Bull, that is genius, and I'm very glad to see you're embracing the calcification on your forehead there. That's a very distinct look. I definitely want to capture that in my book if you'll let me, with your permission,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah,
But this
go
is
right ahead.
this is a fantastic plan. I like the whole setup here. Jasper, do you feel like being honest with Bull now?
He's knocked out.
Dr. Lucy will pull out some Epsom salts and
Oh, okay.
do it under his nose.
Are
so
you
that
waiting
the
till he wakes
Jasper
up,
wakes-
or
no?
or till
I'm
he's
using
buried?
I'm using that till he's buried. Yeah, once he's buried and we're ready to like, Dr. Lucy will like, well, Bull, let me know whenever you want him woken up. I have some tourniquets that I can help wake him
Yeah,
up
so-
for us.
Oh, that's perfect, Doc. Thank you so much.
and I'll finish burying him all the way up, so only his head's above the surface. I'm like,
Well, now would be perfect time.
Perfect.
We found the mound.
That's a good one.
So
Benji.
you put the smelling salts underneath them, and
So what goes on is Dr. Lucy has her bag and she pulls out some Epsom salts and she pulls out some just alcohol, and yeah, she does it under his nose, and he
yeah,
wakes up,
He gets a whiff of it. He starts coughing, and
and then I
can't-
splash his
I can't move
face
my
with
arms.
alcohol.
I can't move my arms. What's going on here?
I splash his face with alcohol. I say,
He spits it away, and he
Quiet.
looks up at you. Yeah, he's like,
Quiet.
why am I looking up at you?
I splash him in the face again. Be quiet.
Oh.
so behind the doctor, Bull has got his sledgehammer out, and he's just swinging it like a golf club.
Them Scots just, they play this game called golf. Apparently, it's all the rage over in Yale. And anyway, so you feel like talking to us on the truthful sort of thing now, Jasper?
What are you talking about?
I splash him in the face again. You know what? Just tell us what we need to know.
I don't know. Sure. I'm working for Mr. Chambers, and I was gonna take you there and I want that thing in the sick man's bag.
Well, they don't. It's gone.
What do you mean it's gone? That's why I'm here.
That's why he's sick, because it's gone.
You see a
Someone-
confused look on his face. Huh?
And Lucy just gets up, goes to Bill, and puts a hand on his shoulder and says, "Try to get anything else more if you can, I guess. But perhaps figure out where the ambush is coming from."
Ambush? What are you talking about?
Were you just going to steal the thing out of his bag and leave us stranded?
Yeah, I was just gonna wait till he fell asleep and take his bag.
Well, this is going on, and he wants to look through his bag while he.
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
like this.
Good idea.
Yeah, in his bag, you see there's what, $4? What? No, $5.
Yeah, $5.
There's a revolver in there.
Oh,
a six-shooter
shit.
revolver. And that's about it. Just like odds and ends that's in there, but it's junk. It's garbage. There's like an empty glass bottle. There's like old ticket stubs that look like they mean nothing. He's got some family photos or of some loved ones maybe in there, some photographs, but really this man doesn't have much on him.
Well, I hope you won't mind me taking your fine pistol here. And she takes the pistol for herself, because she's like, "You clearly, if you were just planning to rob us, you don't need this."
You can't leave me here. There's poisonous snakes all around.
Oh, I think you have more concerns than that. And she just holds, checks the weight of the pistol, and practices aiming it, but by pointing it at him.
He just kind of winces. All he can move is his head and his face. You're not gonna shoot me, are you? I wasn't gonna kill you.
Well, you having this gun would make me think otherwise.
Can we do some sort of test about what he's
You can
feeling?
roll psychology.
Yeah. He said
yeah.
Chambers, right? Who was
Chambers,
Chambers again?
yeah.
Because
You
the right guy,
never
right?
heard that name
Wyatt's-
before.
Oh, that's a new
Yeah.
name.
yeah, exactly. Because Wyatt's the guy who's running. So
Right.
that's the
Man.
follow-up question.
Benji.
Also, the
Benji.
follow-up question: why? Why are you stealing this statue? It's a lot of follow-up questions.
Benji, so you're trying to read him? Yeah, he
Yeah.
seems like he's telling the truth. He seems genuinely scared. He's an idiot. And he was, you can tell he's probably hired to take the fall for this, to steal from you in the night. And he seems to be telling the truth.
Who is the Chambers guy? Does he have a first name?
He's the other fella. Hey, Archie. He's the other fella that's going there to do the digging. He's working for Mr. Wyatt.
Oh, okay. So they're like friends or something.
Acquaintances?
So you were just gonna steal this and then just bring it back to them, and that was all you were paid to do?
Yep.
You have a location where you were gonna meet them back at?
Bingham?
Just the whole city. There's whole city and
It's a little town.
okay.
They're there as well. They're going to do the digging too.
Did they tell you why it was important that you got the statue and brought it back to them?
No.
Is that true, Jasper?
Sir, they offered me $25. I could not turn that down. All
Well,
I
I
had to
think-
do was snatch that sickly man's bag and bring it to him.
And now you realize that that $25 is probably not all it was cracked up to be. That's a
you-
shame.
Are you going to leave me here?
I think so. Jasper. I'm not 100% sure. But what are
Please.
your...
Please don't.
I believe
So-
Nick would
Please
like to
don't.
leave you here, but I'm not
Bull
sure. I mean, it
swings the
seems...
sledgehammer, and a rock goes, and
I'll slice that one.
that's it. That's all he says.
Well, I mean, we could, hire you to do the job that you were supposed to do, and perhaps we could find the location of the rivals. Maybe that could be beneficial to us.
Perhaps.
I was not really talking to you, but thank you.
He just answers you anyways. He's looking up at all of you.
I think that I don't really think we should necessarily leave him here, but perhaps we take all of the horses and his boots and we leave him here. And then it'll take him a few days to walk back to town, and he may or may not be okay, but that's not really our problem at that point.
Please don't take Maybell.
Is Maybell your horse?
Indeed.
I think I'll probably take Maybell. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I don't think we're going to leave you with the horse. That seems foolish for us to do that. Even if we leave you alive, we wouldn't leave you with the horse.
You have my pistol, and you're going to have my boots. Leave my horse.
No. I think we'll take definitely the boots and definitely the horse. Probably not your pants. And the gun for sure is going, because Dr. Lucy's already has your gun. So unless Jasper, and this is very important, unless you actually know something of importance for us about why they want the statue.
I was not told as much. I was just asked to snatch it, and I will get my money.
But did you hear anything?
Make a persuade?
Oh, this is gonna end badly.
Oh.
Sure. Yeah.
Yikes.
Oh, you only have a 10%.
Oh yeah. Like I said, Kaz is a little crazy and not very intimidating or persuasive.
How about let's just sleep on it, and we can revisit in the morning, see what everybody wants to do, and go
Please
from there.
don't leave me in here.
No, I think that's where you're gonna sleep, and we're gonna sleep in our respective beds. And
What if a scorpion stings my head?
That will hurt so bad. Have you ever been stung by a scorpion before, Jasper? Very painful.
3 times.
Then you definitely don't want it to happen on your head.
No.
This will teach you about not being a bad person and
I'm
fulfilling
not a
your
bad
contracts.
man.
You're a
You
thief
just
and a
made
bad
a
thief.
decision. That's all.
I haven't stole nothing yet.
No, but you tried so ineptly that we all caught you. I mean, that's not only a bad person, but it's also a professional failure. Sorry, Jasper.
Oof.
This man uses a lot of words.
Mm-hmm. Is Hurst around?
Yeah, he's laying there. He's laying beside the fire. He's having a hard time going to his feet. He's coughing, and he's watching this.
I mean, we should turn and we should ask him, Mr. Hurst, I don't mean to interfere with your cough in here, but this man here was hired to steal your specific statue and bring it to the rival digging crew who want it. Now, I believe that ugly son of a gun that he don't know nothing about exactly what it does. But I got this sneaking suspicion that you do, and you're not telling us everything.
Well, it's sort of a conduit for other. I've encountered other materials found in there, and it's a conduit. It attracts the materials, and it could be used almost as a magnet of sorts to help us find our way down there. I've heard of others that have attempted and they've gotten lost.
So what you're saying, sir, is we need the statue to be able to navigate through the mound after we've unburied it.
That's right. That's what I've learned in the years since my time there.
Well, that's very unfortunate that we've lost it then. I suppose
Yes, we
that's
should
going
go
to
back
complement
home.
things.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, my interest in the knowledge is too important for me. I'm going to have to press on, but I understand. I think you should protect Nick at all costs, Benji.
yeah, he's real sensitive, especially to warm weather. He's Canadian after all.
Did Hurst ever tell us how he acquired it?
He dug it up.
Get in the
He
mound.
dug it up at the mound.
So, I mean, Bill's not an idiot, so he's just gonna say, "You don't think it's a bit strange that you got all sick and such when you lost the thing?" I mean, Bull's got like 49 in a cult.
Yeah.
He's superstitious. He thinks
He goes, "No,
he doesn't think things are
It's not unusual.
coincidences.
It's otherworldly. It's it's haunted my dreams and my nightmares ever since I was there, and it's driven me to take on this expedition. It's called me back to the Mound. I have to take it back with me. It's asked me to.
Mr. Hurst, it's communicating with you. Can you try to focus on it and
Oh my
find
god.
it?
Oh.
Can you telepathically communicate with the statue half a mile away?
I guess I could try. That's not a bad idea.
Well, if it's sending you dreams, then perhaps you can find it with
Maybe
your mind.
Benji just shoots him.
In my dream, maybe in my dreams tonight.
No
it'll
one will
speak to
find
me.
anything.
Maybe it'll speak to me in my dreams tonight. That's a fantastic idea, Mr. Kaz.
Well, that's why you have me here as your parapsychologist.
I'm gonna have to go get some poison berries and put it in his mouth when he's sleeping.
I need as you're talking, you all realize that it's gotten really dark, and it's like the hours have almost passed rapidly, like almost too rapidly. You all, I'm gonna say pocket watches and such, and you can look at the time, and it's like past midnight, and you swear it was just dusk when you buried this idiot in the hole. But time is just kind of like flown by as you're standing around him, talking and chatting, and figuring out what to do.
Well, I'm gonna go turn in for the night, and she goes into her tent.
All right, Dr. Lucy goes to tent. Everybody else is gonna hunker down. Do you want to take watches? What do you want to do here?
Andy was going to offer to stay up.
Yeah,
All
I'll
night?
take a
And
watch.
just say,
Yeah,
we're not
same.
looking to kill you. I can hang around and make sure that no scorpions sting your face overnight.
All right, so do you want to
Wow.
take turns?
Yeah, we'll take watches.
I'll watch with Bull.
Oh, you want to do twinsies, pairsies?
Yeah, I'll watch with
Better
Annie.
Here's his-
All right. So everybody kind of uneasily goes down for the night. Hurst continues coughing until he eventually passes out. And it's probably like 2:30 in the morning. I need Bull and Benji to make me spot hidden rolls.
Spot hidden. Oh,
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Wow,
I
you
could.
Ooh.
That's a-
Ooh.
Ooh.
How much
Ooh.
luck do you have? I can luck it up.
I'll burn.
Okay.
I'm closer. Well, it's actually the same number, wasn't
It was.
it? Wow, look at that.
That's all right. You guys are gonna roll and get a whole bunch next
That's-
week. You're sitting there,
Ooh.
and all of a sudden,
What was that?
Bull,
That was a cool sound, yeah.
you're like laying next to the fire, and something grabs your attention in the darkness out there. You see what appears to be two yellow objects just kind of like floating. They're small, like maybe the size of a quarter.
Like eyes?
Yeah, as it gets
I think
closer, it
it's-
actually looks like a set of yellow eyes, and it looks like something is making its way towards the camp. And it's
Hey,
all
Benji.
black. You cannot see anything other than these yellow eyes. You can tell they're bobbing. It looks like something walking on all fours towards you.
Hey Benji, get that old Bessie ready, or whatever the hell its name is. There's something
Oh,
coming.
Bertha? Yeah, okay. Oh, where? Oh, what is that? He'll send Alf. Alf, go look.
That was the last we ever saw.
Yeah. And so long, Nick the Owl. All right, so your owl just takes off and just glides silently into the night.
High in the air, okay. It's not like land
Circling around.
gliding.
Yeah, but it can't like, caw, it's this. It can't tell you what's going on. So
Yeah, but it can like follow it to see if
your
it
bird
actually
just
is-
flies in the air. Sure, it's circling. All of a sudden, Nick's circling the area. and
Good.
These eyes seem to be getting closer and closer to the camp. Like, it's got a steady pace, and it's not breaking pace whatsoever.
Yeah, I'll try and wake up Kaz and Annie. Not really the doctor. I don't think she's gonna be useful. So that's the last person I wake up.
So you're not waking up Lucy?
I mean, maybe like
got a
at the
pistol.
end.
Geez,
Kaz-
time for our shift.
There's eyes. I'm pointing.
Ooh,
Look,
that's
Look at Alf.
That's very interesting. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. He pulls out his notebook and his Mauser. He's like, notes and or bullets. Who knows?
And
Yeah.
he's gonna go over to the tent and like poke the shotgun through the tent.
To the canvas.
Yeah.
All right, you're woken up by a shotgun poking you, Lucy.
Okay. Yeah, Lucy wakes up and she grabs a couple of her she grabs all of her newly acquired things, her sword, her gun, and a bottle of alcohol that she's stuffed some cloth into as she comes out, thinking that there is indeed an ambush going to happen.
Pistol one hand, Molotov cocktail in the other. I love it.
Yeah.
I want to like tell everyone to position ourselves behind this greasy guy so that he's the first thing that the creature would have walked towards.
This guy?
Head poking
Bull,
up.
My
Bull
name
will
is
make
Jasper.
sure he's frontlining. Yeah,
My name
Bull
is
will,
Jasper.
You're gonna
front
protect
line.
Jasper?
He's like,
Yeah, I think Bull would.
what?
Yeah.
What is that? What is coming this way?
I will. So I think Bull is gonna like pull his coat off at that point, just kind of get like the carnival muscles out and like the weird brands, and just drop the clothes on top of his head so he won't talk and can't see nothing. I don't want to hear from him. Just be quiet, you stupid old man. Or young man, whatever the hell you are.
My name is Jasper, and I'm 28
Shut
years
up.
old.
You're about to get your head caved in if you don't shut up.
So yeah. Do we see it? Do we see anything better? Like, is it within
And it
like
keeps
the
getting
firelight
closer,
yet?
and it's bobbing. It's something walking on all fours. As it gets closer to the fire, you're kind of like on the edge. You squint, and it looks like a massive canine or wolf. It's just jet black though, but you can see hair now. But this thing is huge. It's like you're gauging where you're standing, and this thing's coming at you. It's easily as tall as you are, and you're a big boy. Like it's like the size of a horse. This
Okay.
creature.
We got ourselves a big doggy out here. Well, come on in, man. Come on in, good boy.
It just kind of trots up to camp, and it gets to the edge, and it gets like right up to you, Bull, and it sits down. Oh, I lost somebody.
Oh, we lost Aaron.
It sits
Oh
down.
no!
Sits down, and it just looks at you, and its like tail is wagging. It seems,
Hey there.
It's like wagging. His tail's wagging.
and it's just looking at you.
Well, hey there, little doggy. Where are you from?
Doesn't answer you. It doesn't talk.
Does it,
It
have
just
any
looks-
wounds or anything on it? Like, does it like look like it's gotten in a fight or bit or anything? Does it look like like you said? Does it look like a really really big wolf, or does it look like a dog?
It's a wolf, and it's as
Okay.
big as you are. Now that it's up close, it's the size of you, but it seems very calm. Like it's not aggressive whatsoever, and it just kind of looks at you, almost like a domesticated dog. And it just kind of sits there and it looks at everybody in the camp.
Would I recognize this from any of the local mythologies or legends of the area? A creature like this?
Make me an occult roll, please.
Ooh,
Can I get it on that?
Sure.
Get on that occult.
Ooh, I'm really
As
good
I
at
work
occult.
on fixing this overlay. We're back. Ooh, occult. This thing. So, nothing comes to mind. Oh, Kaz. Yeah, you've heard of Native American legends of local animals, usually embodiments of either that of gods that they worship, or evil spirits. This could go either way, but you've definitely heard of Native American tales of such things. And this thing's just sitting at the edge of the camp, and it's looking at all of you, and then it stands up and it trots over to the horses, who are like unusually calm. And this thing's as tall as a horse, and it opens its mouth and just wraps its jaw around one of the horse's heads and starts pulling it away. And the horse is freaking out. And it looks over the rest of you, and it's just pulling this horse trying to pull it off of its tie and into the darkness, and the horse is losing its mind.
Is it Maybell?
It's not Maybell. No, it's not Maybell.
Whose horse is it?
It's
Yeah, I think
it's just one of the horses.
Well, we got to stop that. Like, what the hell? No, I'll go at it if no one's
Yeah,
going
sure.
to shoot.
Oh, yeah, Kaz is mumbling under his breath. He goes, "It must be a Manitou. Must be a Manitou. Could be good, but probably if it's not eating a horse, probably not good. Just shoot it."
Yeah, everybody
And
make
then
your
he,
attacks. With your various subjects.
I feel like it's about to just go through
it's
the.
totally like just focused on yanking and pulling this horse away.
all right, Kaz will
Will they
follow.
make a ranged rifle roll?
Benji, your
no.
gun
Oh.
breaks.
Explodes.
Your gun breaks, Benji. Bertha's gone with 100.
Oh my
goodness!
Oh.
It jams, and you're gonna have to repair that thing.
Ooh.
Question is, I'm Molotov. Is that using thrown or demolitions?
Let's do thrown.
Because I have both.
Let's do
so
thrown.
gonna kill the horse too.
Yeah, the horse is gonna. You're gonna be having horse meat tomorrow night for dinner.
In Bull, as Bull will be in melee range, hitting it with a hammer.
Oh yeah, you're
It's
gonna hit
true.
both the Molotov. You might not want to do that.
I got an extreme.
You did get an extreme success. That is a good thing. Okay. So Benji, your gun just click, and it just kind of you hear the mechanism kind of snap inside. Bull, Kaz, Annie.
10 points.
All of a sudden, this ball
fire damage.
whizzes through the air,
Oh my God.
hits the wolf, and just starts kind of spreading. You don't even need to roll damage. You hit this thing with a sledgehammer, you shoot it with a bullet, and it just kind of like, it hits it, and tufts of hair just kind of come off, but it doesn't even bleed. And it turns and almost looks at you like, why did you do that to me? With look on its face, as it lets the horse head go, and just kind of stares at all of you. I need all of you to make me a sanity check at this point.
Yeah.
As there's no blood, there's no damage whatsoever than tufts of hair, and this massive giant wolf is in your camp.
Is this just from weirdness, or is this just from like some kind of viciousness or whatever?
The
From it
whole
being
situation.
really weird.
I don't
All
think
of
I don't
it.
think my
Like,
heart
a giant
my
wolf
heart didn't
plus
apply.
it not taking any damage
Yeah,
whatsoever.
I don't think hard would apply. Cool, I don't.
So when confronted by horror, you roll D100 equal to or under your sand for minimum sanity loss. Fail and lose greater sanity loss. So did anybody fail? No.
Nope.
You all passed. Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow. Look
It's
at
my
you.
Wolf
second
just
time seeing
won.
one of those. You know, I've already seen one. So
Everybody who failed loses 2 sanity.
All right, I will use my resilient talent to offset my sanity loss by spending luck.
So we still don't wait. We still take 2 minus 2.
Yeah. So if you didn't pass, you take more.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
by
You actually have to
resisting, you didn't
roll.
take the full brunt. So remember,
Right,
if you
right.
lose 5 sanity or more in one hit, that's when you start having bouts of madness and things like that. So you're holding together, but this is really weird. Like you cannot believe what you're seeing. You've got a massive wolf the size of your horse, trotting in a camp, acting all friendly, and you've just unloaded everything into it, and it's not hurt whatsoever. It's just sitting there looking at you quizzically, like, why would you do that to me?
Kaz
Two
goes
for
to scratch his
passing.
head. 2 for passing.
2 for passing. Okay. So
Yeah.
Scratches
Yeah,
his
you
head,
still take 2 sanity loss. Permanent sanity loss.
pulls out his notebook, and he starts writing notes. He's like, do you have a name?
Just kind of
No response.
No response. It's
Interesting.
It's looking at you. It's not panting or anything. It's just looking at you. And its eyes, now its eyes are closer. You can see that there's more to it. Like there's intelligence here, more than your average dog or wolf.
Can I
We
get
have some
close
sort
to it?
You can try.
Dr. Lucy will, stow her weapons and grab her bag of doctor goods and make her way over to it and look to Kaz and be like, what do you think?
Write it.
Kaz goes, "Oh, this is a very interesting opportunity, and Norse mythology, if this was the wolf Fenrir, you could put your hand in its mouth, but no, you don't want to do that. You would lose your hand. Wait, and he pulls a can of beans and he opens as he walks close. It's like, would you like some beans?
Does not react. It does not positively or
Maybe
negatively.
Full spirit manifestation. I don't know what to tell you, Dr. Lucy. Can he roll an occult check to get a better understanding of what's going on, or will that help at all?
You already did an occult check on this thing, so it's not going to further it anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
Matt.
Kaz is doing all that. Can Lucy stealth to try to get closer?
Sure, you can make me a hard.
Like wants to get.
Make me a hard stealth
Okay.
roll.
That's fine. I'll use my talent, Shadow.
Look at you.
Reduces difficulty by 1 level, or gain a bonus die, up to your choice. So either make it hard, or I get a bonus die to get the. Did you say I needed extreme or hard?
Hard.
Oh,
Hard
so
success.
make it normal, or I could get a bonus die to get the hard, up to you.
No, just make it normal. The other thing you'll notice that, like, while this thing's sitting here, it has an unearthly stench emanating from it. Like, you've never smelt anything like this before. It reeks.
I've got to spend luck.
You spend luck, the 3 luck.
Yeah,
To get
at least
there?
I'm spending low luck. I'm happy about that. That's for sure.
So you get up close to this thing, and like it
Yeah.
reeks. It stinks. You've never smelt. It doesn't smell like flesh. It doesn't smell like dog poo, wolf shit, or anything like that. Like, you don't know what it is.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna. Does it notice me?
Let me make an opposed roll.
I also am like, I'm right next to it because I did run up.
Yeah,
to hit
you
it,
are.
So.
Uh-huh.
I'm a big guy. I might be giving her some cover.
It does
Yeah.
notice. It does notice you.
It does or does not?
It does. I rolled a 12.
Okay.
I think it's hidden on there, but I rolled a 12. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it just like
Cool.
as you're creeping up through the shadows, it like turns its head and it looks right at you as you try to get close.
I try to put a hand on its like side. If it
As
lets me.
you start to put a hand on there and you feel fur, but it's cold. As you do so,
Yeah.
it stands up on all fours and it turns back the way it came and it just starts trotting out of camp into the darkness.
Well,
would've
that
liked
was
to
very unusual.
Yes, it was.
Does
I
it
would have liked
leave
to study it.
footprints?
It doesn't. Good question. No footprints.
No footprints yet. It
Yeah, I was gonna
was
track
about
it.
to pull a horse.
We don't know what it was going to do to the horse. It didn't. Was it like
Yeah.
biting the horse? Like, was there blood, or was it like?
Oh, it
What
was,
is the
yeah.
horse
You look
doing?
over the horse now,
Okay.
and it's in distress, and there's blood
like,
coming
oh.
down.
Okay,
its
so it was
face.
injured. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I patch up the horse
Sure,
with first aid or medicine?
sure. You can attempt.
What?
Yeah. You've got stuff to treat wounds, so you don't need to be a veterinarian to use antiseptics and to clean a wound and things like that on a horse or an animal. That's fine.
Oh, I'd.
But
I'd
you can
be,
use
yeah.
animal handling to calm it down.
Oh, I
No,
can roll
I want to
that.
give it drugs so that it was
Oh, you just
calmed
wanna-
down
you
no
just
matter
wanna
what.
Oh, so I'll tell you what. You got to make a medicine roll,
Yeah.
and you're used to administering this to humans, so this is going to be hard.
It's the same thing.
No, you got to do weights and all that. This is a big animal.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Because
Yeah,
you
yeah,
want to knock
yeah.
it out,
Well,
right? So you're gonna
yeah.
like so the ratio.
How about I do 2 rolls? 1 my science biology and 2
Oh my god,
medicine.
farming rolls. Do you hear this? How about I do 7 rolls and then we'll see.
No,
what
I'm just saying
happens.
biology to make sure I get the level correct, and then the other one to make sure I do the medicine.
It'll be a
or
hard.
just straight
It'll be
medicine.
a hard science biology roll.
Oh, you got it. There we go. Easy clap.
All right, you do some quick math there, and you're like, okay, this. I'm sure this is it. Somebody want to calm the horse down, or do you want to calm the horse down before administering this? Animal handling.
I would look to Benji while making my calculations. I was like, it would be a lot easier if it was if I could sedate it. Could you
Oh
assist
yeah, Alf is like, perfect pet. I'm really good at this. So I get a bonus dice, but I'm actually not good at this.
me? Ooh.
Bonus?
Okay.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, I don't know.
So
where
roll
went.
it, and then just roll another d10, and we'll take the better of the
You can do it
hands.
from the drop. You can
Oh,
do
I
it
did,
with
but
the
the
slider.
roll
Yeah.
disappeared.
Oh.
Roll it again.
I heard it roll. All right, let me just roll it, and then we draw a d10.
Oh
hold
no.
Oh, so you go up there to calm
You have-
horse down.
No!
and-
Oh, I have
10%
18. No,
hit.
look.
Oh, it's an 18. Yes,
Oh,
yeah.
right.
Okay.
And then I can spin
Yeah.
luck.
Okay,
Oh.
18. What's your animal handling? 5? So you're going to spend the
Yeah.
luck to get there?
So
All right.
13. Yeah.
Horse whisperer over here goes over to it, and how do you calm this thing down?
I say, oh, it's all right, Pony. Don't worry about it. Me and Alf will just distract you while the doctor just stabs you with a needle. It'll be all good.
It starts to calm down and stamp
then
its feet. You stab it, and so you sedate it. You put it out,
Yeah.
and you can administer healing. But the rest
So
of you
it
kind of
doesn't
watch in
hurt
the
itself.
darkness, and you like this big furry mass just disappears into the darkness of the night.
I wanted to like follow it for as long as I
Sure,
could,
make
and
me
I
a
want to
tra-
see if it just I'm just
Make me a
trying
hard
to follow. I
track.
know
A hard tracking.
okay.
Actually, it'll start with tracking, and we'll get harder progressively. So start with tracking.
Okay, so and hard on this you said?
No,
Or
just for
regular?
tracking. Just straight tracking.
Okay. It's
All right.
PS 56
You seem
over
to
60.
keep up with it using the moonlight. You see this thing like lumbering forward. It's going at a really good pace. It's going much faster than you can, being on all fours and being so large.
I'm a bull.
And you can make.
Can I call out to it too? I like
Sure.
while I'm doing that, I will call out to it like,
Wait, what are you?
stuff like that.
The thing is, so this thing has never howled, it's never barked, it's never whimpered or anything. And it again, you get no noise, you get nothing. But it does stop, and you can see those yellow eyes, like it's turned back and looked at you briefly, and then it turns back around and continues to trot away from you.
Okay.
You can make me a hard track if you want to keep up at this point,
Sure. I'll
as
give
its
it a
pace
try.
is increased. Wow, you keep
Wow.
up with it.
Fast.
You keep up. You're running. I'm a bull.
I told you I'm a bull.
So the
only go in a
gap
straight
is
line.
widening and widening and widening between the two of you, but you're managing to keep track on this. You do look behind you though, and that fire, the campfire, is getting further and further and getting smaller and smaller as you do so. But you are keeping up with this thing.
Can Annie do a roll just to see if she can see where Bull went?
Yes, you can make
To
me
keep
a
him in
hard spot hidden, we'll say. At this range where he's taken off. You've lost complete sight of Bull.
I'll spend the 14.
Okay. You see a rather large man. You can hear every once in a while, I'm a bull from the darkness.
I'm not saying that. I'm just calling out.
Who are you? What do you want? What are you doing here? What's going on?
Because he's frustrated. Because this is the only animal that they've seen. It was, you said specifically that there were no animals, no crickets, nothing, and he's a very superstitious man.
Yeah, and there still is no
Chupacabra.
sound whatsoever. You keep up with this thing for a while, and you swear you're on its. You're like still up and on it, and you eventually get to a small creek, and that's where you lose all track and trace of it.
Okay.
But the odd thing is, as soon as you lose trace of it and it's gone, you hear crickets making noises all around you. You can hear bugs, you hear flies, you can hear birds. All of a sudden, the sound of Mother Nature has come back all around you as this thing has completely disappeared out of sight for you.
He'll kneel at the creek, take a couple scoops of water, breathe. He'll mumble some like kind of weird like curse that one of the fortune teller ladies probably told him back at the carnival, and then he'll cautiously return as best he can to the fire.
Okay. Yeah, you can see in the distance. Maybe the others are calling out to you. And, yeah. Let's call it there. Let's end the session right there with that encounter. It's a good place to
Wonderful
leave off.
Sounds of nature returning.
And all of a sudden, it's almost like boom, like deafening. Like you all pick up and like, whoa. And, like everything comes back. Not just the sound of wind gusting.
Kaz, is that going into your book?
Absolutely. How could I not include that encounter? That was amazing. That was my first encounter with an embodied spirit. And that's what I'm assuming it is, based on how it acted and moved and reacted. That's the only thing I can think. Perhaps a Manitou, maybe something else. I don't really know, but it's definitely going in the book.
Well,
I've got to sit down and sketch this really quick.
Please show it to me later.
I'll do that, Doctor. I absolutely will.
We should make some hypotheses.
Absolutely.
Hypotheses. Very good. Very good. All right. Yeah. Let's call it there.
Level up. Level up rules.
Level up. All right. So let's do round table. Let's find out what everybody's doing this week. Tyler, what do you got going this week? Are you doing some streaming?
I'm doing. Probably not. I'm going away until Sunday, so not that. But I am getting ready to start doing a paid for tabletop game soon. So keep an eye on my lovely Twitter, FoolTheDM for that. As that should be where I post about it.
And if people want to see your streams, I dropped the link to your Twitch in the chat there, so they can follow you on Twitch and see when you're doing video games and role-playing games and everything else.
Heck yeah.
Jeff, what do you got going on the rest of the week?
Yeah, over at twitch.tv/thelollygaggers, we stream Delta Green, Impossible Landscapes on Friday. We do Blades of the Dark on Saturday, and we'll be doing Alien this coming Monday. And then over on the Garblag Games channel on Thursday, you can catch several of the folks that you see here playing in a different Delta Green game that we just started up a couple weeks ago. So that's what I got.
Yeah. Melissa?
It's a doozy of a Delta Green game too.
It is a doozy. Tune in on Thursday. Got anything
check all
to
of our
add to
past stuff out on YouTube.
Yes,
Exactly.
Evan, what do you got going on the rest of this week?
Thursday we're playing Delta Green.
Delta Green.
When three people were really questionable and the other two were okay. Yay.
I was okay.
I was the other two.
I was the other two. Yes. On Garblag Games, I dropped the link to the chat there for Garblag.
And Sunday, Alien.
We're back to Alien.
Another Riverbee. So if
Another
you want to
Riverbee. Face to face with the Queen.
Yes.
Spoilers.
One of our characters, I guess, is going to solo attempt. I don't know.
With a katana.
Yes, so I don't know what happens there.
I know.
We'll find out.
But come find out.
It's ridiculous. Cold-blooded murder. Come on, Karayan. Don't say that. I had no part in it. We'll go back and watch the stream. Aaron, what do you got going on the rest of this week?
Tomorrow over on Garblag Games, we're playing some Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition, Once Upon a Time in the Old World. Then on Thursday on Garblag Games during the day, 1 o'clock or 1300 British Standard Time, we'll be playing some Modiphius Star Trek Adventures. The original series Klingon Crew is this week, so that'll be fun. And then Thursday night, Delta Green, Sunday, Aliens, Tuesday, back here.
Yeah, more Call of Cthulhu. Yeah, the rest of the week for myself, you can find me Thursday night, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time on Garblag Games for Delta Green, and Sunday nights on the Free League Twitch channel for Alien. And that's it for us. We'll be back next week, Tuesday. Thank you again to Syrinscape for having us on here, inviting us on to do some Call of Cthulhu. It's a lot of fun, and we really appreciate it. And we'll see you all next Tuesday. Have a great week. All right, we're live. Hey, welcome back. Another Tuesday night here on the Syrinscape. We're doing Call of Cthulhu, an adventure by the name of The Mound. And this week, we might actually get to the Mound. I don't know. Evan's real eager to get to the Mound, and I don't know why.
Just the name of the adventure, you know?
It's a slow build. It's like you don't get xenomorphs in the first session of Alien, you know?
All right.
It's a slow build.
We can take our time.
It's a slow build. All right. Relax. Okay, we're back. Let's do the roundtable introductions for all the characters. We'll do our luck points, and then we'll get into it. We'll do a recap and all that good stuff. So Tyler, tell us about Lucy, please.
So Lucy is a femme fatale scientist who has been contracted to help out with this. It's archaeology. Is that what it would
Yeah,
be?
we
I
could say an
assume?
archaeological dig.
Yeah, she's excited to check out some rocks, see if there's anything interesting in the ground, and totally use it for all scientific and good uses.
All right, that sounds legit. Scientific and good uses. All right, Brazen Bull, aka Nathan Freeport.
Yeah. Nathan Freeport is a Yale grad, class of 1906, contract law, various other things. But that's not who Bull really is, as he stole that identity when he first started up this game. Bull, however, is a drifter, an ex-carnival sideshow with a carnival that treated him quite poorly. Used to like brand him and force him to do like wrestling fights and things against other sideshows. And then he escaped and stole a really unfortunate train ticket and is probably going to go insane and die because of it. So, whoops. Out of the frying pan,
Yeah.
into the fire.
Yeah, but how much money are you going to get for this if you do survive?
I think he's already made more than he probably ever had seen before, as he had like a cool $40 at one point, which is a lot.
of money.
That's a lot for him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's true. All right, and Melissa as Annie.
So I am Annie Rasmussen. She is a mechanic. She is here for the adventure, seeing different things, talking to different people.
Very good. Annie Banani. And we got Evan as our favorite Canadian.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm playing
Benji.
Benji Riverbee from Winnipeg. Whatever comes after
Manitoba.
that, Canada, Manitoba. I just put Winnipeg, Canada, so that's clearly not right. But Benji knows it. You know, the player may not, but Benji does. don't
Winnipeg,
worry.
Manitoba, Canada. My birthplace.
Yes, I did it on purpose.
Benji and I share that. We'll
Yeah.
always have that.
And you act just like Benji. That's why Benji acts this way.
I do not act just like Benji. Oh, hey, oh. Yes.
Yeah, Benji is a rogue explorer. So for a Canadian, you know, he's a little bit adventurous. You know, maybe bordering that line of, you know, legal or not. And he is destined, which is probably not going to happen this episode, to get rid of that statue. I'm sure it's going to come back because of Aaron's great suggestion.
I thought you were going to say he's destined to die.
No, I don't want any of my characters to die.
Or go insane, because it is Call of Cthulhu.
Riverbees never die. I mean, we know
Right,
that.
they're immortal.
This is the original Grandma Riverbee. Oh no, but you're not a grandma. And last but not least, we have Kaz.
So Kaz, he's a little odd, but he has come to really respect Nick, the owl, and Nick's perch, Benji.
I forgot Nick. Okay, thank you.
It's not Nick, it's Alf. Don't let him rename it.
Kaz is he's 40 years old. He was part of the inaugural psychology class at Northwestern. Was doing his graduate studies when World War I kicked off. He went to war. After the war, he stayed in Europe and was studying parapsychology, and may have run into some weird things that made him even a little odder than he was before the war. So he's got a few quirks, but he's extremely invested in understanding what's going on here and learning about this occult lore.
Yes. Well, after last session, things are definitely going to getting closer. Things are going to get weird. I said I was not going to take it easy on the sanity loss in this, like in Masks and Nyarlathotep. All right, so those are our players. Those are the people involved. What happened last session? We arrived in Union City. You went to the stables of the livery to pick up your horses that were arranged for before you got there. and you were turned away and said that they weren't there. You uncovered that Mr. A.W. Wyatt had purchased it and purposely basically blocked you of getting any horses or getting towards your destination because he does have a rival team or expedition that he sent out there to also investigate the Mound. That Benji took the statue of Cthulhu from your boss, the person who hired you, Mr. Hurst, Jacob Hurst, and which has caused him to grow sickly. He started with migraines and bleeding noses and things like that while you were in Union City. You encountered a man by the name of Jasper Rands, who brought you your horses and was going to be your guide to Binger. And you were all a little suspicious of old Jasper. And along the way, you asked him some questions and such. Mr. Hurst got more sick along the way. It's time to hunker down for camp that night. Benji went off and buried the statue of Cthulhu somewhere. And
So then we buried Jasper.
yeah, exactly. Brazen Bull buried Jasper. And you all basically took turns interrogating him, threatening him to get information. He basically cracked and said that he's working for a man by the name of Chambers, Archie Chambers, who he is sent there to get the statue from Mr. Hurst. You all thought he was there to lead you into an ambush, which wasn't the case. That's why he was put in underground, why you buried him up to his neck, up to his head, underground. So he was sent there to basically throw you all off and get that statue from you. But the statue's missing. And Mr. Hurst is getting sicker and sicker by the hour due to that. That is when, during the night, you were visited by a strange creature, a strange animal. A massive wolf found its way to your camp. And by massive, I mean like the size of one of your horses. It was huge. Like when it sat down, its head was probably level with your head when you were standing up as a full-grown person. And this thing wandered in, and it didn't show any aggression. It didn't try to attack any of you. It just kind of sat there and looked at all of you quizzically. You opened fire on it, or was it? Yeah.
Well, it was after it tried to eat a horse.
Right, it wrapped its mouth around the head.
to the no aggression description.
Well, not towards you. It wrapped its
but to our horses.
mouth around the head of a horse, which started to panic frantically, and you could see it was trying to pull this horse away with it into the darkness. And that's when you opened fire on it, which seemed to yield no results whatsoever on this thing. Just kind of like chunks of fur flew off, and it looked at you kind of like, what are you doing? Why would you do that to me? And it sat there for a moment, and then it just kind of broke off into the night. Brazen Bull chased it for some time, and eventually lost it in the darkness. You got to a stream, and the tracks did not continue on the other side of the stream. And that's where we left off. You made your way back to the camp. It's the middle of the night now, right?
Yeah.
Does that cover everything that happened last session?
It does.
Okay.
More or less, yeah.
So let's do some luck recovery, because we spent a lot of luck last session, did we not?
Yeah, I did.
So roll your luck. If it's higher, the result is higher than your current luck score, you get 2d10 plus 10. If it's lower, 1d10 plus 5. Luck. Oh, that was not good, Benji.
No.
Wait, what do you mean? I got mine.
Oh, okay.
Now my roll wasn't that great.
Ooh, 15 and 15, two of you.
Well, that's good at least. I had a good roll.
What's
I mean, I
max?
had 37 luck and I went under, but at least I rolled max on like the lower, the 1d10 plus 5.
All right.
25 for the doctor.
Very nice.
Nice.
Very nice. All right, well, and after that recap, I also want to say, if you're joining us for the first time and you want to watch the past episodes, they are available on the Syrinscape YouTube channel. You can watch those there, and the current week's episodes are always uploaded on Fridays. So if you're not able to join us for the whole session tonight, you can always watch it on Fridays when it's uploaded. You can get caught up. All right, so we have our sounds playing. If everybody's logged in, you can hear the wind whistling. You can hear the campfire crackling. And you're all kind of standing there looking at one another, trying to piece together what you just witnessed. You also tended to that poor horse that was injured. Even though you did no damage to that wolf, you weren't sure if it was real or spectral or whatever, it did inflicted real trauma and damage to that horse. It was bleeding, and all of you did work together and administered medicine and animal handling and everything else, so that the horse is on the mend. So where do we go from here as you kind of process what you just saw?
So, I mean, Bull will get back, and I mean, Bull tracked it and kept up with it, and it still disappeared. So I think Bull is under the impression that it disappeared, not that he lost it, but that it disappeared. So that I think that's what Bull would say. Like,
I tracked it for a while, but I don't know what happened. It just disappeared. I saw it, and then there was a stream, and then it was gone. And I don't know. It might have like it blended with the shadows, and then nothing.
Fascinating, Bull. So, Bull, are you saying to me then that you did not lose it? It simply disappeared? Am I understanding that?
Well, I'm not as accomplished a tracker as Mr. Riverbee is, but I do feel that my tracking ability is such that I followed the thing, and I ran just as fast as it, and it still got away somehow. So I don't think I lost it. I think something else is going on. Maybe we in a weird place. Maybe there's something in the air. I don't know. But I didn't lose it.
And did you all see that when we shot it, it did not bleed? Nothing happened. I did not see anything happen. Did anyone see anything happen to that wolf when we shot it?
That was no normal. That was no wolf, Kaz. Whatever that was, I can't believe it was a wolf. As you said,
my gun broke. My gun broke, so I don't really know if I hit it or not. I was aiming at it, and all of a sudden, back in my face. He gets a little upset, and you can see he's very emotional about Big Bertha looking like it's not in full form.
You hear old Jasper, can you dig me out of the ground now, please?
I don't think that was our plan. Maybe in the morning. That was the plan, right? In the morning we were going to dig
in the
him
morning.
out.
But what if more wolves come along?
Well, we should probably sacrifice you instead of the horses. They're way more important.
There's less of you available for betting, so I think you're fine where you are.
I do not agree with this plan.
That's true, but you were setting us up. You were going to steal from us. Jasper, where I come from, you know what they do to thieves? They take off their thumbs. We're going to leave you your thumbs. We may even unbury you.
It's a harmless crime. Nobody was going to be hurt.
I disagree. You're being hurt right now, and maybe even worse. So clearly it was a terrible crime for you to commit against us.
Seems very confused by this. You have a way with words, sir.
Thank you, Jasper.
Bolo will pull Kaz aside for a second, out of earshot of Jasper, and he'll just say,
Maybe we could start playing good cop with him now. Let him out, keep his wrists bound and everything, and then we get him to lead us to this whole Archie Chambers once we get into Binger, whatever the hell the name of the city is.
Bull, I can see how you got your law degree. That's a fabulous idea. That's fantastic.
By graduating from Yale, class of 1906.
Kaz turns to...
I was always good at negotiation.
I can tell. And you're very fast. I watched you run off. Very fast.
I do
Doctor...
like to keep a fit regiment.
It's clear. It's clear from your demeanor. And Dr. Cecile Lucille Davenport, what are your thoughts?
I think that we should just gag him so that we can get some rest without him keeping us up all night with his yammering. And she pulls out some gauze and like just a big old ball of gauze out of her medical case, and she's just like, "This should do the trick."
You get Jasper, and there's like ants crawling up his chin. He's like blowing at them, trying to get them up.
And I look at everyone else and I say, "Shall I? Or is there anything else you have to ask of Jasper?"
At this point, Kaz has already turned away, and he's sitting down next to the unconscious or sleeping Mr. Hurst, and he's trying to jot down any mumblings he might hear from this man's dreams.
He seems to be having a fever dream. He's sweating profusely. He is pale, and he is muttering, and he's talking about it's nearby, buried.
Fuck.
I must be reunited. We'll be one again. Me and Tulu will be reunited.
He's like saying the latitude and longitude coordinates.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's 3 paces to the west.
3 degrees north and
6 paces
400
east.
west.
Hard right, buried under tree.
Kaz will get real low and whisper in his ear, Can you walk to it? Can you find it? Do you feel it?
I can sense it. It's near. It's pulling me towards it.
Go with it. This is fascinating, everyone. This is absolutely fascinating.
What do you mean he's having it's crazy? Why is this normal? Why are you so interested in it? Why are we letting this fly?
This is a manifestation of some sort of psychometric effect. His connection with the statue over the years has bonded them. It's fascinating.
That doesn't even sound like it should be possible.
Exactly. That's why it's fascinating. If it was obviously possible, it would just be mundane. Isn't that right, Benji?
Just like wolves don't disappear into thin air in the middle of the night.
I mean, what if the bull just actually outran him? It was pretty big. The wolf, I mean.
But why didn't it bleed, Benji? Perhaps we should ask Nick. He seems to be the smart one in this group. Nick,
Who's
what are
Nick?
your thoughts?
Who is Nick?
Nick, your companion.
Oh, you mean Alf? Oh, sorry, I don't recognize that name, but Alf, yeah, he's right here.
Kaz looks at Nick. He just looks at him. He's like, I understand, Nick. And he turns around and walks away again.
Do I have to really fix my gun?
Yes.
Okay, there's no gunsmith, by the way.
No, but there is machine repair.
Okay, I have machine
Annie?
repair.
I was gonna say you have
Isn't Annie a
machine
machinist
repair,
or something?
and Annie is an expert at it. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Annie does not have the proper components or tools and such to fix it out here. But in Binger,
I mean, I might
It's a
as well just buy a
different
new one in Binger. I got so much money.
are you sure they're gonna have another Big Bertha in Binger?
Just because you have money doesn't mean everything is available to you at any time.
No, that's exactly what it means. It's 100%.
Can I have some money?
No.
I would stuff his mouth with the big old wad of that there. Though, while everyone was chatting, I would like to put something else in there without
What?
anyone noticing.
What are you slipping old Jasper Rans?
You know, some medicine to help him sleep.
Is this like a repeat of
Oh no, it's just
What's
like
going
Delta
on?
Green all over
I
again.
know.
Oh no.
This is what Tyler does in Alien also. He likes to inject people with empty syringes.
I'm not injecting
Yeah.
anyone. I'm
So
just
what
microdosing him with something to help him sleep a little
All
bit.
right, so
that's
you
all.
want to knock him out. You want to put him to sleep. Not
Sure.
permanently. but-
Yeah, cyanide.
Sure.
It's just a little bit here and there.
Yeah, just a lot of stuff.
Do we know?
How about you roll your your
Yeah,
sleight of hand or
let's do your
stealth?
stealth.
Yeah.
No, sleight of hand. Yeah, sleight of hand is more
Yeah.
appropriate here. Sleight of hand.
Cool.
We can roll spot hidden.
Yeah, you can all
Hell
roll
yeah.
spot hidden.
It is done.
It's gonna be
at,
opposed. So if Lucy
Yeah.
gets like extreme success or
Yeah.
whatever, then it's gonna be against that. So let's see what Lucy ends up
All right,
with.
let's get Lucy's.
And
Standard
I
difficulty.
believe I get a bonus die for this because of my talent.
Okay.
So let's see how that goes. Boop. Bonus
Boop,
die.
boop, boop, boop.
Bloop, bloop. No whammies.
What? That's weird. Did it
Oh.
look weird for everybody else? Also, I see
I
sleight of
didn't
hand and
see
1
it.
star.
I don't
I
see
don't
Didn't
see
show
anything.
up
it.
at all.
Maybe it's loading.
No, it says sleight of hand,
Did
and it says
you-
opposed roll card, and it says level success is 1. I see 1 success on my end.
Oh, is there a super special way to? Oh,
Is it
So
not
you
public as
rolled-
roll?
You rolled a 40.
maybe.
I can see
Okay.
it, and the stream can see it. You rolled a 40 when I
That's
expanded.
so weird. Huh?
With the beat of
You rolled
40.
well 70 and a 40, so you rolled a 4 for your other 10s die,
Right.
which gave you a single success because you have a 60 in sleight of hand.
Yeah.
That is weird though. But yeah, if you're watching on the stream, you can see it.
It might be the bonus die thing. That might be what it does.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I
I'm
have that
guessing
too for spot hidden, so I'll see.
Okay. So that's
Cool.
a single success. Ooh.
Mine didn't. Yeah, mine didn't even show up. I don't.
Yeah, I'm
See one.
seeing.
Ooh. No,
Well,
mine showed up, but it failed.
Maybe it all became like a I don't know.
I heard
I-
mine roll. I just didn't see it.
Brazen Bull's got a
Yeah.
single success, and
Mhm.
Benji, you rolled triple stars, extreme success.
Oh wow.
It shows you.
Ally
it shows you rolled
Benji.
it shows you rolled a 0, which is funny because did you have advantage also? You got to roll.
I get a bonus dice. Yeah.
Okay. Because it shows you rolled a 60 and you rolled a 0 on a 10s die for your.
Oh, and then I
bonus
rolled
one.
my 0 on
So
the other one.
Yeah, so it's showing you with the result of 0 and having
That's amazing.
an extreme success.
I love it.
So you
Allies.
clearly see Lucy go over to her bag, and then she's like putting
Oh, yeah,
something
she-
on the
she-
cloth.
Yeah.
It's like tipping
Okay,
over a little jar, putting on the cloth, and
I feel like I'm just gonna make this known to everybody. Dr. Lucille is trying to put something on the bandage, and I don't think that's okay. I mean, I don't know if she's trying to kill him or just trying to make him go to sleep, but I feel a little uncomfortable ethically right now.
She says, is yes, to help him sleep, to deal with all of the ants that are crawling over him, that I'm sure he won't be able to.
Well, Dr. Lucy, we are to unbury him now, so perhaps just sleep normally.
Oh, you're going to let him out. Oh, okay.
It's just Bull, our
Yeah.
friend Nathan Freeport, the attorney, has said that he's going to keep an eye.
Yeah, I can take him out. I mean, you can knock him out. That's fine. Make it easy to tie him up. I don't really mind.
Well, I think that's a good idea to make sure he doesn't just run off.
Is
I'll
it like,
cooperate. You don't need to knock me out.
are you knocking him out, or is it like eternal sleep? Because I
I
can
can
tell
hear
what
you.
what you're pouring on your, bandage.
Please don't knock me out or kill me.
I won't. And,
No one's going to kill you.
I guess I put the bandages back in my bag that are clearly
You huff
wet.
them and then pass out.
Just
I can't handle the pressure.
All right, good night.
yeah. She's like, yes, I'll go use this on myself so I can get some proper sleep.
All right.
You'll see me in my tent if you need me.
All
Are
right.
we unburying him, and are we following the sleep talk?
Yeah,
of the other
Hurst.
one?
You look at Hurst and he's mumbling, like
Oh, I'm
nonstop, and his eyes are wide open, but he's like asleep. You can tell he's like you wave your hand in front of his eyes. He doesn't react. His eyes are wide open. He's just mumbling and staring up at the sky, incoherently.
So Kaz will see if he can stand him up and see if he'll start moving in
my
a direction.
gosh.
He's a parapsychologist. This is his thing. He's like, perhaps perhaps it's like a magnet. Perhaps he'll be drawn to it.
Can we have a pros or cons list here? Because I don't understand what pros there are getting this guy to walk to apparently the Cthulhu statue in the middle of the forest when we thought we lost it back at town. Anyone confused?
It's fascinating. That's why it's fascinating.
He is taking us
Really
there,
strange.
and his health seems to be poor without it. So, I think in the pro column is having him.
I mean, we know how to get there. It's not hard. We don't need him.
Do you
Jasper's the
know
one
as
leading
much as
us.
he knows?
Jasper's the
I
one
didn't
taking
realize
us.
you
It's not
knew as
even
much
this
as you
guy.
did.
Do you not know how Canadians are?
How are Canadians? Tell me.
We're
learning.
natural explorers. We know every neck of the woods, no matter if it's below our country or not.
That is,
But,
very interesting.
But Mr. Hurst is the one who's paying us, isn't he? I mean, it is his expedition, right? So if he dies, not only do we not get to go on the expedition, which is really what I want to do because there's so much to learn, we also don't get paid. And I don't think that Mr. Freeport, as the attorney for Mr. Hurst, would appreciate that.
Well, I mean, when I looked in his bag, I saw that he had money in there. I mean, if he dies, he can just take it from his bag.
Well, I'm not a thief. Don't.
Okay,
no,
Jasper can take it and then give it to you.
No, that's still stealing. Still
Go over
stealing.
at Jasper, and I'm spoon feeding him some beans, just to try to make him in.
He's-
Here you
he's
go,
like,
Jasper. Don't
Thank you
worry.
very
No one's
much.
gonna hurt you.
There's more
Don't
ants
worry.
now.
You are the good one. You gave me the most money, and you are a pleasant man to be around.
Thank you, Jasper.
So, Mr. Hurst, I've been rolling here, and I know it's all private rolls to you, but the stream can see it because I'm using what you call it? Mr. Hurst, he stands up and he goes, "Yig, children of Tulu, I come to you. I hear you calling. Half man, half ghost. The blue light, shine upon me." And he's walking with his eyes wide open.
So Kaz is like right at his elbow, and he turns back and goes, "Annie, you heard something before. Do you hear what he hears right now?"
Annie will listen carefully.
Cthulhu mythos.
No, which is a 0 for Annie?
Get
Probably
that
like
sanity.
For what,
A
listening?
POW check.
No. It was. Remember you heard something on the train?
Yeah,
That's what he's
absolutely.
asking. If you heard that again,
I do have keen hearing.
roll me POW. Yeah, I like POW.
Oh.
Ow.
Ow.
Sorry.
You can still. Oh, look at
Pass.
that. Yeah.
Whoa.
You hear dozens of voices all of a sudden. As Kaz says that, like a snap out of nowhere, you can hear dozens of people. It sounds like all speaking at once in a strange language, and it sounds like it's coming from the clouds above you. And you don't recognize this language, but you can hear them all talking over one another, all at once.
And you'll just sort of see Annie just sort of take a couple steps back, and she's just going to sort of put her hands over her ears and just say, like, I hear so much. And she'll just sort of be like, can we just one at a time, maybe?
Are we
Annie-
real? Is this actually happening again?
And Annie, as you
Benji, it
react,
is.
Good.
as you react, Annie, you hear like laughter now, and you can't make out what they're saying, but it almost sounds like they're mocking you as you acknowledge them. I need you to make me a sanity check, please.
Oh.
Okay, Benji. Oh.
That was Alf. That wasn't me.
Nice.
Nick, all right, you passed your sanity. Yeah, so you lose.
This is because of Kaz. This is even because of her.
You're gonna lose 1 sanity as you're coping with this, and it's like you don't understand how everybody else can't hear it, and they're just like laughing at you now after you like kind of put your hands over your ears, and yeah, and nobody else seems to be reacting. You look around at the others, and they're not reacting whatsoever.
And I'll try to respond to Kaz. There's too many. There's just too many, and they think less of me because I can't hear them all at the same time.
Oh, well, that's very rude of the spirits. If you do manage to get any information, jot it down for the book. I will definitely give you a footnote in the book as the author of it. You're also looking a little peaked at the moment, Annie. Are you feeling okay? Oh, wait a second. The doctor's on the move. Hold on.
There's just so many. There's just so many, and now they're just laughing. I thought they were going to share, and now they're just laughing.
Very rude. Very rude.
And she's going to sort of separate herself from everyone else. 'Cause
All right.
they're talking and the voices are talking. It's just too damn much. So she's going to step aside.
Okay, very good. Yeah, you're just trying to cope with this, and it's just overwhelming.
And shooting daggers at Benji because he was just being freaking loud.
All right. And Mr. Hurst is wandering away from camp and into the darkness, disappearing.
Kaz is right at his elbow.
He's great Tulu. Great Tulu. We'll be reunited once again.
Tulu. Is that with a silent C? Tulu.
And he wanders, and he takes a left, and he takes a right, and then he walks 10 or 12 paces, and stops, and turns back around the way he came. Like he's unsure. It's like he's honing in on something. He's zeroing in on an area. He eventually comes to a spot after a few moments of you following him around and him muttering nonsense. And he just sits down. And his eyes close and he goes to sleep. And he seems to be in a very peaceful slumber all of a sudden.
Does his fever break?
Make me a medicine roll.
This will go very well, I'm sure.
Why did Lucy have to take that medicine and put themselves to sleep?
So not a first aid. You want
no, first aid works.
That's a little better. But no,
you can't tell if the fever breaks, but he is in a very peaceful slumber. This is the most we'll say you've seen him since he's complained of the headaches and the migraines in Union City.
So Kaz would yell out, "Oh, Mr. Freeport, Bull, Nick, Benji, Annie, come here. I think something very fascinating is happening."
I can't hear you because I buried it way further than that.
Well, that sounds like a listen roll, Matt.
Yeah, we need to roll listen.
Are you farming rolls?
Hell yeah, farming
All right,
rolls.
roll me a listen if you must.
I'll take one.
Oh, Benji.
Oh,
I
I
deserve
see.
that.
Nathan,
I deserve that.
You've got
Ears
beans
pop.
in your ears.
Yeah. I don't know why I don't hear nothing.
Benji doesn't hear. Lucy's
Just you,
asleep.
Lucille is
Annie hears
drugged.
voices. Annie, high or low?
Hi.
The voices have stopped. Make me a listen roll.
Ooh.
All of a sudden, just
I-
at once, silence.
Get a bonus die with this.
Heck yeah!
Nice.
You hear Kaz calling out. And you look at the others, and they all seem preoccupied, and they don't hear anything. But you swear you hear Kaz's voice coming from somewhere outside of camp, and it's the only voice you hear now. That's when it hits you. It dawns on you and snaps. Like the other voices have stopped.
Oh, thank goodness. That was getting to be a bit much. Kaz.
Annie, over here! Something weird is happening. Bring the others.
And so I'll just snap at Benji and Bull.
Whoa! What did I do?
Kaz, did you not? I was hearing other voices, so I was a little distracted. But you didn't notice that he wandered off?
Oh, I was feeding Alf his midnight snack. It was a little.
No, Nick's over there
I was feeding
pecking at.
Jasper's midnight snack.
I'm so glad everyone
Nick's over
had
there
time
eating
for
out of the
food.
can of beans with the two of them, with Jasper and
Everyone's
Bull.
just hanging out eating beans.
The three
And
of them.
Annie's gonna grab her shotgun and go in the direction. Just keep call and responding, Kaz. Make sure we're going in the right direction.
All right. Yeah, so Kaz, you can hear them calling back at you because you're listening for them. Unless you really want to make me a listen roll. But yes, you
No,
hear
I'll
them.
just with the way I've been rolling so far tonight, even with an 80% listen, I'm just going to assume
Yeah.
that I hear them.
You can hear Annie calling, and you can make out shapes and forms against the fire light, getting closer and closer in your direction. You keep calling, and you see them kind of veer off a little bit. And you call, and they get back on the trail, and they'll eventually make their way out to you. And The three of you arrive, and you see Mr. Hurst sound asleep on the bare ground, on the grass, on the plains, in a deep, peaceful slumber.
So as they're making their way out towards me, I want to search the area and see if I see anything that makes sense as to why he's suddenly stopped and is peacefully asleep now.
Yeah. You can make me a roll here. Spot hidden?
Sure. I give it a shot. I've been rolling rocks so far tonight, so...
Oh,
Finally.
Wow. Okay. Double success here. So you see that there's been some signs of movement. Someone is maybe picking some berries and some goods and twigs and sticks in this area. And you notice that there's, near Mr. Hurst, there is disrupted earth. Something's been dug here recently. Where he's laying, you can see dirt kind of around him, and something has disrupted the soil.
So Kaz immediately drops his knees and starts digging a hole, just like a dog would. Just
Yeah, you start.
like, this is amazing. He's a fairly well-trained archaeologist and anthropologist, so he's not like going crazy. But I mean, he's this is his field. This is what he loves. So he's intrigued.
Yeah, so you're digging and you're away at this, and it's looks like this was dug pretty recent. So the dirt is quite loose. You don't really need tools to get in there. And I don't know, how far down, Benji, did you bury this? Like a couple feet down. All of a sudden, you hit something and you see
5 feet.
5 feet. Wow! With your head.
I imagine Benji has a shovel. He's an explorer.
5 feet.
I rolled a d6. I don't know what to tell you.
5 inches down, you find wrapped in white cloth something. You hit, you find an object, you pull it out, and you pull back the white cloth, and it is the statue that Mr. Hurst had that he showed you on the train that he lost in Union City.
This is very perplexing. Are the others here yet?
Yes, they've come up on the scene, and they see you on your hands and knees, and you've got dirt all over your hands and your fingernails, and you almost look like a madman, because you're in your element. You love this. You don't even really pay attention or notice them coming up on you, and you're holding this thing in the moonlight.
Annie, look! We found it again!
Ow. Right there?
It was...
You found it right there?
It was buried. I don't know, I might be wrong, but I think perhaps Jasper knew we were onto him and he had stolen it all along and buried it because he thought we were onto him when we stopped.
Was he out of our sight for long enough to do that?
I don't recall. I spent much of my time writing notes in my book, but perhaps he was. I don't know. Bull, what do you think? Benji, where's Nick? Nick'll know.
He's right here. What are you asking him or something? Or
Nick! Was Jasper responsible for this? He looks very seriously at the owl.
the owl? I guess I can't control the owl. I don't know what the owl does. It just pecks on my shoulder.
It just turns its head 306 degrees or whatever owls do.
Bull will say, well, if it's the only reasonable logical explanation, it couldn't possibly be anyone else in our party that would be willing to steal things from other people. Had to be Jasper. I think you're onto something, Kaz.
That's
I'll
what
just,
I thought
do
too.
a careful glance around at Benji, but I won't say anything at that point.
He's like holding the Yale papers and like the other documents about the lawyer.
yeah.
That's right. I forgot you knew. I forgot to, you were aware of the situation.
And he's going to ask, isn't it odd though that if he was here for the statue, why would he have not just taken it? And we lost it in town.
That's a very good point, Annie. I don't know. Maybe we should ask Jasper. He seems pretty forthright when we have him buried, so maybe he'll still be forthright when he's not buried.
And he is still buried. And then she'll look around and notice that there isn't anyone awake back with him.
Yes. Hello, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Goblin Cave TV.
Welcome.
Bull wouldn't have left him like unburied and untied. Like, he would have been tied up pretty much before you left.
You just kind of tilted the can of beans towards his mouth, and he's just like eating them out of
I
the
was
can.
feeding him, and then I'm like, all right, like,
Okay, that's enough for now. You've had enough, Jasper.
and then yeah. move on.
So Kaz will rewrap the statue and hold it close, and try to wake up Mr. Hurst and see if he can get him back to the camp.
You want to wake him up out of this slumber?
You know, I had another thought, maybe. I mean, Mr. Hurst is acting something strange. I mean, maybe he's the one who did it. Just talking like it wasn't him, saying things in his dreams.
But he was
Maybe
too
he's
sick.
the one who hit it.
But he was
That's
too
true.
sick and didn't move from the camp at all after we got here because he was feverish and very, very ill. And whoever did this, burying that 5 foot deep, would have had to have been very strong. Or at
It's like
least had a
a-
shovel.
Well,
5 inches to me.
Oh, 5 inches. I'm so bad with these, imperial measurements. That's right.
Oh yeah, I guess he wouldn't say inches, would he?
Well, regardless, perhaps we should go back to camp.
Yeah. You are able to make up Mr. Hurst with a little bit of, you shake him, and you try not to startle him, and what? Where?
Mr. Hurst!
Yeah.
Look!
Yes.
Look!
You found it. Where was it?
No, you found it in your dreams. It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. You are psychometrically connected to this statue. It was fascinating. I'm going to write a paper on this, with your permission, of course.
Yes. Of course. You have to tell me everything. What happened?
Absolutely. And he pulls out his journal and he starts going line by line what he's already written down. This is what you were mumbling as we were walking around, and then we did this pattern through here. Yep, you can still see your footprints. And he's just going on.
So the
and
two of
on
you are
and on.
walking like shoulder to shoulder back, and
Mhm.
he's fascinated. And he's cradling this statue like up against his chest at this point, like up to his bosom, and he is not letting it out of his sight.
Just you wait.
Oh. What was that, Benji?
Oh, nothing.
All right, so you head back to camp. It's now 4 in the morning. Quite a bit of time has passed. You got another hour or two before sunrise. Want to settle down for the next couple hours? Is anybody going to try and go back to sleep? Lucy's back asleep. Lucy's self-administered some sleeping medicine.
times. Yeah, some NyQuil.
You wander back into the
Like-
camp, and Jasper's trying to wrench his neck back around to see what's going on, but he can't see all of you because the back of his head is pointing in the direction you're coming. Who is that? Who is there?
Jasper, it's us. Who did you think it was going to be?
Possibly a giant wolf is back.
Oh, that's true. If that had come back, well, one, I think it would have been much more quiet than we are. But also, I think it might have just eaten your head and not even announced his presence.
That's not funny.
Oh, I'm not joking. I mean, you saw what it did to that horse.
I did not.
But hey, by the way, Jasper, did you steal the statue and then bury it in the desert?
I did no such thing.
Well, that's pretty conclusive evidence to me that he didn't do it. I'm just kidding, Jasper. We don't believe you at all. But that's okay.
Poor guy.
I did not have the opportunity to get away from the camp.
That might be true. I actually need to think about this a little bit more. We'll put our heads together and we'll figure it out, Jasper.
Does that mean the statue has returned?
Absolutely not, as far as you know.
Can I see it,
Absolutely not.
please?
No, Jasper. Because it's like this, Jasper. If we showed it to you, we'd probably actually have to kill you and leave you here then. But if we leave you here without a horse and point you towards town, then you don't have to worry about it anymore, and neither do we.
All right.
I think that's fair. We'll even leave you your boots, even though I take them. We'll leave
That's
you your boots.
mighty kind of you.
But I am taking the horse.
Please don't.
Can have a can of beans.
2, I brought extra.
I don't remember the name of his horse. He had the horse's name, Maybell or something.
Mabel. Yeah, it was Mabel.
Maybell. Please don't take Maybell.
I'll tell you what, Jasper. When we come back to town, I'll bring Mabel back for you.
You see him like thinking this through. He's just like, all right.
That's excellent.
All right. So the rest of the night, anybody else want to do anything, or are we just gonna fast forward to sunrise around 5:45, 6 a.m. a couple hours from now?
Rooster crow.
All right. So you all try
Owl
to
crow.
get a little sleep, but it's not easy after the night you had. Except for Mr. Hurst, he's sleeping like a baby. Well, so is Lucy. The two of them are sleeping like babies. Very, very soundly. Mr. Hurst is no longer sweating. He's got his color back to him. He's not pale anymore. And he seems to be on the mend all of a sudden. And he's just sleeping, clutching this statue the whole time, not letting go.
Has this thing Indian style right in front of him, watching his every move. He's just jotting notes down.
Yeah. All right, so the morning breaks, and so you're ready to head on out. Are you gonna free Jasper? Or are you gonna leave him buried out here?
Oh no,
Whoa.
I already.
Oh, you dug
unburied
him up. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
And he's tied up.
He's bound. Yeah,
Okay.
he's bound.
Okay.
I'll put him on Maybell, and I'll tie Maybell to my horse, and I'll make sure he's tied, in the saddle, so he's okay.
Oh, so he's going to come to us, Bull?
I think if we bring him with us, he might be able to help us locate that the Mr. Chambers or something. I mean, we could send him back, but if we send him back and he's out of our eyesight, what's to stop him from doubling back and stealing the statue, since he kind of knows we have it again?
Do you see this? This is the mind of Ernie working here. That's excellent.
Well, I mean, even if he stole the statue, apparently Mr. Hurst can divine where its location is. So by dreaming, I wonder who gave him that idea.
It must have been intervention. Well, or infernal intervention. It's so difficult. I mean, it depends on the technology that you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's head on out. And let's get to Binger. We're on our way to Binger. So you set on out. You take Jasper Rands with you. You're all kind of reeling from what happened the night before. But after a few hours on horseback, you can see in the distance a small town. And Mr. Hurst goes, that's it. That's Binger. That is it. It's not too large. There's not really any roads going in there. The roads that are going in there are dirt roads. It looks like it's, the local farms feed their way in there. That seems to be the general way people make a living out here, is there's farmlands. Binger looks approximately like the size of maybe 500 residents here, so it's not huge, but it's not small either. It's a decent sized little town out here on the Oklahoma prairies. And Mr. Hurst goes, we must meet my contact, Jonah Compton. That is the man who I've arranged we're going to stay with. He is to have our goods waiting for us there, and we can get our bearings. The Mound is on the other side of town. Once we've settled in, maybe we can. I can show it to you. We're not going to go there today. No, we're not going to go there today. There's not enough daylight. We'll never. Don't go there at night. It's terrible. You'll die. But we'll go tomorrow morning. Oh no, we need to see Griego first. And he's kind of tripping on his words. He's just very excited that he's finally here.
What's so bad there at night? Enough that it.
There's tales of people who've disappeared at night. I can tell you more. I'm sure Mr. Compton or his mother can elaborate on. Well, he lives with his mother, of course. Can elaborate on them more. And this isn't the time or place to talk of such things. But basically, you'll die if you go there at night.
Okay.
Mr. Hurst.
Yes.
You're that Mr. AJ Wyatt, the other person going after your find. He's already tried to stop us a couple of times. Are you sure we're going to be safe here in Bing?
Oh, yes, Mr. Wyatt. Well, I don't know. We need to find out if they're here and if they've started an expedition, if they've started digging or anything. We need to find out exactly what the situation is. Perhaps that's one of the first things we should do.
Is the Mound.
Yes.
Well, how far outside of town?
Oh, I thought you said the other side of town is the Mound. He's like, yes. How far? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you can't get out there by horseback. You know, any animal is spooked to get out there. So we'd have to walk, and on foot, I'd say maybe hour and a half trek from Binger.
I can go out and see if they're digging and come back.
You want to go there now?
I'm just saying, I think Kaz makes a good point. We already know he tried to steal something from us. They might be in town, and you want to go sleep another night. I don't know, but last night was particularly strange with the giant wolf with a statue coming up out of nowhere thanks to dreams you were
Giant
having
wolf?
and Miss Annie.
What?
And the voices.
Yeah,
All the voices.
You're right, the voices. Yeah, there was a giant wolf last night, tried to eat one of the horses and then disappeared. And
Incredible.
Wasn't affected by her. Yeah, you slept through it.
I had a terrible fever.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel much better now. It broke last night. Thank you, Lucy,
Yeah.
for administering that medicine.
Oh, no worries. But I do agree with our lawman here that we should go there this evening and catch up on last time.
Well, wait. If what he says is true, that going at night is a death sentence, then if they don't know that, they're probably dead. So I don't think we need to be the, follow up dying. We can just go in the morning and loot their bodies if they're there.
Benji makes a very good point there.
'Cause maybe they don't know that's part because, Mr. Hurst, knows everything and maybe he didn't disclose it to everybody.
I've told you everything I know.
Yeah. It's not, yeah, but maybe AJ doesn't know about the night thing.
Who's AJ?
Isn't that his name?
A.W. Wyatt?
Oh.
He's a railroad tycoon. He's not going to be out here.
Well, his goons.
Archie Chambers.
Archie
Why don't we
Chambers.
just go to your contact, get ourselves situated, and if your contact doesn't know the lay of the land, then we can start asking around town. It shouldn't be too difficult in a place this size for someone to be like, yeah, there's a bunch of people digging a hole about an hour outside of town. So you just do that. And we can ask your contact. Maybe they got a cellar or something we can leave Jasper in so we don't go getting into trouble.
Oh, yes. We might draw some unwanted attention riding into town with this man bound.
So
And Jasper's like, he makes a good point.
Well,
Okay.
we can untie him, and I'll ride behind him and put my Mauser directly into one of his kidneys. And if he does anything stupid, I'll just shoot him.
Bull's just gonna take his blazer off and
Yes.
just put it over top of his hand so you can't see the fact that he's bound. And I'll just say,
hold still, Jasper.
Again,
Yeah,
this is the
that-
genius of an attorney.
The gun thing's good too, though. I like that.
Do you? Why don't you convince him here? Why don't you? Do you want to intimidate
No,
him?
yeah, what I'm gonna say is like,
Act right, or you ain't gonna be eating
Yeah.
beans ever again.
Do you want to intimidate him then?
yeah, that's
Into
all. I think
following-
that's all he does.
Your orders? Okay.
Yeah.
You don't want to fast talk?
Oh.
No luck. I'll
You
spend the luck.
How much,
Okay.
how much luck is that? Oh, only
not too bad.
7?
Not
Right.
much.
Oh, 12. Okay.
Yeah.
He looks at you and he kind of shudders and all right. He just kind of agrees and I won't say nothing.
Oh,
I
He's
need
gonna
to
make a beeline.
I enjoyed those beans quite a bit. I would like to parlay and have beans with you again.
And you got to stay on Maybell.
Correct.
I need to go to the general store. So if anyone else needs to go, I need to get some maybe parts to fix Big Bertha.
I can I can help you with that. I'll be happy to come with you. I think
Oh.
I could. I've never tried to fix a weapon quite of this quality, but I've fixed up my own shotgun many times.
Yeah, I'm just an amateur in the gun repair, but I've been practicing. But yeah, maybe your help will be better.
In the gun repair. Okay.
I
All
forgot
right, so
about
the
it.
two
I
of you
just
want to head
remembered.
off to the general store, and everybody else wants to go to Mr. Compton's house and go meet up with him.
Yes.
Before
Okay.
they leave, though, but I mean, like, and they probably do it anyway. But like,
I mean, if you're in town, maybe they might know something about this Chambers fella or something too. So
Where
Keep
better
your
than a
eyes and
general
ears.
store to get the local gossip of the day?
probably a bar,
Well,
carnival.
second
think-
to a bar.
I think she okay.
During the day, you go to the general store. At night, you go to the bar.
Yeah.
And off we go.
All right, so the two of you head off towards the general store. You ask Mr. Hurst, who's been here before. He said he has been here before. You ask him directions on how to get there, and he points you in the right direction. And you ride your way through town, and Binger is off the beaten path, so they don't get a lot of visitors through here. As you ride through town, a lot of people are kind of like looking at you, and everybody knows one another here. So the two of you definitely do stand out. They've never seen a Canadian before in person. You're just like a legend. Mythical.
I know you're expecting a moose, but I'm sorry. Couldn't get it down here. It's a long trek.
You do have the owl kind of flying around you, which is an odd sight, which gets people's attention. It's flying up in the air, I'm assuming.
Yeah, not too far above him, but yeah.
Nick the owl.
Why is he being renamed?
Yes. And the two of you head over to the general store. So there's just about everything you can think of is available here, from tools to food to clothing. Like, it covers it all. So you go in, and there's a kindly middle-aged man behind the counter who greets you and welcomes you and asks how you can help.
Seeing Benji sort of stumbling in, can you kind of rattle off some parts that are needed to
Well, okay,
fix the shotgun?
why don't you go ahead and make me... You need to determine what's broken on here.
I've got mechanical repair.
Yeah, make me a mechanical repair roll.
I have that too. Can I roll it?
Sure.
I'm not good at it, but
Yeah, you have like
I
a 10% in it, don't you?
I do have a 10, yeah.
Annie, though.
I have an 80.
Ooh, I don't need to. I could spend luck. But
So, Annie, you look over. It looks like you might need like a spring.
80.
So,
Holy
firing mechanism maybe broke. You need a spring. You got to reattach something here and there. But it looks like you could fix it with the right tools. You don't know if they have it here per se, but maybe if you kit bashed, you bought another gun and you took pieces from it and replaced the broken ones in this shotgun, you could get old Big Bertha working once again.
And so Annie will look at Benji and say, so I'm not sure how familiar you are, but you're not necessarily going to get new pieces into this gun.
It's okay. As long as it's working again.
I'll do my best.
It's an El Cheapo after this.
No, it's not.
All right, so yeah, you determine, Annie, that you're gonna have to buy another shotgun, and then you're gonna have to do surgery on this thing. You're gonna have to make another roll to get it working. But yeah, if you buy another shotgun similar to it, you could get the pieces you needed out of it to repair this shotgun. So they have one available here. Shotgun is very common. They don't have the kind that Big Bertha is, which is a massive, ridiculous, huge gun. But they have shotguns. Very common out here in the frontier and out on the range. It's a little
I will
Bertha.
pay for whatever I need to.
Sure, you have a high credit rating, don't you? So it doesn't
Yeah.
even... Sure, you buy a shotgun. Is that everything for you, sir?
Oh, yeah. I'm just so distressed. I was wondering if anything weird has been happening in town.
Define weird, sir.
I don't know. Like, people visiting the mound.
And he looks at you and... Well, you're not here for the mound, are you, sir?
No, I just heard it was like a Tourist attraction. He starts wiping his eyes.
Are you trying to fast talk this guy? What are you trying to do? Why are you crying?
I don't know. He's crying because the shotgun. He's just trying to make it
okay.
not seem
Like,
like he's really here for some other reason.
Like, what are you going for here with your crying?
Distracted. Just
Exactly.
words
Yeah.
Okay. He goes, well, there's some other fellas came into town a couple days ago, and they've been asking around and poking around, but are you here for that as well? You know,
Yeah. How many fellows were there? I'm looking for a group that was supposed to be. You go ahead.
oh, I don't know. I didn't keep close track of them, but there's something, maybe 3 or 4 of them fellas came in here. They've been getting supplies and such, getting ready to head out to the mine. To the mound. Fools, they're not going to find anything out there other than their death, but yeah, there's some other outsiders, much like yourself. You with them?
Oh no, I would never be affiliated with the group like that. But the group I'm with is so much cooler. He said.
It's a strange accent, sir. I can't place it.
You know, I'm just from Canada. Winnipeg, Mana. I can't remember what you said. I can't remember.
All right.
Just Canada, the whole place.
Okay, well, that's mighty interesting, sir. But is there anything else I can do for the two of you?
And Annie will just ask, do you often get people from all the way in Canada to come
No,
see the
we don't.
Mound?
We don't normally get people here, period, mound or otherwise.
Well, that's
Well.
just very interesting.
It's always a first, right?
What sorts of
You're not the first, but okay.
Oh, Canadian, you said.
Oh, yeah. The first Canadian we've had come out here and to die to the
Hey,
mound.
Yeah, you have like some sort of book or something, a sign-in sheet?
No.
Oh, all right.
what types of supplies were they loading up on?
They got some shovels, some picks. They got some sifting tools, and blankets, tents, some TNT.
And Annie will look at Benji and just like, we have all that, right?
Yes. Mr. Hurst provided our supplies.
Well, unfortunately, it sounds like we won't be contributing quite as much to the economy of your general store as that other group did.
Well, we bought a shotgun. It's pretty expensive.
Yes. He's just staring at the two of you as you talk to one another.
I feel like we should.
He goes to sweep the floor, and he's like looking at the two of you strangely as you're just like, we're not going to be contributing to this economy.
Did we already pay him for the?
Yeah.
Yeah, I paid him.
I'm going to say you pay him.
Let's go find the others.
All right. Let's go over to the others. So the 4 of you, let's see, the 3 of you and Mr. Hurst are head over to Mr. Compton's house. You make your way through town, and again, it's the same thing. I guess 5 of you, because you got Jasper with you.
Jasper.
Make your way through. People are kind of looking at you strange. But you make your way to kind of the eastern part of this little village or town, and there's a whole bunch of really picturesque, white houses with little fences out front of them, dirt roads, and you eventually get to one. There's a little mailbox out front, and it says Compton on the outside. And we're here. Excellent. It's a 2-story house. And he approaches. He ties his horse up on the railing outside, and he goes and knocks on the door and invites, please, this is where we're going to be staying. I've got us room and board here, Mr. Compton's. He dismounts and knocks on the door, and a man who appears to be probably late 50s, early 60s. He's got, very warm features, kind of like smile lines on his face, like he smiled a lot throughout his life, and a similar demeanor. Answers the door. Oh, hello! You must be the Hurst party. Welcome. You're a day behind. I expected you yesterday. What? Hopefully nothing happened along the way.
Wolves.
Wolves, yeah.
There's fewer of you than was arranged for. Hopefully, so no one was taken by the wolves.
No. They're over at the general store.
Oh, I only have room for 6 of you. There's 2 more?
Well, Jasper, this gentleman here, he won't necessarily be staying with us.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, good. I don't have enough beds for him as well.
Oh, he wouldn't be
need a
sleeping in a
bed.
bed anyway.
He's just kind of like, but please come in. Please come in. My mother, she is preparing some lunch. Why don't you all come in? We'll have a bite to eat. You can unload, and we can get down to business. Whatever you need, I'm here to help. My home is your home.
You have a
Please.
cellar, sir.
Yes, we have a cellar.
Okay. Can I go look at it, Jasper? And I want to take a gander.
You want to look at my cellar?
Just
Let me here.
Yeah.
Let me. It's locked. Let me accompany you down there. And
oh, good. You got a lock on it. That's perfect.
yes. There's all sorts of critters around here, coyotes and such. So you don't want them getting down there, especially when we got our preserves down there that we keep. Let me go fetch the key. The rest of you, come into the house. Come in the house. And he opens a door and this wooden floor, and it's family photos, like old black and white family photos. There's pictures of like the farmstead and things, an old farmstead on the wall. And you see past him into the kitchen. You see a little old lady there, and she kind of smiles at the group of you, and your nostrils are salted with the smell of fresh baked bread waiting for you. And she, oh, our visitors are here, and waves you all in. Mr. Compton goes and grabs the key. He goes, okay, let's the cellar. All right, follow me. Come around back. And do you need to store things down there?
Yep.
Jasper. We got to store Jasper there.
You want to store Jasper in the cellar?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just going to be up front with you. This fella here is a thief. And we're here in town to do a job, and when we're done, we're going to return to where we're from and bring him to the authorities. But until said time, we want to find a suitable place to keep him
Well, why
locked
don't we?
up so he can face justice.
Well, let's just take him down to the sheriff's office. They can put him in a cell there.
Now, that's a good idea, but what he tried to steal was something kind of personal. This requires a personal touch, and it's okay. This is all completely legal. You can trust me. I am a
Would you
lawyer.
like to make me a fast talk roll?
Law
He seems
check.
Very, very confused
Can I
by all
make-
this. It's like he stole something very personal. Your heart?
Why did you have to pick a lawyer for him? It's like anything else. Come on. 5% chance. Come on. Nope.
Oh,
Oh,
my.
spend that luck,
No.
Jeff.
I
That's
don't
that
have
much,
any luck.
yeah.
Are you kidding? I have 40 luck. There's no way of getting there.
Spend that luck, Jeff. It's Pulp Cthulhu. You're just like brimming with
I
luck.
can't get there.
He goes,
I can't.
I would not be comfortable with this man being locked in my cellar. From the sounds of it, he is a thief. From what you said, I believe you. But what if he breaks out? What if he breaks into my house, tries to steal something? My poor elderly mother lives here. I think he would be best in a jail cell, the sheriff's office.
Could
Okay.
Lucy comes over and says, "What?" Tries to be all super nice to the guy, and is just like,
Take a whiff of this. Pushes him
We
down the
look
cellar.
over. He's already done it to the or she already done it to the grandmother. The grandmother's on the floor of the kitchen. This is our house now.
We got 8 hours.
I don't know. Oh my God! I remember. Oh, maybe we got. If this fails, then yes.
Oh, what?
No, not Delta Green.
No.
She comes. She gets close and says, from what I can see, you don't have anything to fear. You're a very strong, capable person. I can tell. And she like caresses his shoulder and does like a charm roll
You're
to
trying
be
to
like,
charm him.
yeah, it's like you have nothing to fear. You're like you got
Deja
him, you got
vu.
This
me,
is
you
Delta
got
Green, man.
This is going to be a hard charm roll.
a hard charm roll. Okay, you
Oh,
got
it
it.
didn't work. Take a nap.
Accidental murder.
Yeah, I know. This is
Classic.
Delta Green all over again.
Ooh.
Spend 28 luck to pass.
28?
I'll spend 28 luck to pass.
What? All right.
Yep.
I'm taking all that luck. I love it.
That's fine. I
I love
actually
it.
got 61 left.
What? He kind of looks at you and he looks at the others who are staring at him and he doesn't want to, back down or. All right.
Yeah,
All right,
we're just gonna put him in there. We'll handle everything.
One of you
don't
needs
have
to
to
keep
worry.
watch on him. All right? We
Oh.
can't leave him unattended. We need to watch this. I don't want anything to happen.
Oh, nothing will happen. No, nothing at all.
We can do that. One of us will stay with Jasper at all times. Jasper and I were this, aren't we, Jasper? Jasper, aren't Jasper?
He just
I
he
let
doesn't
you keep
say
your
anything. He looks over at Brazen Bull because you gave him the intimidate, the orders on what to do. So he kind of looks over at you sheepishly, not sure how to proceed. He's looking for how do I answer this?
It's all right. I'll keep an eye on him. No worries. It's fine.
Oh well, yeah. I could just give you some medication for him and knock him out for a while.
Dr. Lucille, Lucy, Dr. Davenport, I just don't think that's the way things are supposed to be done.
Why not?
You sure you have your license?
I sure do. And she shows her license.
I'm convinced. I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and I'll keep an eye on him. Mr. Compton, don't got anything to worry about. Jasper and I are old friends. Someone kind as to bring us a bite to eat, we'd be much appreciated.
Could you at least untie me?
When we eat, of course, Jasper.
Thank you, kind sir.
Mm-hmm.
Lucy will say to you, and just puts a pill bottle in your hand and says, "Well, if you ever need a break, just give him one of these."
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Take 2 and call me in the morning.
You see, Kaz is just standing there shaking his head like this. It's like he's in some kind of fugue. He's like, at the end of the war, I was in a hospital. They had me in a hospital and they had me in a bed and they kept making me take medicine. And I did not want to take that medicine. They made me take that medicine. Dr. Cecile Lucille Davenport, let me be very clear. Don't ever make me take medicine that I don't want to take.
I won't. You don't.
That would
seem
make
like you
me.
need-
That would make me very cranky. You've never seen me cranky. No. We've known each other for 3 days, and some change, and you've never seen me cranky. Don't give me medicine.
You don't seem like you need any medicine, my friend. I won't give you any.
Okay.
All right, so he unlocks the cellar for you and Jasper. I'm gonna cut back to the others. You're making your way through town. You got directions on how to get back to Compton's. Both of you make me a spot hidden roll, please. Ooh.
39.
39.
Oh, mine did the contested thing again. I don't know where it went.
I wonder why yours is doing that.
I don't know. It's because I'm doing the hit bonus dice.
Oh,
but I don't
I'm
know
not
if
seeing it
that's
on my
what-
end. Maybe roll it again.
Okay. I heard it.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's like what happened to me.
I hear it. I don't see it.
Maybe reload Foundry? Because I'm not seeing it on my end. I saw Annie's roll.
All right. I mean, I just rolled that other roll and it worked. I could just roll twice, I guess, huh? I know that wouldn't work. I guess it could work.
I don't know what to tell you.
Where'd it go? Spot hidden. Bonus dice 1. Nope.
That's bizarre.
Here,
Is your sheet
I'm just gonna-
unlocked? It's
No.
fine. We don't need to get hung up on it. I was just curious why. 'Cause
I'll just
Annie-
roll it and then wait.
Cool.
That's the wrong roll.
There we go.
I can roll.
All right, so Annie.
So 69.
So Annie, you well, what's your score? Okay, so you both pass. You both notice out of the corner of your eye that there's two individuals trailing you and tracking you. I hit the dramatic note button. I want to hear what it did. When you notice them, dramatic note. Two individuals, two shabby, dirty individuals walking along the streets, kind of keeping back, but you look over your shoulders and you see they're looking right at you, and they pretend like they're not long, greasy hair. One of them's wearing overalls. The other one's got like a button-up shirt that's all stained. It's white with little fleur-de-lis on it. It's all stained and kind of ripped. One of them's the one in the overalls is wearing a bowler hat, and they're definitely following the two of you as you're riding through town.
Is there... Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, just make eye contact with you, and like assuming we were about to make a right, we'll just try to like keep going straight.
Yeah, I wanted to try and see if we could find like a alleyway or like turn a corner, so that way we can turn on them and see what happens.
To turn on them.
Like I'd probably
this
get
isn't like
the new
this isn't
shotgun.
a big city. There's not going to be like giant buildings that are going to cover your tracks and trails. Like these are all kind of like one-story houses or buildings. So there's not per se. You can maybe get behind a building and
Yeah, that's
get
fine.
them
Somewhere
that
we
way.
lose line of sight, so that way they have to like confront us directly.
You're on horseback. You can make me animal handling rolls to maneuver your beasts to get behind
my
a building ahead of these guys.
I mean, it's a domesticated horse.
Yeah. You are on horseback, are you not?
Yeah. No.
Oh,
That's not too bad. Spend the luck on that.
I could spend a little luck, but she failed hers. Okay, I'll spend some luck.
Benji. All right, so the two of you kind of give a nod to break off. And Annie, you pick up on this, and he pulls his horse off to the side, and all of a sudden goes between two houses or buildings and is gone. And Annie, you're just kind of in this between these two buildings by yourself. And Benji, you're around the corner, and Annie's not with you. You're just like, And these two individuals come strolling up behind you, Annie. And one of them puts his hand on the backside of your horse and kind of rubs the horse's hair. And the other one walks around to the side and looks up at you and goes, "You part of that Hurst party?"
I don't know what you're talking about. Who's Mr. Hurst?
I think you do. You're one of the ones he hired.
Is that your employer? Did Mr. Hurst hire you?
They both look at each other and laugh. Yes, Mr. Hurst hired us. Why don't you come with us? We got a few questions we need to ask you, Miss Rasmussen.
Well, since I don't know
I-
anything about.
Send Alf to find her, and then I'll follow Alf.
You can't command L. Doesn't speak English.
I have an animal companion. What do you want me to do with him? Just let him sit on my shoulder?
Well, if it was a dog, it's a different story. You chose an owl.
He's
Faithful hound.
domesticated.
The faithful hound. You just like whistle and chirp at it, and it's like, okay, and it follows.
Yes.
Yeah. 100%.
I don't see the issue here.
Oh boy.
All right, fine. I turn around and go back to where Annie probably must be.
Yeah, you just look around the corner and you can see that there's two guys. One's at the backside of a horse and one's at the front, and they're talking to Annie.
And she
Hey.
kind of trails off in that as soon as they actually said her name.
Yeah, they know your name,
Yeah.
Annie.
Yeah, that was distressing.
And the one at the front goes, "I insist, Miss Rasmussen." He opens up. Actually, neither of them are wearing jackets, so he's got a revolver on his belt in a holster, and he's kind of like runs his hand over it, kind of looks down at it. "I insist, Miss Rasmussen, you come with us."
I pull out Big Bertha. I insist you stop it. Stop harassing Annie.
Are you intimidating?
Yeah.
Okay. I insist. That's gonna be a minus 20 to your roll.
I got a minus 20. So, wait.
the way you said it, no.
He's Canadian. What do you want me to do?
What?
All right, I'm spending my luck.
Spend your luck. They turn around. Okay, so the one at the front, he kind of like puts his hands up. Easy there, fella. You come with us also. We got a few questions we need to ask you.
No, we have somewhere to be. So how about you skedaddle?
Or if you have a question, just ask the question. I can hear you. If you have a question, just ask.
I'm like grabbing Annie's horse to like kind of pull it towards me and like
They're back. Yeah, and you passed your intimidation check, so they're kind of backing up. They're backing out of the alley. They're not pushing the subject. They're not trying to lead you either, Annie. But so they're backing up, going back to the main road, and they're like, they're making a big mistake. We know where to find you.
Well, where can we find you if we have questions for you?
Don't you worry about it. You don't need to know where we are.
And Annie just wants to see if there's just anything that would, I mean, I know they're sort of greasy looking, but if there's anything.
Identifiers.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Like identifiers or something
Yeah.
that would, yeah.
Yep.
We can spot the hidden.
Yeah, I'm looking at the skills here. I guess that's the most pro. I'm just kind of scanning through them. You want to like size them up, right?
Well, I'm just
Like
looking to see if
psychology?
somebody's got like a scar on their cheek or something identifiable that, you know, I could try to talk to other
so
people and be like,
you're looking for topical things. You're not looking for behaviors or anything. Okay, yeah, you can just spot hidden.
No.
The one in the overalls has kind of like a tick every once in a while. He's got his hand on the gun. He's got his eye, and he kind of twitches and ticks. Especially with this situation when it kind of went south and Benji came around the corner, he started to get a nervous twitch in his eye. And yeah, the one fella goes, "We'll be seeing you, Miss Rasmussen and Benji."
All right, let's go to the mound, Annie.
Annie will kind of do what she did before, where she kind of has the shotgun out while she's on horseback, kind of facing in their direction. And we'll go not directly towards where we were headed.
Okay.
Roundabout way.
Okay. You want to try and
Yeah,
loot?
this is going to sound crazy, Matt. I'm going to try and get Alf to send a letter to drop it off at the door.
Oh my goodness. Carrier pigeon. You guys are funny. A letter?
It shows up, but the talons like rip through it all. So
Yeah.
yeah, shreds of paper.
Like
Confetti falls
one
from the
letter.
sky.
Go ahead and make me a stealth roll. We'll just use that to try and cover your tracks and try to shake
Okay.
them.
Oh, so stealthy.
Benji is.
With Benji's
badass.
extreme success, it's gonna filter over to you, Annie. And like you're like, let's go left. And he's like, no, let's go right. You're gonna walk right
I'm
back
Canadian.
into them.
You should listen to me.
You're gonna So with his extreme success, he's able to basically lose the trail of these guys and kind of get lost in this tiny little town of Binger. Let's cut back to the other group as you're now making your way to the conference house. So you've got the cellar open. You've got what's his name down there?
Jasper.
I was gonna call him Jade. Jade is down there. Jasper Rands. Is he locked down there and the rest of you are back in the house?
I'm watching him because the Mr.
So you're just going to
Compton
sit
said-
there in the dark? You got like a lantern down there with you?
Yeah, I'll talk to him too. I'm trying to just like,
Did you wrong, sort of, but you did us wrong too.
I didn't do nothing.
Really? You
I didn't
let
have
us
the
out.
opportunity to.
Well, you freely admitted that you were gonna steal from us, and that you were lying to us, and that you were leading us off into the middle of nowhere so you can easily steal from us, and then you were gonna leave us in the middle of nowhere when all we had to navigate was some old man who was clearly getting hurt. So I'm just saying, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Noted.
Now eat your beans.
Yes, Sir, thank you, sir. Delicious beans. The rest of you, you're in the house with Mr. Compton. He introduced you as his mom. He says, "Oh, please, everybody calls her Grandma Compton. Feel free to do the same." And she's in the kitchen. She's fixing you some sandwiches and some lunch on that fresh baked bread. And Mr. Compton sits down with you and kind of looks at the Hurst, Kaz, and Lucy. He looks at the three of you and goes, I don't quite understand why you're wanting to take on this expedition. You know, those who've gone to the Mound in the past have either come back mad or not at all.
It's the pursuit of knowledge, sir. The pursuit of knowledge. There are things that we have to know or should know. Maybe we shouldn't know them, but I think we need at least decide whether or not we should know them by figuring them out.
Well,
I agree.
But what good's that knowledge if you don't come back? Or if you do, you're stark raving mad.
Well, I've been mad before. That didn't bother me too much. It'll be interesting to see what happens this time.
Lucy just looks over, blinks a few times, then looks back and says,
He sits up in his chair and straightens.
I believe you'll realize I'm more strong-willed than you think. I don't think I have to worry about going mad about looking at some rocks.
Oh, it's not just rocks. There's the two guardians or whatever you want to call them that are there. And are you sure the lights at night? I don't get it. But I can't stop you.
What did you tell Mr. Chambers, Mr. Archie Chambers, about the location? And at this point, Kaz is watching Mr. Compton very closely to see
You can
if
make me a psychology roll.
Ooh.
Lucy, you can as well.
Ooh.
You're reading him. All right, you go past. He goes,
Ooh.
I'm not familiar with a Mr. Chambers. I have never spoken with a gentleman by that name. What is it you're speaking of? And he seems truthful. Like his body's relaxed. He gets a little tensed up, like you're accusing him of something, but it doesn't look like he's hiding anything.
Oh, I just assumed that he would come to talk to you since you're an expert in the area. He's from another expedition that they're looking to go to the Mound as well, or at least we've been told of that.
So those others that came into town before you, that's his name, Mr. Chambers?
I believe that is the man.
Well,
that fella down in your cellar worked for him, and he set him on us to waylay us and steal from us. But Jasper's come around. I think he's taken quite a liking to our attorney. I think that's going to be just fine.
Okay, well, they're staying over at Miss Davis's house. They came in here a day or two ago. I can't tell you much about them, but I know that they're out here for the Mound as well. They've gone out there a few times during the day, but haven't come back with anything. I don't think they've really started digging. Oh, that reminds me, Mr. Hurst, your gear never arrived. Your gear never got here that you had ordered. You told me it was going to come here a couple days ago, and it didn't arrive. Did you get it in Union City? No. Oh, that's strange. I ordered it
Perhaps
months
somebody
ago.
interfered with its delivery?
Well, that would fit the pattern. I mean, he did take our horses, so it would make sense that he took all of your equipment too.
Looks like we'll be needing to go to the general store after all. Pick up that equipment to replace it.
Yeah. Mr. Hurst kind of sits back in his chair and he looks off out the window, and again he stares off into space like he did when you first met him, and he was talking about the statue, and he seems kind of distraught at this news.
Oh. We can't let something like this stop our pursuit of knowledge, Mr. Hurst. Don't you worry. We'll be able to do whatever. We'll see this trip through.
I appreciate that, Lucy. Thank you very much. It's just been a lot has happened in the last couple days.
Well, I think with this Well, with this new connection that we've proven between you and the statue, maybe you're all we need. The two of you together, that statue and you at the mound. You're going to be our compass and our guide.
I'd still feel more comfortable if we went and spoke to Grey Eagle before we went out there as well.
Absolutely. Someone with more things to tell us.
Yes. With that, I'm going to say Benji and Annie, you're going to arrive at the house. You're going to see the others' horses tied up outside. So you know that they're there. And Bull, you're still in the cellar, right? With your friend? I didn't know you were actually going to sit down there with them.
Well, you said that
I thought you were just going to like watch the doors from the outside or something. It's up
well,
to you,
that's
however
boring.
That's boring.
That's boring. Here I can poke around, eat some preserves, see if there's any sort of hidden sacrificial chamber or anything down here that Grandma Compton uses.
Jars of pickled beans and pickles and jams and jellies and all sorts of stuff.
Eyeballs.
Eyeballs, yeah.
Pickled eyeball. No. Grandma Compton is not
I don't trust her. I'm telling you.
Embryonic deep ones.
Grandma Cthulhu.
Can we say that Annie and Benji walk in right at the time of hearing Dr. Lucy say, so it sounds like we're going to have to go to the general store.
Sure. You knock on the door and Grandma Compton goes over and she opens it. And as she's opening the door, that's when Lucy says, we need to go to the general store. And Grandma Compton looks at the two of you and says, please come in.
Oh, thanks, Grandma.
Hello, Annie and Benji.
Grandma Compton, please come in. I'm making some lunch for all the other youngsters.
Real quick, actually, can we take a look and just see if we were followed, if we see any sign of our...
Yeah, you can make a spot hidden roll. No, you're good. You're good. Between the two of you, you were not followed. So you're convinced that they didn't know you headed here.
And they didn't know where we were going, right?
You don't know.
Remember what they said, if they said they did.
I mean, they knew our names, and they knew who hired us, so...
I think we should have a powwow. We ran into some people on our way back.
Were they friendly?
No.
Nope.
Not friendly at all. They know.
Are they alive?
Yep.
That's usually not the way you're supposed to do it. If they're not friendly, they're not supposed to be alive. I learned that in the war.
Well,
we were in the middle of town.
Exactly. And the Canadian really just got the better of me. I just couldn't, get past it. So
I understand.
They actually cornered me.
Yeah, I gave her the
When I was
nod,
going
and I don't know
south.
where she went. And then I had to go back and find her, and she was.
I don't drive horses. I drive trucks. These horses don't listen.
Well, you ride horses. You don't drive them. Maybe that's where you're.
This is the problem.
That's the problem.
Are you okay, Annie?
Fine, but we've got some folks who know our identities, know what we're about to do, know who's hired us, and
They might know about this place, so I don't know if it's that safe. We might need to go to the general store, get some tents, and do some outdoor camping.
Well, yes, and that's important because all of our gear did not show up.
What?
Mr. Compton's kind of like he hears you. He goes, "What's this? Some folks approached you? Are you?"
Yeah, real grizzled. Kind of looked like Nathan Freeport downstairs.
He grabs his coat off the rack and he puts a hat on. He goes, "I think we should go to the sheriff's office. I don't like you. We got the one locked in the cellar here, and now you've got others following you and approaching you. I think we should go see the sheriff." This Amazing Grace starts blaring in the background.
Is it nap time?
No, Mr. Compton may have a good point. Do you know the sheriff well, Mr. Compton?
Well enough. I voted for him. He's a good man. I went to school with him.
Could he?
Is he a man likely to be bought, say, a railroad tycoon?
Possibly. Hold on, let me go over to the phonograph and turn down Amazing Grace here for a moment, and we could continue this conversation.
I've never heard this song.
He goes, I don't. That's a weird question, but possibly. I'm sure every man has his price.
Let's put it in context, why don't we? This railroad tycoon who's funding the other expedition has bought off everyone and put every obstacle in our place so far. So that's why we're a little concerned about meeting your sheriff, because I have a feeling maybe this Mr. White may have purchased his loyalty, and then we may end up in jail.
Look, we'll just get out of we'll get out of your hair. We'll bring Jasper
ridiculous.
with us. We'll go camp outside. It's fine.
What? He seems very confused.
You're in danger if we stay here. This is not confusing. You and your grandma
That's my
are
mother.
gonna be. Oh, your mother. Why did you go by grandma?
Everybody calls her Grandma Compton.
She's very old.
She looks
Didn't you
over and
notice?
smiles and waves. Hello, sweetie.
All right, you and your ancient mother. You will be better if we're not here.
Mr. Hurst, would Gray Eagle put us up?
Possibly, but I don't think they'd be too happy there on the reserve, knowing that we were going to go dig up the mound. They don't like to talk about it. They don't go near it. They don't approach it. They frown upon any sort of interaction with it. I don't know if they would allow us to stay there, knowing what we were doing.
Well, I suppose we could always have our attorney accompany Mr. Compton to the sheriff and make sure that everything is okay, and we could wait here until you get back.
Oh, what's the worst that could happen?
Oh,
Or we could go to the
Mr.
we could go to the
Compton, you have a
general
lawyer?
store. Oh, he's downstairs with Jasper.
Okay, well that's not a bad idea. Why don't the lawyer and I go to the sheriff's office? Anybody else who wants to come with us, you're free to.
Well, we
can
should send
we
a
can go get
+1
this
because
we can get this sorted out.
I will tag along. I'm sure that worst case, if we get cornered again, or if we get cornered like Annie and Benji did, I can do some talking with my blade if need be. She has her sword.
Oh, as you're dousing some gauze with some.
She's so terrifying. Dr. Lucy scares me.
She has a cavalry saber.
All right, so we'll go over to Bull. You're sitting down there, and Jasper's looking at you as you're eating a can of beans. I have to relieve myself.
Go ahead.
Preferably.
I was gonna look him right in the eye when I say that, and not even break my facial expression whatsoever.
Preferably in the outhouse, sir.
Isn't there an empty bean can now?
I've eaten a lot of beans.
Okay. I'll tell you this. Don't try funny stuff. I'm this close to letting you go without pressing charges and nothing. So anything else you do right now is going to bring the balance back in your disfavor. You got me?
I understand.
Okay, let's go. I ain't wiping for you either.
All right. So, whatever that looks like, all of a sudden, the cellar door flings open and light spills down as Mr. Compton and Lucy are standing there as Jasper's relieving himself in the corner. Oh, God, my cellar!
We just said we were going up to the outhouse. What are you talking about? We're not relieving ourselves down here. Just said we were going.
All right, yeah. So the two
I couldn't hold it.
There you go.
It's on the third step. I can't.
The cellar door flies open, and you kind of the light hits you, and you wince. And Mr. Compton and Lucy are standing there, and he goes, "I was told you're a lawyer. We're gonna go see the sheriff. There's some trouble. There's some men who approached two others in your party, and we're gonna need to go see the sheriff about this."
Benji's just staring
Yale,
at you.
1906.
He looks at you really confused, like, what? Where were the two of you going?
You have an outhouse, right?
Yes.
What do you do in an outhouse?
He just kind of like steps aside and for you to go use it.
Okay, so while Jasper's doing that, I'll ask for the update in terms
Sure.
of like people.
Yeah, they fill you in on everything that's happened.
Yeah.
All right, so Jasper's gonna get locked back in the cellar. You gonna leave him down there by himself, or someone want to sit with him this time?
So
Well,
I
here's-
think Kaz would
Kaz.
take Mr. Hurst down into the cellar, and he goes, "Let's go, Mr. Hurst. Let's go down there and talk about your statue and keep an eye on Jasper. I want to make sure you stay safe, sir." We've got so much to learn together.
All right.
In a cellar.
He seems keen on this. And the two of you head down there in the cellar with Jasper. When you
I
go
want
down
to.
there-
Oh, go ahead.
When you go down to the cellar, you do notice something there, Kaz. When he takes the cloth off the statue, it lets off a faint green glow that it didn't before, because you saw this thing at night before. So in the darkness, it's almost like glowing very, very slightly. And she goes, I've never seen this before. This is strange. It's never done this.
It's fascinating. Let's walk around the cellar and see if it gets stronger at any point.
You just hold it up. The two of you are walking around holding this thing. It
You're
doesn't
like,
seem to get any brighter or any duller. It's just this faint, kind of constant, pulsing glow. This green glow coming off of it.
Do you think it's because we're close to the mound again, Mr. Hurst?
He thinks that might be it. That's not a bad idea.
Maybe it's calling to something in the mound, or maybe it's attracted to it, just like you were attracted to the statue in the desert after that nefarious Jasper there in the corner buried it.
I did not get my hands on that statue, sir. Can I see it? Can you bring it up to me?
Mr. Hurst, do you want Jasper to see the statue?
No, of course not.
No, Jasper, you cannot see it. No.
All right. So Lucy, Mr. Compton, and Mr. Freeport are heading to the sheriff's office. On the way there, Mr. Compton, you're walking. Mr. Compton is making small talk. Have you seen the mound yet? Have you been out there?
No, we were told by Mr. Hurst that we should wait until the morning. That going at night or close to the night is not necessarily a wise decision.
Oh, he's correct. You don't want to go there at night. Like I said, you're going to die or disappear. Oh, you weren't there. You were down in the cellar with that strange fellow when I told him that. Yeah, you'll either die, disappear, or go mad if you go there at night. But we could take a look at it from here if you'd like to see it.
Well, I thought it was like an hour outside of town.
Well, you could see it from the edge of town. It's large.
And they call it a mound. It's not like a hill or nothing.
Well, I suppose it's a hill. It's 30 or 40 feet high. I guess you could call it a hill if you will. But it's a Native American burial ground is what we all assume. That's why it's a mound.
Who else here?
Lucy's there.
This little...
Isn't it? Just Lucy, you, and Mr. Compton?
Yeah.
Okay, I like a Lucy.
I don't know, Doc. What do you think?
You still have those pills left?
Uh-huh.
Like,
I got him.
Wow. If we need those, we could use them. But,
I don't think any harm has ever happened to anybody just taking a look, you know.
exactly.
He says, we're not riding out there. You can see it from the edge of town.
Okay.
We're not going there. Are you mad? I don't want to die.
Have you been there before, sir?
No, absolutely not. Some boys when I was growing up, they went out there and they never returned. I'm terrified of that thing.
Has your mother ever been out there?
No.
What happened to your father, might I ask?
He passed away of consumption.
I'm very sorry to hear that. I didn't know my parents.
I'm also sorry to hear that.
Let's go see that mound.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get him. I just want him to be like off kilter. That's all.
Yeah, he's just like looking at you. It's like this weird conversation. He's just he looks over at Lucy like, "What's up with this guy?"
He's a lawman. That's all I can say. He knows his law.
A lawman or
In the courtroom.
oh,
It
yeah,
helps
a
when you
barrister.
keep witnesses. It helps when you keep witnesses unsettled.
Mm. All right, so you kind of beeline from where you're going. He takes you like, again, there's houses where you're going through, and he takes you to like the edge of town, and you can see all around you. There was farmland, but when you look out this direction, there's nothing. There's no trails, there's no paths, there's no roads. It's just wild overgrowth. And like in the distance, you can see this big hill. You can see a hill in the distance. Oops, there it is. That's where you're going. That's it right there.
Do we see any like equipment or anything, or wagons or anything out there that might suggest like someone's already set up a dig site?
You don't see any equipment or anything like that. Even though it's pretty far away, it looks like nothing's been set up. But you can see someone or something atop that mound, and it looks like it's pacing back and forth.
What time of day?
Oh, it's probably like 1 or 2 in the afternoon by the time you've got here and got this all settled.
We were told about that, about somebody. There
was only at
being
night.
someone out there, yeah.
Yeah, so I thought it was only at night. Yeah, that's why I'm confused. I'll bring that up actually. That little story about the person who paces. Like I think there were 2 ghosts. One man who paces by the day, and then there was the female blue glowy woman at night.
Yeah. So you bring it up, and he's almost kind of like, to him, this is second nature. Like, he's almost like, oh, yeah. Like, he's seen this his whole life. Yeah, that's the one during the day.
That's the pacing man.
He's always there. Tails are, you get out there, you get close, he walks back behind the mound or the hill, and just, there's no trace of him. But, yeah, that's the... It's rumored, some say that he's the one that killed the woman that you see at night. And he's pacing there, guarding her body so that it'll never be found. That's what the rumors are.
If she was murdered, then who killed him?
Well,
Grandma Compton.
Right.
he says, do you have a spyglass or binoculars on you?
Take a look
Nope.
at Doc.
I have
Not
binoculars
bad.
back at the house, but yeah, you need to see what that is. What's out there?
How close is the general store?
Well, it's a complete opposite direction of where we're going, but if you really need to go, we can go after the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
It's only an hour out there, huh?
Yeah, hour and a half.
What time does the sun go down?
Well, it's the fall, so it goes down rather early right now at 5:30. You don't have much time. As soon as it hits dusk, that sun goes down.
I mean, we could go now.
I'm not
Get a
going.
little closer.
He's just like, no, I'm not going.
Lucy looks over to you and says, well, I'm down to go with you. No problem at all. And if you would be so kind, looks to looks over, and if we happen to not come back, well, at least you can say that you told us to not come out here. But I think we'll be back. No problem.
There's not a lot of daylight.
It's 1 o'clock, sir.
Yeah, an hour there, an hour back. Are you sure?
That would be 3 o'clock. It doesn't get dark at 3 o'clock in the
all right.
afternoon, sir. I am from the middle of the country. If you
It
can be
sounds
so
like-
kind, Mr. Compton, if you don't want to come with us, I understand.
No, I want to go to the
Yeah.
sheriff's office. You said my house and my mother is in danger. And there's a man locked up in my cellar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you keep telling us this thing about this weird folklore story out on the mound, and now we're seeing a ghost pacing around. Just what in the hell you think we're gonna do when you start telling us about it?
Come to your senses and not go chasing ghosts?
Do you think anybody who would come to this town to dig into a mound that has stories about ghosts has any sense to begin with?
He's just like, what? You make no sense.
I think I make a lot of sense. Why don't you go ahead
I
and hurry
concur.
back to your home and let the rest of our party know we're gonna go take a gander at the mound. They can catch up.
This is madness.
Feels-
Fine. If you insist, I can't stop you, but if you insist on going,
You
I'll
can
go
try.
back. Well, what about the sheriff? What about my mother?
we'll see the sheriff after we get back. No, it won't take that long.
But if you all leave, who's going to protect me and my mother? You have a felon locked up in my cellar. You said I heard there's other men in town. Well, who's going to look after us? You've brought this danger down upon me and my mother.
I'm just a lawyer from Yale. I haven't done anything.
I'm a doctor from Nova Scotia.
Where is that? Nova what?
Far East Canada.
Okay.
Close to Newfoundland.
Right. We won't go now. You happy? Now let me ask you a question.
And I assume that they said, like, they told us about this Miss Davis's house. That's where the other ones are suspected as being stayed. So
Yeah.
they,
Which one of these houses is Miss Davis's house?
Oh, well, we can kind of take a roundabout way back and we can pass by it on the way back to the sheriff's office.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll save the mound for tomorrow then.
Oh, I think that's a wise idea. But it's your funeral, if otherwise. All right.
Let's go.
So you
Chop
continue
chop,
on.
you're the one leading the way.
Continue on to the sheriff's office. Let's cut back to the others. Is there anything you want to be doing over in the house? You're at the Comptons. Grandma's there
Repair
with
Big
you.
Bertha.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
And he's
repair
gonna
Big
be-
Bertha.
Yes.
All right. You're not gonna have to roll to dismantle the other shotgun, but you're gonna have to roll to repair this one.
And I can't aid her. There's no like helping.
No. No.
Well, I will be there in spirit. I am.
And this will
helping
be
you.
a hard mechanical repair roll.
You can do it, Annie. Save Big Bertha, please.
All right. What I also want to try to do is swap out parts so that I'm also improving my gun.
All right, I'm watching this. Yep. Okay, let's do it.
Improving your gun. Oh dear.
Like Big Bertha is going to work, but
Yes.
so is mine.
Are you taking parts from Big Bertha or from the other gun?
The other gun. So you might get
Oh.
some parts from my gun,
Uh-oh.
and I get.
Because you
parts
both have
from your
shotguns.
gun. Yes, we do.
It's tricky. I like it.
Okay, so to repair his gun, it's gonna be a hard roll.
Oh.
So you passed. Big Bertha's fixed. If you want to modify your gun, though, that's going to be more difficult. Like, how do you want to modify your shotgun? Like, what are you looking to do?
Basically, what I'm looking to do, and I don't know anything about guns, but
That's
like,
fine.
let's say there's a piece that Big Bertha needed. Big Bertha's going to get the piece from mine, and I'm going to get the piece from the new gun.
Uh-oh.
So everything's going to be working. It's just
Oh, okay. So
I'm
you
Just
getting
like the
some
same
upgrades
stuff.
as
okay.
part of
So
the
sorry, I
process.
thought you wanted to like enhance your gun, like you wanted to
No,
sawed-off shotgun, and all of a sudden it's doing more damage or something. Or
no.
increase the range on or something. Okay. You don't need to roll for that though. Okay, so yeah, you swap the pieces. This that you've never really worked on guns before. This is a first for you, but with Benji watching, he couldn't tell that you've never worked. Like, you look like a master weaponsmith working on this thing. A
Well-
cogscope. Melissa cheating at games again, right?
That 3
Right.
macro.
So, is there anything? So, as Kaz is sitting there with Jacob Hurst, and they're looking at this statue, is there anything that he can glean, either from history or as occult studies or anthropological studies, anything like this in the collective histories of some sort of this kind of occurrence happening that he might be able to link it to?
Good question.
Hmm.
Good question. Let's see here. Bear with me. So we want to study this object closely,
Especially now that it's glowing.
especially now that it's glowing.
This is so fascinating.
Lick it.
He probably would have.
Would appraisal work at all, or appraise, or is that?
Well,
Probably not.
I'm not really looking at its value. I'm trying to
That's
understand the historical or
The taste of it. Yeah, we get
the
it.
relevance of. why is other, in histories or mythology, what has triggered some other artifact to have some kind of reaction like this.
Okay. I am going to ask you to make me a sanity roll, please.
Sweet.
You hear Alf.
Nick, help me.
Caca!
Oh,
I will. I'll spend. Oh, you can't spend.
You can't, right? I don't
No,
think you
can't
can.
spend.
Can't.
Can't spend.
So
like,
basically, we're doing a study. You're studying this object.
Mhm.
As you're studying it, and you're looking over it, and you're trying to determine what this is in origin. Hurst is standing over you, just like whispering in your ear the whole time, just like feeding you information about
Oh my
this
god.
Cthulhu and these gods and these sleeping and slumbering under the sea. And you're like listening to this, and it's almost kind of like chanting in your ears, and you're looking at this thing, and you kind of, your vision goes kind of fuzzy, and you just get lost in this. As you do so, all right, you're studying this thing. So sanity roll, you lost it.
Oh yeah.
So you're gonna lose.
Ooh. 1,000.
3 sanity.
Wow.
I've one of my talents is resilient, so I can spend luck on a one-on-one to offset insanity loss. So I'll spend the 3 luck.
3 luck. So you do not lose any sanity. You're fascinated by this. Absolutely fascinated by this thing and what he's telling you. And you're getting sucked in. This is almost kind of like what Annie was talking about, the voices. Like, finally, it's happening to me. And you love it.
It's like, this is amazing.
Go ahead and increase your Cthulhu mythos by 4.
Ooh.
Which means your sanity also goes down by 4.
Yep. Can't offset that, so...
Yeah, is it the max sanity that goes down, right?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, max sanity goes down
Yep.
by 4. And you start buying into these things that he's saying, and you almost get like kind of whisked away, and you see this big in your mind's eye, like you're not seeing it per se, but he's describing it to you, and you're seeing it in your head. This creature, this large, sleeping, slumbering creature under the ocean, and you believe what he's saying. You're buying into it, and he's kind of opened your eyes to so much more. And he tells you this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is only the beginning, and I expect we're gonna find more in that mound. If I just dug at the surface and this is what I found, could you imagine what other secrets, what other history, what other great old ones and are held underneath there?
I can imagine it.
Yes!
I am beginning to see.
He's excited. You see it. You see the light.
I am beginning to see.
Truth.
This is amazing. This is everything I've looked for as long as I can remember.
Oh.
Ever since the trenches, this is all I've been looking for. I see that now.
Soon you'll know their names: Tulu, Astaroth, Nyarlathotep, Yig. You will know them all. They will speak to you.
I cannot wait. Fascinating. This is going to be such an amazing paper.
And like Jasper's just sitting there like flabbergasted, his mouth's like wide open, like, "Sir, are you okay?" Sir.
Oh, Jasper, I'm more than okay now. I'm feeling much better, Jasper. Much better.
I'm not. Yeah, Jasper's sanity check. Yeah. I am not feeling much better, sir.
Benji locks the door after hearing all this.
What door?
The
Upstairs?
cellar door.
The
He's
cellar
lock
door is
him in
locked,
there.
isn't it?
Just sets it on fire.
Yeah.
Grandma Compton. You look over Grandma Compton. She's like, no, she's not. It's all coming together.
How many eyes does Grandma Compton have?
All right, let's leave off there. That's a good point to leave off on. So, yeah, till next week. So let's do the round tables here. Tyler, what do you got going on this week?
Playing Aliens on Sunday. Right now, I'm dealing with lovely stuff of going to Montreal over the next 2 weeks, a couple of different times. So not doing too much aside from this and Sunday fun times, and working on developing some more university Call of Cthulhu rules from some of the older books, like what my background picture thing is from, and the newest Call of Cthulhu thing that came out, Trail something, I think, has some neat university rules in there too. So it'll be pretty fun to get that all made.
Very good. Jeff, what do you got going on this week?
Whoops, there we go. Yeah, so Thursday over on Garblight Games, run some Delta Green with some of the people you see on the screen. Friday, back on my own channel at twitch.tv/thelollygaggers, running more Delta Green as we play Impossible Landscapes. Saturday, we're doing some kind of Halloween thing. And then Monday, we're doing Ultraviolet Grasslands. So you can come check all of that.
Very cool. Melissa, what can you add to that?
You can check out all of our previous campaigns and everything on our YouTube channel, Adventures in Lollygagging.
Awesome. Evan.
Yep, Thursday, Delta Green, Garble Games, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. Sunday, Aliens. Watch me play an Android. Never play an Android. They're not fun. I'm going to space my own character.
Oh, my goodness. The guy didn't read the rules on androids.
No, because I shot people in the first episode of her. I shot humans.
Just saving them, you saved them. That's all.
And then second episode, oh, by the way, can't do anything, but you can't do anything. Just sit there and breathe. Oh, you don't breathe. You're an android. Just sit there.
I still think a kamikaze strike at the Queen Alien is the way to go. Blaze of glory. Blaze of glory.
Yep. I agree. You could be fighting the Queen Alien on the outside of the space station right now.
I'm going to. That's
one-on-one.
You know.
It's fantastic.
And Aaron, what do you got the rest of this week?
It's a little bit more of a quiet week this week. Thursday on Garblight Games, we'll be either playing Star Trek or probably old school Dungeons and Dragons. And then I'll be back Thursday night for Delta Green with these fine people. And then Sunday for Aliens to see if Edna Riverbee, the android, attacks the Queen Alien on the outside of the spaceship.
Very good.
It'll be a lot of fun.
And I'm in many of the things that was mentioned already. So Delta Green on Thursday on Garblight Games, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. Sunday Gamehole Con, Twitch. We're doing worldwide wrestling at 12 to 3 Central Standard Time. And then Sunday night, Alien on the Free League Twitch channel at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, where Edna Riverbee's going to die. Thank you everybody who joined us. Just a reminder, new episodes go up on YouTube on Fridays. If you're behind, you want to get caught up, they've got a playlist of our previous episodes on there right now as we get further into the Mound. So thank you for everybody who joining us. Thank you to Syrinscape for having us, and have a great week. We'll see you next week, Tuesday. Welcome back to another Tuesday night for Call of Cthulhu here on the Syrinscape channel. Thank you so much to Syrinscape for having us. So this is episode number 4. This is the halfway point because this is an 8-episode arc. So we're hitting the halfway point. We haven't even been to the Mound yet. We've seen it in the distance. We almost went there. We could taste it, but we didn't go yet. Maybe this week. I have a feeling other things are going to happen this week based off of the actions last week, but we'll see. Unfortunately, we're going to be down Dr. Lucy for the next couple weeks, but we will see Tyler return in November to the game. So we're going to be down our medics. So hopefully nobody gets shot in the streets of Binger. And look at you, Evan.
Shoot me. I dare you. I dare you to kill another Riverbee.
Oh, challenge accepted, my friend. Challenge accepted. I've taken many a Riverbee's lives.
I promise Bull will not shoot anyone. That will not happen. Oh, yeah. He doesn't use guns.
He'll never use a gun?
Killing by other means.
I mean, never. He prefers to hit things, the visceral feel of it. He's more of a wrestler type, and a sledgehammer user.
That's fair. A wrestler. Well, let's do the roundtable introduction. Why don't you tell us about Brazen Bull?
Brazen Bull. I don't know what you're talking about. You mean Nathan Freeport?
Yeah. What?
Class of 1906, Yale law grad, and he is on this expedition to make sure everything goes by the book, make sure everything is legally sound. But unfortunately, Nathan Freeport was mugged and hit over the head in our previous town, and Bull stole the ticket and is now impersonating him and doing a not very good job of of pretending to understand law. So yeah, that's Bull. He's got a big dude, kind of bushy beard, and he's got like these little calcite deposits like on top of his head. That he is a former carnival sideshow attraction.
Yes.
And so yeah, he's almost like bull horns, kind of like a Hellboy thing going on.
Kind of.
Not that big though. Not that big. They're pretty small.
Awesome. Melissa, can you tell us about your character, please?
Rasmussen, she is a mechanic who is seeking adventure. So she's pretty good at like locksmithing, mechanical repair, throwing, I actually think. So we're going to see how her talents
Throwing
come
her
into play
wrench?
with
Throwing?
some of these things. She did some, minor upgrades to her gun in the process of fixing Benji's gun. So maybe some old rusted parts got replaced with some new parts. So maybe we've got 2 decently working shotguns in the party for whatever we might need them for.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. We'll see.
Who knows?
Well, yeah. Yeah. I can't wait till we roll another one and it misfires and breaks, just like Big Bertha.
What are the chances?
1 in
Evan.
100.
Yeah. Evan, can you tell us about your character? Benji, my favorite Winnipeg, Manitoba Canadian.
That's right. Your favorite Riverbee of the bunch so far. Benji Riverbee is a rogue explorer from Winnipeg, Canada. He has made his way to Tulsa, Oklahoma as kind of the guide / Boy Scout for the group to help them navigate through the wilds. Little known to him that we were going to have a guide, but that's okay. I guess he's still in the basement or whatever. We've left him there. Yeah, and he got his gun fixed, and he's seen some unsavory folk trying to threaten us. So maybe there'll be a little bit of rootin' tootin' shooting tonight.
Rootin' tootin' shooting in the streets of Binger. What could possibly go wrong?
What could go wrong?
Oh.
Roll more ones and have them.
Or, commit murder and go to jail. Who knows? This is 1928. This isn't the Wild West.
We're in a small, out-of-the-way town. There's no jails. Come on. There's
There's
no
room for all
law.
of us.
You can trust me. I'm a lawyer. I know these things.
All right. And last but not least, Aaron, can you tell us about Kaz?
Kazimir Rhine is the son of a snake oil salesman and a palm reader who made good and was part of the inaugural class at Northwestern of the psychology department. But his studies got cut short after he got his base degree by World War I, where he went to Europe. After the war, he started studying parapsychology with a small group of Europeans who were interested in it, and he became fascinated with the occult. And he has recently come back to the United States, where in the last few days, he's become aware of Cthulhu.
That's right. Yeah, we
and his mind is shriveling.
Yeah. I don't know where we're going with that one. Okay, so what happened last week? We picked up in the camp. You were there in the middle of the night. Your employer was having fever dreams, and Mr. Hurst, and he was having dreams about the statue. I'm trying to remember everything.
I mean, dreams that just so amazingly
led him.
Everybody to
dreams.
where Benji had hidden.
Buried the statue.
Feel the statue this way.
Yeah.
But Annie also had another experience with the voices.
That's true.
And they outright mocked Annie and were laughing at her, but nobody else could hear them. It was kind of sad. Yeah, it was not fun. But nobody else picked up on that. What else happened out in the camp? Was that about it? I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was 3 things that happened. There's disembodied voices. We found the statue, and I felt like there was something else.
That was basically it, because it was the week before that we really did the interrogation of Jasper.
But we kind of made a deal with Jasper to, we're like, we're not going to kill you. We're going to take you into town with us. And
we kept Maybell alive.
Yeah,
his horse. Alive. And I did, unbury him and just bind him like a normal person.
And you fed him.
Mhm.
Beans.
Yep.
And you kept watch over him in the basement.
Yep, I did.
So we had so we made our way to town, and that's where two of you split off. Benji and Annie. I almost called you Anna. Annie headed to the general store here to get parts to fix the shotgun, which they were successful in doing. But there was also a couple of unsavory characters that were tailing them and following them in the process. And they tried to lose them down an alley. Unfortunately, Annie wasn't able to keep up with Benji, lost sight of him, and that's when she was approached by these two unsavory characters who wanted to go talk to her and had a few questions, and they flashed some firearms. And Benji came back on the scene, intimidated the hell out of them, and they took off. And over in the house, the others were meeting with Josiah Compton and his mother, who everyone calls Grandma Compton. And they met up with her. You asked if
The
you
big
could
bad.
Yeah. You asked if you could
She's a
keep
big bad.
Jasper Rance
Cthulhu herself.
in the cellar, which you were able to convince him to do, even though he was really against it. We did some really great rolls there. And so you stayed down there with him, Bull, and looked after him. And that's when the others came back and let you know that there were these characters had approached them and threatened them. So you thought Mr. Josiah, he was very, very concerned about his mother and the safety of his house, and thought we should go talk to the sheriff about these unsavory characters. They were staying at whose boarding house was it?
Oh man, I had that info.
You know, I wrote the notes.
Is it Mr. Compton?
No, Mr. Compton's
No,
here
that's where
staying
we're
with
at
the
now.
name of the
Yeah.
lady that they're staying with.
Oh, Miss Davis.
Miss
Davis, yeah.
Thank you.
Miss Davis.
We're all agree.
Thanks, Benji.
Yeah.
So you headed out to go see the sheriff. That's when who's all in the basement in the cellar with Kaz and Jasper? Is Benji down there as well? No.
I thought me and Annie were just fixing the guns like kind of near it so we could listen in, but we weren't.
So you're out in the yard.
actively-
Okay, so you're in the yard, and that's when Mr. Hurst and Kaz are downstairs, and this statue of Cthulhu is glowing. This green glow. It's just kind of emanating off of it. And he opened your eyes to the world beyond that which you can see. And that's kind of where we left off. Oh, and you got to see the Mound, Bull. You
Yeah,
and Doctor...
I did.
And the good doctor got to see the Mound.
Yep.
You wanted to go there, and then just I was like, you only got a
Sure.
couple hours of daylight, and you're like,
We
well,
had
let's go
time.
anyways. You can still go.
We had time.
You could still go.
We had time.
I'm
Not gonna go now. I'm not gonna drag Tyler's character when they're not here.
Why not?
But yeah, you never know. But we saw one of the ghosts. Well, presumably.
Yes, you
Yeah,
did
we
see a
saw-
ghost. Thank you. You saw one of the two spirits that are said
Yeah.
to haunt or walk on
Yeah, the
top of
man.
the Mound. A man.
Right. The man was during the day.
We
and,
think
yeah.
who murdered the woman. is
Yes,
at
that's the
night.
rumor.
Yep. One of the rumors. Yeah.
Oh,
So we need to find her body.
It's all coming together. I love it. You've taken notes. All right, so let's pick up where we left off. Actually,
Mental
no,
notes.
Before we do that, we gotta do luck. I always
yeah.
forget luck.
Oh, I could use some luck.
Yeah, me
So-
too. I could use a little bit.
Roll your luck. If you roll higher, you roll 2d10 plus 10, and add that to your score. If you roll lower, 1d10 plus 5. I always
10
forget the
plus
luck.
10. Oh, I always roll so shit.
Oh my gosh, that's terrible.
Just 15? I got a
That's all I
5
got,
with
too.
my 2d10s.
I got 7.
Well, you had a d10 less than us.
Oh man, this is not a
Yes!
good start.
Yes! Starving the players of luck. I love it.
I'm back up to 99 luck, so
Oh,
I don't know
my
about you guys.
Yeah, just go
was
be
about to
insane in the basement.
Rag.
okay?
That's
I got
true.
my 81.
I think me and Jeff are struggling a bit.
All right, so Kaz, you're down in the basement. You're looking at this thing. You're going slightly insane, but your eyes are open to a bigger reality. Annie and Benji, what about the two of you? So you're kind of working the yard. You're looking at the weapons. Is there anything in particular you want to do during this time?
Probably just make sure that nobody's eyeing us or found us here or anything like that. I think we made our scroll last time, but it's been some time, so
Yeah, you guys had major spot hiddens, and it didn't appear like anybody was kind of watching or tailing you or anything like that.
Okay.
It is a new session, so if you'd like to roll it again, you may roll spot hidden.
Oh,
I understand how this works.
nice.
All right, you can
I'm
all
gonna
hear the
wait.
sounds, the small town sounds of clippy cloppy.
Yes.
Horse
Yeah, I
feet
hear it now.
And everything excellent. It's very faint. It's very subtle, so that's why I
Yeah,
asked.
turn it up.
I turned up
Church
for this.
bell there.
Yeah, church
Church
bell
bell's
for the
going.
stream to hear. Okay, so neither of you notice those two characters, nor do you notice anyone like paying particular attention to you, other than that you're outsiders. Like you're new here, so they're kind of like looking at you strange, but nothing like more than a glance here and there.
Oh, don't worry about it, Annie. It's because I'm Canadian. You know, I get it all the time. It's just stand out like a sore thumb.
You know, I'm just so, interested looking at this gun. I mean, I feel like you paid a whole lot more money for this gun than I did, and it's really not much different, really, if I look at it. It's very
Well, you know,
interesting. And so
it's
she's
got
looking
a-
at the mechanical stuff.
A second barrel, right? I mean, I can shoot it twice if I want.
Well, I mean, sure, there is that. It's definitely structurally different, but the components really they're not all that different. That's always interesting to me when you break something down and you see the components and we're really not all that different after all.
Yeah, I mean, so I bet if we cut each other open, we'd be the same in the inside. Yeah, same thing like that.
I mean, that's sort of a Dr. Lucy question, but maybe. I don't know.
You think okay, maybe we're different?
Animals are kind of similar. Being on a farm, different animals actually don't look that different inside.
Did you hear or see that green glow down there?
It's not that bright. It's not coming up through the cracks of the.
My
It's
eyes!
just a low little glow just surrounding this thing.
Maybe we should go check on Kaz. I mean, he's a little loopy to begin with, and we leave him down there with the statue, which clearly caused issues. Maybe we should make sure he's okay.
So she's got her rags out and she's like wiped everything down and kind of hands Benji back. Big Bertha. Ready to go. Try not to break it this time.
No promises. And he will go walk towards the cellar.
You see Kaz down there. He's got the statue in his hands, and he's got his forehead pressed up against it. You see drool coming out the sides of his mouth. He's like, I can see so much, but I need more. Mr. Hurst, I need more. We have to go to the mound.
No. Now you understand. You understand what has driven me back here after all of these years. We will go there, and we will find more. We're guaranteed to find more, but we must speak to Grey Eagle first.
All right, but I mean, this is how did I not know this already?
Once your
There's
eyes
so
are open,
much
you
more.
can't unsee it.
We don't even. All of this it's just shadows overlaying what's real. Thank you for opening my eyes.
He takes your hand and he grasps it with both of his and starts to shake it. It's my pleasure. I'm so happy I could show you the truth.
You guys stop with all the cultish behavior down there.
Benji! Oh my goodness, look at my notes! Come! You have got to see this! You've got to experience, Benji. You have to experience it.
He kind of looks at Annie, like, because she's kind of said similar stuff about hearing things, and he's just like, all right, I think I'm going to go take a walk or something. I feel uncomfortable.
Jasper goes, there is a glowing statue down here and they're in a warm embrace. Can someone please open the door?
That's really awkward. I'm sorry, Jasper.
Can you send back the other gentleman with the beans, please?
Yeah, I'll try and go ferry him over here.
Much appreciated. Let's cut over to Mr. Compton, Josiah Compton, and Bull. So you're standing at the mound, and he's pointing, and he says, hey,
We're at the mound? All right.
No, he's
here we
pointing
go,
at the
guys.
mound. Pointing at the mound. He goes, when we get back to the house, you could use my my binoculars. You can get a better look if you like.
It's
But
my kind of you, sir.
it's what I say. It's about 45 minutes there, or 45 minutes back. It's on foot. Animals are spooked. You can make the trip, but I don't recommend with it being so close to dusk.
No, I suppose you're right. We do have that errand to go ahead and finish first. Speak to the law of the town.
Yes.
Get Jasper situated.
Well, my poor mother. They said that there was men threatening them with weapons in the streets.
Yeah, that sounds dangerous.
It does, doesn't it? Well, let's go see Sheriff Dunphy, and hopefully he can do something for us, or maybe he's heard of these unsavory characters.
Don't worry, I'll make sure Grandma Compton gets, the best sort of protection. Just make sure she knows that it was Nathan Freeport who did it, just in case things turn south later on.
That's mighty kind of you, Mr. Freeport. That's mighty kind of you. Thank you. My mother would appreciate that.
She seems like a delightful
hands.
woman. I didn't much know my mother.
Oh, really? Tell me more. As the two of your wives and she's tell me more.
He's gonna start talking about.
Yeah, my parents, they just abandoned me when I was really young. And, I was raised by like 4 or 5 different groups of people. And, I was more like a household pet than anything. But, such is my lot in life.
Household.
Get a
That
lot of
sounds
money
terrible.
to get you to Yale.
It takes a village. All donating to afford my tuition.
It's very good. So the two of you carry on through the streets, and you eventually get to just a small little single-story building. There's a door. There's windows on either side, but one of the windows has bars on it. There's the sheriff's office. Let's go talk to Sheriff Dunphy. Maybe he's heard of these no-goodniks and can help us out. Step in.
What was his name again? Sheriff Dunphy?
Dunphy.
Dunphy. Okay. I just like to know who I'm talking to.
All right.
He'll fix
You've
his
never had
tie,
any-
but it won't look good.
Yeah, you've never had any run-ins with the law other than, on the right side of the law, right, Mr. Freeport?
Me? No, of course not. I've, this is my first time in the middle part of the country. I'm mainly a northeasterner.
Yes. You must have been traveling for quite some time. Would you like to use the bath tonight?
You have a bath?
Yes, there's a bath upstairs that you are welcome to.
Oh, yes. I would love that. Usually I just find a puddle or someone just, throws like yesterday's water on me or something. That's how it's. So, yeah, a bath would be wonderful.
He looks at you waiting for a punchline, and there isn't one, and he laughs awkwardly. A puddle.
I'll lean over to Dr. Lucy.
What did I say? That was funny.
All right, so you head on in. There's a desk right when you enter, and there's a man. He looks like he's in his, probably 60s. He's got salt and pepper hair. He's not wearing a cowboy hat. But salt and pepper hair, salt and pepper mustache. And he greets you as you come in. He recognizes Josiah, welcomes you into the office. What can I do for you, fellas? What brings you here to the sheriff's office?
Well, sir, I'm afraid we've got a series of issues and potential issues that we're gonna need your help with, if you don't mind.
Yeah, well, what sort of issues you talking about there, son?
Well, the most pressing is that 2 of my party were recently accosted in the middle of the street, threatened by folks that are staying over at the Davis family home.
Boys of the Davis residence. I've heard that they've been wandering around and giving people the eye and everybody the heebie-jeebies. What is it? What's your quarrel with them boys?
Well, I don't have one personally, but they seem to have an issue with my employer that I don't much care for him for reasons I'm not aware of. But
You're not here related to that there Mound, are you? Like them boys?
I'm afraid, sir, that is in fact why my party is here.
He looks over at Josiah. Josiah's just kind of like it has like an I'm sorry look on his face.
I am just a lawyer.
Oh, you're a lawyer, are you? We don't get many lawyers around here in these parts.
Yale, class of 1906.
Oh my, An educated man. Well,
Maybe.
I'll tell you what is a favor to you, old Josiah. You know, old Grandma Compton. She makes mighty fine pie. I can go over there and go talk to them boys. You just, maybe leave me an apple pie here through the week, and we'll call it even. And I'll go tell them boys to leave you all alone and stop causing disturbances in the good streets of Binger. Does that sound all right to all of you?
That would be mighty fine. Out of curiosity, how many deputies do you have on your payroll, sir?
I have no deputies. Just myself.
Sorry.
It's a quiet little town.
I hear that, sir. Unfortunately, the party over at the Davis house has aggrieved us more than once. On our route here, they had hired a man to lead us astray and steal from us a precious possession of my employer. We managed to catch him before said act was complete. If it's possible, we would like to store him within your jail until we can return him to that other city I was in, so that they can, proper reckon it and such.
He kind of looks at you and looks at Josiah. Is this true? You know about this? And Josiah's, well, showed up. They've got this man. He's in my cellar. I don't know. They claim he's a thief, and they stopped him.
He's a good fella. Jasper just made a couple bad decisions in life is all. We don't fault him too much. He did confess to his plan and who had hired him when we confronted him. But the law is the law, is it not, sir?
Yes. And who than you should know better than that?
Indeed.
Well, bring this Jasper here, and he can sit in a cell, and I'll chat with him, and we'll get him on the next wagon out of town.
That sounds wonderful, sir. I don't mean to tell you your business, but if you have any folks around here that might be, temporarily deputized, or if you have neighboring towns that might be able to lend assistance, the party that did aggrieve us is shown to be themselves aggressive, and they are numerous. So
how many are there? And explain this aggressiveness. What do they do to you, son?
Well, I believe there were roughly 9. I haven't got an accurate count. We haven't gone over to the Davis house because we have not wanted to, make matters worse. But at least 2 of them have threatened a young Canadian friend of mine and a young engineering woman. And well, that's just what's America if you can't walk down the street without being threatened? This is I don't know if I said that correctly, but I think you understood what I was getting at.
He kind of looks at you. You want to make me a fast talk?
No, but okay.
Your tactic.
I punch him in the face.
Yeah,
I punch him in the face. Can I use charm? I don't feel like I'm lying here. I feel like all this is, is truthful.
Yeah, charm. Yeah, well, there weren't 9 men. That's not truthful.
I didn't. That's. I mean, I think there's quite a few at least. Like from our number we've counted, there's at least 4 that we know of, and probably more. I would imagine.
Okay.
All right. Oh
Spend some
God!
luck?
I don't have that amount of luck to spend, do I? No, I
sounded
don't.
like charm was like a 40% or something.
No, well, fast talk's 5, charm's 15. All I got is intimidate.
Oh, you were asking for deputies and all sorts of stuff, weren't you? I don't know. If we're
Yeah,
gonna get
basically.
deputies. If there's any trouble, we can round up the locals. We can form a posse, go after them. But I don't foresee that. Come on now, this is a civilized day and age, and as being an educated man, you know that such things aren't gonna play out. Such theatrics in the streets of Binger. You have nothing to fear.
I do hope you are right, Sheriff.
Indeed. So what? You bring that Jasper fella around here, and I'll question him, and we'll go from there. And I'll keep an eye out on them boys at the Davis house. I'll stop in on my way home, They go have dinner with Nancy, and I'll check in on them and just let them know that I'm aware of their presence and to watch your step.
Matt, can I roll a psychology just to see if if I feel like this guy's on the up and up?
Sure, yeah, make me a psychology roll. You're trying to.
I minored in psychology at Yale, so it's not as good as my law. Oh, I'll spend the luck on that. That's only 12. I'll spend that. Okay. Can we trust the sheriff is kind of where I'm going.
He seems trustworthy. He seems neutral, but just in the way he's kind of like talking about these other characters and such, and just kind of like the change in inflection. He breaks eye contact with you when he starts talking about them. It seems like he's not really invested in it. Maybe he does not want to get involved in anything that might lead to violence. So he seems on the level, but he's also not a man of action from what you're kind of reading and picking up on.
Yeah, not necessarily a villain, but not necessarily an ally. Just
right.
Okay. Yeah. I won't confront him any further at that point, but I'll get back. I'll let everyone know about that too.
Okay, so we can fast forward your way back there. Did you want to go to the Davis house, or do you just want to go back to the Compton house?
No. We'll get the party back together.
Fast forward, everybody's back at the Compton house. Josiah seems relieved that you went and spoke to the sheriff. Where do you guys want to go from here? What do you want to do? It's evening now. It's the sun is starting to set. Compton did offer to. He goes and fetches his binoculars out of the house, and he brings them out to you when you get back.
I will. I'll see if I can grab Kaz, and I'll just say,
sure.
Dr. Lucy and all. We saw a ghost on. I don't know it was a ghost, but it's a man wandering around the mound.
You saw a man wandering around the mound that you think is a ghost?
Well, I mean, if you trust the story thing, and then just
I do trust the story. Show me. You will not believe.
No, I want to believe, but okay.
I have seen the truth behind the veil.
Wow. And what is that truth?
Oh, it's too big to put into words, Bull. It is too amazing to put into. We are almost just like dreams to things that we can't even imagine. But I want to hear more about this ghost. Tell me, I'm fascinated.
Well, first he was on the mound, and then he wandered about a bit. And then he went over the other side of the mound. And that was it. But Josiah was saying stuff like, people go out there, don't come back. And anyone that's local here knows not to do it and such. So.
But we're going to go, aren't we?
Right. Dr. Lucy and I wanted to go, but Josiah talked us out of it.
Oh, thank goodness. I can't imagine. Bull, you can't go without me. There's so much that I have to see there.
That's fair.
Bull, that statue. If that's just the beginning, who knows what we're going to truly become to understand once we get there?
You think there's more statues underneath the mound?
Oh, I hope there's something much more than statues under the mound, my friend. Something much more. Something much, much more.
Are we concerned that he drank the Kool-Aid just like Mr. Hurst? I mean, he is talking so much gibberish, just saying he's so excited to go see some who knows what it is. I mean, are we comfortable with this?
Come on, Benji. Listen to Nick. Nick wants us to go. Don't you, Nick? He's looking straight at the owl, not even looking at Benji. He's like, you want to, Nick. You want to see what's on the mound too, don't you? I feel it.
The head on the owl just kind of spins around.
Well,
this is what we're here for. We're here for the adventure. We're here to see what's there. That's why we all applied for this job.
Well, I mean, I don't think the job said, hey, everyone's going to lose their minds and believe into something that's not even on this world, or I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, if you're not up for it, you can stay home. You can stay here, and we can all go look at it.
Well, I can just put you guys down, when you're out there acting crazy. It's all right.
Oh, Benji, you have to
agree.
go. You have to go because Nick has to go, and you're Nick's perch.
This is your lot in life.
You know, I'm older than Nick. I don't understand. I rescued him, and I became his perch.
Exactly. Now you're beginning to see, I think. We are like Nick, perched on their shoulders. It's amazing. You'll see, Benji. Oh, you'll see too.
Yeah. With that, you're kind of talking. If you're down in the cellar talking to Kaz, that statue is just kind of like glowing. It's just letting off this like slight fading in and out green glow.
Since everything with Annie has been auditory, can she kind of get close to it and do a listen?
Yeah, make me a listen roll, please.
Oh, okay.
Can she lick it?
You can definitely lick it.
I have keen hearing, not keen taste.
I have the chef's tongue.
That would be a different character. All right. Bonus dice. Yes, 15 under 40.
Nice.
Okay. You don't hear anything this time. I was waiting for you to fail it. Maybe you'd hear something if you failed it. Nothing.
She's a little crestfallen. She was really hoping, Kaz is so excited about this, and so she thought she'd get right back in and
you
do
get
the
right up
wondering things
against it.
again.
You kind of put your head close to it in your ear. You don't put your ear right up against it. You just kind of listen, waiting, and nothing.
She's gonna wander outside and be like, maybe I'm in the wrong place. Maybe they must still be trying to talk to me. Maybe it's just somewhere else. And she'll just sort of wander just on their property.
Sure, you come back up and Josiah's standing there with the binoculars. And he's just like, oh, here, I fetched them out of the house. Did you wanna see the spirit on the hill?
Again, not so good with the seeing, good with the listening. Let me do my circle for my listening.
I'll take
Then
a
come
peek
back
with the
and-
binoculars.
Sure. So
What any of these crazies do.
You take a look.
Yeah, I'll come along for that. too.
Straight through, and
Kaz.
Kaz there as well.
Yeah, he'd have wandered up too.
You see a man walking, pacing on top of the hill. He appears to be Native American, with his features, but then you look closer, and he's not of any tribe or look you've ever seen. His features are almost like equine. He's almost got an elonged head and skull on him slightly when you look closer. He's wearing a blanket. Oops, as I hit my mic, draped across.
This is the same guy that we saw. They saw this morning, or no?
But they didn't. I had them all make hard. I think with spot hidden rolls, but they all
and
failed.
they didn't make it right. Okay.
Yeah,
So
we
you're
don't know
getting
if
a
it's
good look
the
at the
same.
binoculars. Yes, same. So as far as you know, it's the same guy walking back and forth. He's wearing a blanket draped across his body, and he's got a sword in a scabbard at his side. And on the scabbard are similar markings and runes to that which are on the base of the Cthulhu statue that Hurst has.
Oh, great.
Looking at the misshapen skull of this man, and kind of it's sinking in, and you seeing this, make me a sanity roll, please.
Nice.
You're kind of trying to comprehend what you're looking at.
Oh,
Nice.
real stain.
You passed. No sanity loss for that. It's for
Anybody who would have taken a look through the binoculars.
Yeah, anybody who wants to look at through the binoculars, though, make me a sanity check.
Oh yeah. He would for sure do it too.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
That
Eat
tracks.
sanity.
That tracks. Yeah.
All right.
Starts salivating as he's looking.
He's like, we've got to go. Do you see this? It's just the harbinger. It's just the echo of everything we're going to find.
A horseman?
2 sanity loss for you, Kaz, as you see this, and you see the runes across the scabbard, and then the statue, it all makes sense to you all of a sudden. You see the man with the misshapen, weird, alien-like head. You've seen stories, heard stories and tales of some tribes around the world where they kind of shape their skulls from birth, and this is nothing like that. This is not being put in some sort of device and reshaping your skull. This is natural, what you're seeing. It's very, very bizarre, but it's all coming together to you now.
He is becoming. You can see it. You can see that he is becoming. We have to go. First thing in the morning.
Right, that's fine. Okay, morning.
Something else that strikes you strange, odd, is you don't need to make like archaeology or anthropology rolls or anything. Like he's wearing a sword and a scabbard. It almost looks like a. Well, you can make me rolls for that actually if you want. What kind of sword it is?
Anthropology.
Anthropology.
Oh, yeah.
Or
Hell
archaeology,
yeah, I rolled
or
Anthropology. So,
Boom.
Kaz, you're like Native American tribes don't use
Have
swords
swords.
typically. Like this is very unusual. You see the runes on there, and it almost looks like a Roman gladius. It's a very short sword, a stubby sword. It's very similar design to that, but it's not exactly the same. And you've never seen craftsmanship like that anywhere before, or that style of sword. And it's definitely not native to North America or any of the tribes that North or South America.
Do you see that blade that he is carrying? It doesn't belong here. It doesn't belong on him. It doesn't belong anywhere, but definitely not here in the Americas. If anything, the closest it would be to a Greek or Roman blade, a gladius. This is fascinating. Benji, show Nick.
Do you want to hold the binoculars to the owl?
I don't feel comfortable showing Alf. I don't understand why he keep forgetting his name, but those weapons it's pretty common in Canada. We found a couple of them in Boy Scouts when we were digging. So you never know.
No, Benji, no. Nick to me, Nick. You've got to teach him. If he's going to be your perch, you have to teach him, Benji. No, it'll be okay when we get out there. You'll see.
I don't know if you can hear the dogs barking right outside my window. I apologize for that. That is not part of the Syrinscape sounds. The
We have
dogs
spooky
barking.
noise. That's what we're listening to.
Yeah, we got spooky noises playing as you're looking at this thing. You're kind of like your surroundings just kind of zone out around you as you're taking this all in.
Benji wants to kind of like nonchalantly kind of get Bull's attention to like get him to come talk in another room.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Hey, you all the vibes everyone's giving us. You comfortable with all this and the crazy talk? And he talks to the owl more than he talks to me.
Yeah, Kaz ain't looking too good. Yeah, meanwhile, sounding too. Yeah, something's up. I don't know. He was never quite playing with a full deck to begin with. It seemed like that's why I liked him. But I think he's lost a few cards along the way somehow.
Yeah, I mean,
we might have a bigger problem, a little bit more practical. The sheriff ain't gonna help us do squat, and they're probably outnumbering us over at that Davis house. So either the spooky stuff at the Mound's gonna get us, or those other folk with guns are gonna get us.
yeah, I'm just a little worried because I feel like we got split attention here. When those guys decide to come after us, we got the crazed going after Cthulhu, whatever they're saying. And if we get in a fight,
that
they're
sounds
going
like
to be
a
so worried
lullaby.
protecting the statue than us.
Yeah, that's a good point. But you're
You're
pretty
sitting there
sure.
hugging Mr. Hurst downstairs while they're holding the statue and it's turning green, said Jasper.
Kaz was hugging the statue.
Or they were hugging each other with the statues nearby.
Maybe we should, keep Kaz away from the statue tonight just to be safe. Maybe that might get his noggin back on track.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm just a little worried once we get to the Mound. They're already losing their minds a little bit. We're not even there. And,
And Annie's hearing things. Dr. Lucy, I don't even know where she went. She was here a second ago. Now she's just missing.
she probably went to go find like a nicer place to stay. Probably doesn't meet her standards.
Well, I don't know. I'm not feeling too great about going out to a mound where no one seems to come back from. Maybe that's something spooky. Maybe it's just people out there, kill you and rob you blind. But one way or the other, everyone goes out there, don't come back. And it's just like right there, too. So you'd think people could make that trip fairly easily. But you saw what happened when they took the statue.
And at this point, I think Bull will reveal like, when you took the statue from Hurst and
You
hid
gotta
it,
have like side
doing it.
eyes.
No, it's all good. And you saw what happened to him.
Yeah, lawyer, it's all
Uh,
good. Yeah.
I am indeed a lawyer. We all got our secrets, man. It's all good. Listen,
Just be on our toes, I guess. I don't know.
I'll watch your back, you watch mine. Everything will be fine.
All right. Just making sure we're on the same page, you know?
Sure, same page.
He's gonna go find a bed that's not near Kaz, Annie, Mr. Hurst.
Yeah, so you go back in the house, and yeah, Josiah, he welcomes you because you weren't there earlier, and he had to leave, and he said, there's 2 rooms upstairs. There's one for the ladies and one for the gentlemen. There's beds enough in there for all of you. You'll have to share. It's not a large house, but it'll do.
All right.
Annie sort of makes room for all of the luggage that Dr. Lucy
Oh yeah, that's right.
compared to Annie's like light packing.
Sure. And did you one of you, or did you kind of want to send off Jasper? Like, we don't need to play that out. One of you walks.
Yeah,
Jasper
that's what I was
over
gonna
the-
ask.
Sure.
Yeah,
We can do that.
yeah.
We
Yeah.
can do that. So yeah, you get back after taking Jasper there. Sheriff Dunphy appreciates it and puts him on
Did
the
you have a
cells.
pie that I could take with me too, just in case he wants it up front and not later?
Grandma comes. I don't have any now, but I could make some pie for you, sweetie. She kind of taps the pie
Yes,
side of your
ma'am.
face, cradles your face with her hands.
Real sanity.
Like eyes will start. Like I can't look her in the eye. She makes me nervous. Like she really does.
You're just so old.
I'm not that old.
Those ladies back where I came from, they could see things and they said things about you and they kind of ran the show. So whatever you say, ma'am, whenever you're ready with the apple pie, I'll gladly fetch it and run it over to the sheriff.
Like eyes just darting left and right. Never willing to look her in the eye.
I won't have time to make a pie today, but I can do one tomorrow for you, Sonny.
Well,
I'm-
thank you very much.
Change the spooky
Sure,
music.
we'll all be back tomorrow.
She wanders.
Kaz
up-
pops his head in. He's like, "Oh, I don't think so. No, I don't think so."
She wanders into the living room and turns on the radio and wanders back to the kitchen and starts
Amazing
working on making
Grace.
dinner for all of you. Possibly, she does like it a lot. She cranks it whenever it's on the radio. It is Amazing Grace.
Yes.
This is my favorite song.
Did Annie
Praise the
safely walk
Lord.
the properties and come back in one piece?
What's that? Sorry.
Did Annie safely walk the property and come
Yes,
back in
you
one
walked the
piece?
property, came back one piece. You didn't hear anything. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Even though you're listening because you're good at it.
Is it not after dark? Or
The
it
sun
still
is
before?
going down. It is dusk.
Oh, so it hasn't gone down yet.
It hasn't gone down yet. It's starting to set.
Okay. So she had not looked through the binoculars, but
Oh,
she'll say
did you
that-
want to?
No, but
Okay.
she just wanted to remind everyone that once the sun has set, you should try to look through it again and see what you see, because wasn't there supposed to be something different there after dark?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kaz is like, "Oh, Annie, that's so true. Where were the binoculars? I've got to look. I've got to see. I've got to see."
But hold your horses. You got to wait for the sun to go down. It's not down yet.
Oh, all right. He just stands there and watches the sun.
Yeah, you're just watching the sun slowly setting on the
He's like-
horizon.
He's like, "Come on, come on."
Sure. So we'll say Josiah took oh, my mom loves this song. Hold on, let me turn this down a little bit.
Is this like an American thing? Do you guys just play this song all the time, or is there like other songs that?
No, it's her favorite, you know. It's
Oh,
she plays it constantly. She's if it's not on the
It's a
radio,
Casey-
she wears that that record down. You know, I've had to buy a few of them now.
It's the Casey Kasem top 40.
It's
but
just
all
Amazing
40
Grace.
are Amazing Grace.
Yeah, 1 through 40. Number 1 in America. So you all settle down, call it a night. There is an outhouse here, but there is a bath. There is a bath that you could fill with warm water if you wanted to clean yourselves up. Grandma Compton makes you an amazing, delicious-looking meal. Are you just going to stand out there, Kaz, till the sun goes down while everybody's getting ready? Okay, so you wait out there eventually.
He just hands behind his back, kind of rocking back and forth. Just
I want to, while he's doing that, I want to try and stealth and see if I can swipe the binoculars.
Out of his hand?
Well, he's like distracted. He's just sitting there. I mean, if he's staying for 3
holding
hours.
them in his hand. No. Oh, come on now. Come on now. That's just crazy talk.
I mean, I stole the statue from what's-his-face's chest.
I know.
That is true. Maybe we'll come out with a plate of food and just see if Kaz will just sort of like shuffle it without looking.
Annie, thank you so much. I am so hungry, but this is so fascinating.
Well, it's very good, but you need your strength if you're going to keep standing like that.
Very good point, Annie. So that's so smart. You're so smart. I will and he takes the plate and he's just sitting there eating, watching.
It's just like beans and potatoes and some meat, pork chops on there.
Annie, did you tell Bull about the beans? The beans are delicious. He'll love them. It's too bad Jasper's gone. Jasper would have liked them too. Oh yes, the beans. But I should make a note of it. Do we have her recipe?
I don't. I can ask for it.
I can't cook, but just in case.
And I would like to imagine she comes back 5 minutes later with a lovely little index card. It's like from the kitchen.
Yeah, a little recipe card. Yeah, Grandma Compton would totally do that. You're talking to Annie, and as the two of you are talking, you glance over, Kaz, and like you almost missed it, but you see the figure walk down behind the mound and just disappear out of sight. And you almost missed that happening. You are almost kind of mad that you were pulled away from it. I wouldn't say mad, but maybe perturbed is a good word.
Yeah. Annie definitely thought that she was going to get some appreciation for bringing out the index card. That's not what just happened.
And he looks down at the card. He's like, "This is Annie. I almost missed it. I almost for a card," and he rips the index card into tiny little pieces. He's like,
Grandma Compton's watching through the window. Oh.
Annie, we have to stay focused. We have to stay focused on the mission, not the beans, the mission.
Well, what do you see since you're so darn focused?
He just walked down the backside of the mound. Just now, just this very second. I was looking at the card and I looked up and he went on and he's not coming back.
Well, isn't something else supposed to come back up the other side?
Oh, I hope so. I hope so, Annie.
Would you like some pie?
Ooh, pie. That sounds delicious.
He goes back in, asks Grandma Compton for another card.
Yeah. I saw that while I ripped it up, but she's very disappointed. But she gets you a slice of pie to bring out to him. And as you're coming back out, Annie and Kaz, you look over and she's coming back out. You see a glow over on the mound. A blue glow emanating from the top of it now. And you take the binoculars and you look and you see there is another figure. It is like see-through. It's ethereal. It's blue in color, but it's headless. And you can see the horizon on the other through this thing. This is definitely a ghost, and it starts pacing back and forth. I need you to make me a sanity check. Again.
Let's have some fun. Boom! He is
a ghost,
losing his marbles.
A headless ghost. 5 sanity loss? Oh my goodness, we're gonna have about insanity.
Oh no.
Alright, so folks, this is our first time experiencing this. When you lose 5 or more sanity at one pop in Call of Cthulhu, you have a bout of sanity. So we're gonna see what happens here. A temporary bout of madness. So the keeper gets to take control of the character if they want. And we can roll on a random table here to see what happens. Or I can choose something that would make sense. I'm going to roll for fun. We'll see what we get. If it doesn't make sense, we can just pick something for this situation. 2. Yeah. So 2 is robbed, as in like robbed of time. Kaz, I'm gonna say you're just like looking through this thing with the binoculars, and you're just like, you're transported. You swear you're standing there with it. You're at the base of the mound. You're looking up. You see this thing, and it stops, and it doesn't have a head. It can't look, but it like is looking in your direction. It's facing your direction, and it reaches out to you like it's trying to communicate, and it points down at the ground beside the mound, but not at the mound itself, like it's trying to show you or tell you something.
He's written like a statue, and he's just kind of quivering. He can't move. He can't. He's completely unaware of everything other than that image burned into his mind. He's not even blinking.
And Kaz is kind of communicating with you. Like, Kaz is there, but he is focused. Like, he will not take the binoculars off his face, and he's just kind of sends you away. He's
Can
so
I
focused.
see anything? Like, just
You can
naked eye?
see like a faint glow, but from here, like, you can make me a spot hidden. It's hard. Like, it's nighttime. You need binoculars or spyglass or something to really make out the figure that's that far away. But you can see a faint bluish glow on the horizon near the mound.
So Annie's gonna go back inside where everybody else is, and just say, so 2 things happened at the same time. Kaz was eating the pie, and then just totally isn't really paying too much attention anymore. Or he saw something through the binoculars.
Bull has a piece of apple pie about to go in his mouth and just lets go of whatever. He probably wasn't even using he was probably like using a spoon.
Shoveling with his
Just
hand.
like a spatula or something. Maybe, yeah.
I just lost my appetite.
Hey,
What the hell? What the hell's going on outside now? We leave him for 5 minutes. Oh my god.
I was trying to grab the binoculars. I don't think they're a great thing for him to have. I mean, he's already a little loony, and now we're just giving him the ability to go look at ghosts.
Oh yeah, Josiah pipes up and he goes, "Oh, the nighttime one's out. Then I take it."
Yeah, apparently.
Does that one have a glow? I couldn't see through the binoculars because he had them and wouldn't let them go, but there's sort of a glow now.
Yeah, it's a glow. It's a headless woman. They say that the man you see in the daytime killed her and walks back and forth protecting the grave. That's what people believe. Nobody really knows, but yeah, that's what you'll see out there now. Like he's very matter of fact about it. He's grown up with this his whole life. He's seen this every day of his life. So he's just like, yeah, that's just kind of how it is.
Annie will look to Bull and say, you might be able to get the binoculars from him.
I know I can do that. I don't want to hurt Kaz, though. Do we know anything? I mean, the local stories ever say anything about, who the woman is, why he killed her, anything like that?
Grandma Compton, she kind of gets close to you and she stands behind you and puts her hands on your shoulder and goes, "Oh, Sonny, this is far before my time and my boy's time and my folks' time. It's the time of the Native Americans when they were here. They've spoken of it. It's a tale as old as the land."
Yeah, yes, Grandma Compton.
As old as you. Maybe we should talk to Grey Eagle. You probably know more.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
do you know where we can find Grey Eagle, Grandma Compton?
I suppose it's at the reserve nearby. Not too far from here.
Maybe we should go there first before we go to the mound.
Perhaps. Why would you want to go to the mound? There have been so many folks that have gone there and just never come back or lost their minds. There was a fellow by the name of Heaton back in 1891 that came through here, armed with a hovel and an appetite for solving mysteries. And well, that man, we all sat. I was just a little girl at that time, a young lady, and we watched with the spyglasses as that man hacked away at the shrubbery atop the mound, and he slowly melted into invisibility. And I'd say no more than 2 hours later after nightfall, he staggered back to the village with a mad look in his eyes. and he just kept shouting about shocking abysses and monsters and terrible carvings and statues and inhuman captors and fantastic abnormalities. That fella, he stuck around here from the village for another 7 or 8 years. He became the village idiot. He was mad, stark raving mad, ever since he came back from the Mound. And he died not 8 years later to the day of an epileptic fit.
You know, I'm just never hearing anything positive about this whole place. You know, why are we going to the Mound? Why are we even doing this? Everybody says they just go crazy. They never come back. I mean, we should just take what we got and maybe go back to where we came. You know, I go back to Canada. You can go back to Yale. Yeah, I mean, Andy, you can go get your truck and drive back home. I mean, this just seems awfully dangerous. For what reward? An extra 25 gold? I mean,
gold? This man's paying you gold?
Cash? Whatever it is we use? Loonies? Toonies?
Nice.
The journey. It's the experience.
If you die, there's no journey.
There is a journey.
Now, what was
we
he?
did sign a contract with Mr. Hurst too, so there's that.
Mr. Hurst, like, that's right. It's legally binding. Hold up.
Oh, play the lawyer card, why don't you, Freeport?
And my attorney will sue you. He says, and he points to Freeport.
Sure.
He'll take you to the cleaners.
Court.
You can't back out now. We're almost here. It's fantastic. Wait till you see it. Kaz, his eyes have been opened. Wait till yours have been as well.
So we're all gonna be like Kaz when we're done?
He looks at you like, is there anything wrong with that? He's just got a look on his face like,
And he sort of looks at Benji like, oh.
You see what I'm talking about? I mean, there just seems to be a real low upside here, except a couple of dollars.
Well,
yeah.
Kaz says there's a bunch of other stuff down there that's even better. It wasn't very specific about it, but you seem pretty confident that there's I assume treasure and archaeological finds and such.
All the treasure. There's tales of cities made of gold, pure gold down there, he says.
I'm sorry. Come again.
Pure gold. Buildings, structures, all solid gold. I'm getting ahead of myself. Wait, no, we're just here to dig up the mine. There's what? No, there's nothing under the mine. There's nothing under the mine. He just repeats it. Or mound. There's nothing under the mound. He repeats.
But you just said there was
do not let him trick you. Think about it this way. Even if there is a city of gold, he has just one little statue and he's going crazy when he couldn't find it. Just imagine you have a couple of pieces in your pocket and they're going to make you crazy too. They start glowing green and making you see things.
His statue is not made of gold, remember. It's some
No, I know, but it's just the fact that the
celestial
treasure
stone.
It's like a relic from here is what he's saying.
Yeah. No, I'm just, yeah. And then
that's a fair point, Benji, but a city made of gold is I mean,
you're a lawyer. You should make a lot of money, right?
Student loans.
I don't think those exist. I thought you had a really wealthy family.
Nope.
He's reading the papers that he stole, and he's like, "Oh, okay."
Black sheep. I'm the black sheep of the family. Grandma Compton, could you put your hands on someone else's shoulders for a little while?
Yeah, she's very good. And she wanders back to the kitchen, so it's kind of tidying up. And Josiah lights a pipe, and he leans in and goes, "It's true. I've heard the tales of gold. There was another man by the name of Lawton, a Captain Lawton, a grizzled old pioneer. He kind of blazed this area, and he came back here when I was a boy. The Mound never really escaped him, and he went out there as well to go get to the bottom of it, and, he was a man of no fear, and he came back just muttering about a blue light. He's talked about a city of gold. He's talked about down there, always down there. He said, things older than the dinosaurs, always the same, only weaker, never dead. He talked about people, half man, half gas, half unicorn. I don't know. It was the ramblings of a madman. But houses and cities of gold, older than anything else on this planet. He spoke of a great Cthulhu and what were the other names? Azathoth, some sort of snake man, and just talked about them. They're waiting. It's all he kept going on about. He came back mad as well and took his own life. Oh, the night after he returned from that mound.
All right, I'm just going to have a little analogy here for all the Americans. You know, I'm not super familiar with the sport of baseball, but from what I can tell, we got 3 strikes right now. We have Mr. Hurst, the first story, and now this guy. So that's an out to me. I feel like we're getting a big warning here, yet we're still really gung-ho to go check this mound out.
Now, did they go during the day or during the night?
Size. He thinks on and goes, oh, they went during the day, but they stayed out there past nightfall. It's if you go past nightfall, you definitely don't come back. Some people go out there during the day, don't come back either. There was, like I said, growing up, there were some boys. They went out there middle of the day. They're poor folks. Their children have never returned to them. And they weren't out there in the middle of the night.
Were there any positive stories about people or anything?
Well, there's that relic that Mr. Hurst has, and others have spoke of digging up gold objects in the past around the mine. Mound.
I'm gonna focus on
mound.
that. Yeah. Well, why don't we just cross that bridge when we come to it? We still gotta speak to this Gray Eagle fella, and maybe they got more info that they can, unveil, and then we can make a more educated decision about what we do next to get to the City of Gold.
All right, I see you're blinded by those words. I mean, could be fake. Could just be tricking you.
Annie wants to go back outside and check on Kaz because we've been having this
Kaz
discussion
is
for a bit.
glued to his binoculars, just staring on the horizon. He seems to be, like, talking to himself, but not, I don't want to say crazily, but it sounds like he's, like, making mental notes. He's, like, taking in what he's seeing, and he's just kind of, like, relaying it. How Kaz would do, oh, yes. Oh, this and that. This is fascinating. And he's just kind of, like, muttering to himself.
Is he not taking any notes?
He's not taking notes. He just has his binoculars up.
So Annie
got to remember this. Write this down for the book later.
Out and sort of take notes of things that he's muttering because it's been very important to him.
Thank you.
She'll kind of take some notes for him.
You start taking down the ramblings of a madman. It doesn't make sense to you.
And she'll sort of peek in the notebook and seems like it's about on par, I think.
Probably yes.
He's a roll of sand right there.
Yeah, right? Looking at Kaz's notebook, sand roll.
It's only going to get worse.
Not quite. Yeah, so the hours go on unless you want to do anything. Josiah, your rooms are free for you for the evening. Feel free to take your rooms for the evening. Mr. Hurst has covered everything. Like I said, there is a bath up there. If you want to take turns, we can heat water. You can freshen up before you head on out to wherever you're going, whether it be the reserve or the mound tomorrow. But make yourselves at home.
And we do.
And you do. So if everyone wants to just kind of hunker down for the night and fast forward, Kaz, you're just out there, standing out there. Roughly 7 hours later, you snap. You kind of like come to and you lower the binoculars. You're freezing cold. You look around you. It's the middle of the night, and you're just standing in the darkness. And even with the binoculars off, you can see the blue glow. But you know that you've lost time. This is a phenomenon that you've now experienced. I've lost time. It wasn't this dark when you look at the moon in the sky and you can roughly tell what time it is.
They're opening my eyes to it. That's what it must be. They're opening my eyes to this, and I wasn't ready, but I'll be ready next time. I won't forget next time, I promise. And then he kind of just probably lays down on the porch. He's really tired.
Sure, there's like a swing on the porch. You just lie down on that. Yeah, it's quite chilly outside. So fast forward to the morning. It's the next morning. You're all up and early. Crack of dawn, getting ready. Grandma Compton's making you a nice, big, delicious breakfast. Bacon and eggs and sausage and toast and whatever else it is that you want.
As Kaz brings the ripped up index card into her, and he's like, I'm so sorry. Do you have tape? I really wanted to keep this for my journal. I don't know what overcame me. It was such an amazing recipe, but I need tape. I need tape if you have tape.
She looks at down your hands. She goes, well, we've got some twine. That's about it. I don't have tape.
I'll just put the little pieces in the back of my notebook, and I will put them together later. Thank you so much for the beans.
Kaz, come here.
Annie, it's so good to see you this morning. I had such a very odd night.
You did. And by the way, and she'll hand him the replacements recipe card that Grandma Compton forgot she wrote.
Annie,
I don't know why you looked it up.
You are a wonder. Well, there were a lot of things going on last night, quite a few things going on, and I don't really remember all of it, but there was a period of time, say, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours where amazing things were shown to me, and I don't remember what they were, but I was also very tired.
Taking notes is really important to you, so I didn't stay out for 6 or 7 hours, but I stayed out for maybe an hour or so and tried to take some notes of some of the things you were saying. I don't know if you can read my handwriting.
He immediately picks up his book. He's looking at it. He's like, this, yes, did I say that? That's Annie. Oh, Annie, thank you so much. This is amazing. No one has ever been this kind to me before, except for my mother, and then she died. But you're the first person since her.
Well, I thought about it for a minute because I thought you might be mad that someone was in your notebook because you've been the only one in your notebook. But
oh no, that's all right. Because you've already given me permission to use your information in my story. So why shouldn't you be part of the writer of my story? Our story. This is all about us, Annie. By the time we're done, there will just be one of us.
What?
Yeah, all of you come downstairs and you see Kaz in there. Kaz did not come to bed last night. He looks a little disheveled. His cheeks are maybe red and his nose is red from being out in the cold, and he's come in, and yeah, you all walk in on this.
That's not a comforting thing to say there, Kaz.
One of one mind. We'll be of one mind. We will have all experienced this amazing journey together, and we will be the only ones to truly know what is going on. The veil will be lifted for us all. We will be as one. And some of us probably will die, but maybe not all of us. But the book, the journal, that'll be all right.
Well,
the headless ghost was very scary last night, but she was very informative. She told me so much.
I don't think we're going to give you binoculars first anymore. I'm just saying.
That's fair.
It might not be a good idea.
That's perfectly all right. And his right hand strays down and just sort of brushes across the holster at his hip. He's like, "That's okay. That's okay, Annie."
Very good. All right, so you guys eat your breakfast. Josiah comes down and he's like, he didn't go to the Mound last night, did he?
No, he just stayed and sat on the binoculars for 7 hours.
A part of the Mound
came to him.
Yes, a part of the Mound came to me. Bull, you are so perceptive. Yes.
All right.
She spoke without a head. She spoke without a head.
Annie's gonna perk up at that speaking thing and just say, "Wait, did you hear? Did you hear things?"
I don't know. I seem to think that I did. I know she was trying to direct me to a place beneath the ground, not on the Mound, but beneath the ground. And I think maybe she did speak to me, but I don't know.
You're Yeah, that's exactly correct. You swear that she spoke or communicated with you, but you can't, like, when you wake up of a dream and you can't remember it, even though you just woke out of it, it has that sort of feeling or effect on you. You just can't recall the details, but you know that they happened and they took place. All right. So
Are we going to go see Grey Eagle now? Because I think
yeah, you might maybe let some of us do the talking for that at first. Just
so I can take notes.
That's
Right,
right.
yeah,
Take
yeah.
notes.
Might come off a little crazy if you keep spouting all this stuff. So we want them to think we're totally cool if they let us go on the mound, you know?
Just because you haven't seen something or heard something doesn't mean that we're crazy.
I'm pretty
make
sure
it
it
yours.
does. I mean, I'm not the one spouting all this nonsense.
Kaz
As soon as it
immediately
happens to you.
immediately looks over at Nick, and he's like, "Nick, why do you let him talk that to us?" Sorry, Annie, I did not mean to interrupt you. What were you saying?
I'm just saying, I will be more than happy to share the label of crazy with Benji when he actually gets clued into the things that you and I have been clued into.
You know, even if it does happen, I guarantee you I'm not going to say it out loud. I'll just keep it to myself.
Well, then, I mean, you could just stay here if you're afraid of things and you don't want to share things. Then you can just stay here and eat apple pie with Grandma Compton.
You know, it's a pretty good idea.
Kaz
Grandma
walks up
asked me-
next to you and slowly puts his hand in your hand, and he's holding your hand down there like it's gonna be okay, Benji. It's gonna be so much better than you have ever imagined. And he gives his hand one big squeeze. And go.
He just starts walking towards Grey Eagle. Doesn't say anything.
yeah. So Josiah, well, you don't have. Well, you do have horses. So Josiah will get your horses ready for you, and they'll be waiting outside, and you guys can head to the nearby reserve, which Hurst has been to before. He was here years ago, and that's where he heard the rumor of this, and he has met and spoke with Grey Eagle in the past. But when you go outside, Annie and Benji, you see two familiar faces leaning on the fence across from the house that you're staying at. It's just like a dirt road, little town here, and you see those two guys who approached the two of you in the alley, just kind of sitting there leaning up against the fence, watching the house. You want to say or do anything? They're not saying or doing anything to you. They're just watching.
So they know where we stayed, basically, like
Yeah.
as we're leaving the house. Okay. I'll just mutter to the others and be like, "Those are the two rascals we ran into yesterday."
They're the ones that tried to hurt Annie?
Well, we
just-
can't have that now, can we? Just go
Kaz.
introduce myself to them.
Kaz immediately gets this dead look on his face right next to Bull, and he starts to pull his pistol, and he's walking right at him.
Down easy with the pulling of the pistol. The time might come to that, but let's.
Bull,
let's
they
talk
tried to hurt
first.
Annie, and if Annie had been hurt, she wouldn't have been able to write those notes for me last night, and I would have lost all of that knowledge.
But she wasn't. So let us get close first. You get them close, and then you go crazy on them. You don't pull them from a distance. You don't know they got guns. Just get it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Okay, Bull. Okay,
Just
I'll
just
follow your
my
lead.
lead on this one. Yeah.
I'll follow your lead.
But yeah, Bull will go confront them.
Yeah, same guys.
Won't stealth or anything like that.
Shabby,
We'll just
greasy.
I'll just
Overalls on the one. You approach them and they look at you and they both smile with their yellow crooked teeth and what's the problem, mister?
Bull,
That's
can I
kinda
shoot
what
them now? Can I shoot them now, Bull?
No one's gonna shoot anybody.
They were gonna
Yeah.
hurt Annie, and you told me
Kaz.
I could shoot them when we got
I
close.
can't- Kaz, I said follow my lead. You're not following my lead right now, fella.
Oh, that's right.
I'm-
That's right. That's right. Follow your lead. All right.
Right. I apologize for my compatriot here. He did not get a good night's sleep. What? Now, I've been told you all threatened to in our party. Is that correct?
There was no threatening. We just wanted to speak with them.
but there's
And I'm just gonna slowly like step towards them as I'm talking and just be like,
but there's a way that requests are said in the context with which they're said that might make certain things that seem like just simple requests sound like threats.
Much
You
like your
understand what I'm
friend saying
saying?
he wants to shoot us.
I do want to shoot you. It's not a threat. I really want to do it.
He and Annie are very close, and you've really done a very, very poor job of winning him over.
Do you know how many strangers I had to kill during World War One? They never did anything against me personally, but you
All right,
two did.
Sidebar. I need to consult with my fellow counsel. Kaz, you just calm down.
Sorry,
It's okay.
you're right. You're right, Bull. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, if you've got questions, you can go ahead and ask them. Me, I am the representative legal counsel of the group. If you have any questions,
and I'm continuing to get as close to them
Sure.
as you'll let me get. Yeah.
Sure, you can get when you say a legal representative, he like one of them laughs at you.
Mm-hmm.
Bullshit. Step back.
Well, I just wanted to extend my hand in friendship is all.
So I'm just gonna get as close enough so if I can see if he'll let me give him a
Your
handshake.
friend.
You ain't gonna shake my hand. I'm extending it out to you right now.
The one looks down at it and just spits on the ground past your hand. I ain't your friend.
Well, that's a pity. That's a pity, because if you were my friend, it'd be a lot easier to get Kaz not to shoot you. But hey, not impossible. So what are them questions you want to ask us? Go ahead.
Come with us. We'll go ask
No,
him.
that ain't a question. That's an order. If you got questions, you can ask them right now.
Will you please come with us?
For what reason?
Questions and
You guys are just about as smart as Jasper.
I'm very disappointed right now. I thought you had something interesting to say, but thus far you just seem like a bunch of errand boys. Are you guys a bunch of errand boys?
no, we're more than that. We're not just errand boys. I think I'm gonna get agitated at that. No,
Well then,
no,
speak your damn piece.
we're
then.
equal with the boss. We're not errand boys.
Sure you are. Well then, I guess you can go ahead and ask them questions right now. Let's go. Morning's wasted.
What are you doing here?
What are we doing here? Well, right now we're visiting our good, kind friends, the Comptons. What are you doing here?
Are you here for the mound?
Mound? We talking about a mound.
It's kind of like with his head jerks behind, like points behind him with his head, and it's directly behind you. It's on the other side of the house.
Why would anybody come here for a big old pile of dirt?
It's the Ghosts Bowl. That's why people would go there. And the knowledge, the things you could learn. Oh, sorry.
Says, that's what I thought. Why don't you all leave town? We
Why
stake
are
that
you
claim.
leaving?
We stake that
Legit.
claim. It's ours. Move along.
Why aren't you on the mound then? Why are you here in the
Maybe
front
we
of the
got a
Compton
team of men
house?
down there already. You don't know.
I mean, I know you don't, because you're just two cowards sitting outside.
Who are you calling a coward? He kind of the one guy like kind of gets right in your face now.
And then I will headbutt him once he gets up close to me.
He didn't
Yeah.
punch.
Yes.
All right. All right.
Once he gets close. Yeah.
All right. Make your brawl melee.
Okay.
He's got a hard head
I do got a hard head.
with some little horns.
Oh,
Whoa.
7 under 90.
Woo! Critical success. All right, roll me your damage. Isn't there a way to do it with a critical success?
Doesn't get like an extra D6 or
It is an
something?
extra D6,
Extra
but I think.
D6.
Oh, it has to be programmed.
Has
as
to
a
be,
weapon.
yeah,
So
it
just roll your
doesn't- it's
damage and do
roll.
an extra D6 on top of it.
Okay, so it's because I got my damage bonus, which is 1d6, and then what? Okay, so
Headbutt?
what? I guess I've lost track of like what I'm rolling now for damage.
Like for unarmed damage.
It should just be 2d6 then. It's your damage
Yeah,
bonus
it's
Yep.
2d6.
The crit
Damage
D6.
bonus. 8 points of damage.
And what's your DB bonus? What's your damage bonus?
Well, okay, so like the d6, so the 2d6s were damage and then crit, and then I have a DB of another d6.
Okay, roll me another d6 on top of that.
Okay, so roll another. All right. So 10 total.
Woo! Wow. All right, so you lean in this guy and just crack. You wear something over your horns, don't you? What do you wear on your head?
I just have a big loose hat.
Loose. So the hat comes off, and
Yeah.
these calcium deposits hit this guy in the nose. You crack him in the nose. Blood just starts pouring everywhere, and he grabs his nose. You son of a bitch! He hit me! He hit me! Look at that freak! And he's pointing at your horns, and blood is pouring out under his hands. He's coughing, spitting blood out. The other guy's kind of putting his arm around him. What'd you do that for?
You can shoot him now, Kaz.
Okay. Kaz pulls out his Mauser.
You don't
He
want
aims.
Bull to be in front. Bull's not good at this.
He doesn't shoot, but he pulls the Mauser out and he puts it directly at that guy's forehead, and he's like,
Oh my goodness. The other one pulls,
I
pulls his
want to
revolver.
shoot you, but I'm not going to if you leave now.
The one,
Because I have things to do today.
the one who's not bleeding, the one who's got his arm around, he like fumbles and reaches down and pulls a revolver from his belt, and he's like got to kind of point at you, like he's on edge though, like he's not shooting, but he's trembling. He's looking at his
Benji-
friend who's bleeding. He's got the gun shaking.
Yeah, Benji will pull out his shotgun as well. He said, hey, guys, let's just try and handle this the old-fashioned Canadian way, all right? There's no need for any more violence. I think, everyone's a little high-strung because of all the things happening around here in town. Let's just, you go tell your employer we'll maybe try and have another meeting some other time. We're just a little busy today.
Are you trying to defuse the situation, Benji?
Yeah, he's Canadian, of course.
So are you are you trying to fast talk them, or
Or charm. I think charm.
charm? Look at
Yeah,
you put
trying
on
to
the charm as you're holding a shotgun.
Well, he's kind of like having it like as like a, because everyone has guns out. I'll luck it. That's
All
not
right.
bad.
So you intimidated them the last time, and this time you talk about the guy who's got his gun. He's trembling. He looks down at his buddy, and just blood is just pouring out of his nose. The guy's coughing, spitting it on the ground. He looks. He sizes up the situation. Kaz has a pistol pointed. You've got a shotgun. Bull, you've got just blood on your forehead. He's not too sure if it's yours or his buddy's running down your forehead. And
just grinning, and
Kaz-
laughing the whole time.
Kaz looks at him and gets very serious for a second. He's like, please go away. I'm so tired of killing strangers.
Are you trying to intimidate?
No, he's just being
All
very
right.
honest. After years of war, he's very honest about it. He just wants them to go away.
Looking around, assessing the situation, listening to Benji's words, it sinks in like this is not a fight I'm gonna win. So he's like, come on, let's go. And he takes him, and the other guy's just like, oh, I can't. My poor nose. That fella broke my nose. And they take off. They disappear.
Kaz holsters his pistol and then takes his notebook out. He goes, Bull, did you see the very interesting blood splatter that man's nose made when you smashed it against his cheek? I think there's something in that. I need to sketch this. Hold on. I've got it. I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
That's when you realize your hat is off also, Bull. And it kind of, I don't know, vanity-wise, if you pick up your hat and dust it off and put it back on as you look, because people are stopping and looking now too. They're just like,
I'll put it back on.
What is going on? Look at that man's head. There's blood everywhere. You break a nose, there's a lot of blood. So
We might need to just, keep the diplomatic approach while we're in town. I mean, for the future, something tells me we're probably going to see more than two of them next time.
I still appreciated this, though. They needed to know that what they did was not okay. I think.
That's right.
I don't disagree, but it's normal in Canada that you only retaliate, you never initiate. So
They initiated.
well,
I
they
was the
didn't
one on
throw a
horseback that
blow.
They tried to pull.
They
a
tried to
card from the
kidnap
rest of the
Annie.
group. That's
I mean, I
not
was there. It wasn't
behavior
really like a
they should get away with.
kidnapping. They were just like, "Hey, you should come this way," and trying to really corner her, but they didn't really do much. I mean,
they don't actually seem interested in talking at all.
I'm just saying that maybe when we're out of town, we can fire a few bullets. But in town, it's a little risky.
I understand, Benji. So we kill them out of town. Interesting. I wasn't actually going to shoot them. I don't think. But okay.
Glad you have a notebook so you can take down all of Benji's rules. That's lots of rules.
Yeah.
So many things to learn from the Canadians.
The owl is just perched up on the porch railing, watching all of this, taking it in.
Nick, get over here.
You finally embraced the truth.
All right, so Hurst and all of you, you head out. You head out towards the nearby reserve to go meet with Grey Eagle. Let's switch up our sounds here. Oh,
We headbutt him immediately.
Who, Hurst?
No, Grey Eagle.
Why would you do that?
If he doesn't shake my hand,
So you head out on the high
We're the
plains.
boss of this place.
This
he didn't shake my hand. He spit on the ground. That's deserving of a headbutt.
The reserve is
Very
not
rude.
that far from the town. You can't see it from here, but it is a bit of a ride. It's about an hour from here, but is not near the mound. You have been told that the Native Americans will not go anywhere near that place, nor do they like talking about it. That's something Hurst has shared with you previously. So you guys set out, and in about an hour's time, a pretty uneventful ride. It's early in the morning. You make your way to a small reservation. Houses all about, and you ride up and in, and the folks who live there kind of look at you with a, like, what are you doing here? Kind of look on their face like, you don't belong here.
I'll give him a nice old Canadian wave.
What does a Canadian wave look like?
Real happy, big joyful smile.
Sure, one man steps out of a house. He's standing on the porch. He steps down towards a group of your horses, and what are you doing here? What do you want?
We just thought we could have a couple of questions, about some of the stuff in this town and see if we could get some information and maybe your blessing. Kind of says like really fast.
Whoa.
Is there
I
something going on here?
Yeah, that
I'm a
was.
little nervous all of a sudden.
I hit the wrong button there. All of a sudden, chanting breaks out from everybody in this small town.
Are we interrupting? Is that what
Yeah,
we're...
he says,
Things are about to get real.
Why are
Kaz
you here?
joins
What do you-
in.
What is your business here?
We're here to see Grey Eagle.
He kind of his head perks up. What business do you have with Grey Eagle?
He has so much knowledge to give to us.
And our employer seeks to make amends for past wrongs.
All right. Follow me. I'll take you to Grey Eagle's house, and you can speak with him there if he's willing to see the group of you. So he takes you to a small house. Everybody in the town and the reserve kind of is looking at you. You guys stick out like a sore thumb. They don't get a lot of visitors here. But it takes you to a small house, and on the outside of the house there are trinkets kind of hanging everywhere. There's Native American art on the outside. It is decorated much different than any of the other houses here. Some horses galloping furiously.
Do I recognize any of the iconography, either through occult or anthropology or archaeology?
Maybe anthropology if you want. Anybody can.
Anthropology. Oh, yeah, of course.
So close.
Not even remotely close.
Yeah, it looks like art and artifacts and such of Native Americans of the
I'm gonna spend
region.
the luck just because I've been banking a bunch of luck. So why not?
Okay, you sitting on
Just-
99 luck, Melissa?
How much luck would it cost? to get it?
31.
Sure, why not? Let's
Oh, you
learn
got-
something.
A 1% chance.
But I'm sitting on 81 luck, so why not?
Yeah, this is definitely definitely of the Cheyenne, because I did mention this is the Cheyenne tribe that lives out here and that he was studying with in the past. So this is Cheyenne, but like I said, it's not. None of the other houses have things like it on it. And almost as you look closer and you kind of think back on other things you've seen, maybe in museums or in your travels, these are almost like wards or things to drive off spirits, from what you've seen in books and museums and you've been told.
Share that information with everyone.
How did I miss that? I'm so distracted. Thank you, Annie. You're invaluable.
There are so many books in the world. You can't possibly have read them all.
No, but the occult is my specialty. I'm too preoccupied. I'm just too focused, I think. Thank you.
Really keeping you grounded in reality. Yeah.
So you knock. Go ahead.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you knock on the door and you can hear like shuffling inside as someone slowly makes their way to the door, and it slowly swings open. You see a little man, like not little man, but he's like hunched over, like very, very, very old. One time probably one very tall man, but he's hunched over. You look at him, he looks like he's, if you had to guess, like 150 years old. Like he is old. The wrinkles on his face are almost like crevices. They're so deep. His eye skin, the eyelid skin is like drooping down, and he can barely see the group of you, and he kind of looks and he scans, and that's when you see recognition, when he looks at Hurst. Oh, you've returned. I thought I'd never see you again. Please come in. And he kind of slowly shuffles aside and holds out an arm, and inside, like right inside, you see like there's like a little living room area. There's a table and chairs and stuff. Please come in, have a seat. I hoped you'd return. And you all sit down, and he shuffles over to a rocking chair, and he sits down. What has brought you back here? And Hurst explains that wants to go to the Mound and mount an expedition, and he produces that statue again, and he puts it down on the table. No, you must not go to that place. It is evil. It is there is so much going on there. You must promise me, those people, the old people, they who dwell below live there. You must not disrupt them.
All right, he said it. I feel like that's the end of our story here.
Kaz whips out his notebook. He's like, who are they who dwell? Who are they? Where do they come from?
Older than us, older than humans. They were before us. We are born of them. They once lived on the land, and they have since descended below the earth and continue to live on there, where they wait for their gods to rise once again.
And who are their gods?
Great gods, older than the earth.
Kaz's hand, one of his hands, almost unconsciously kind of snakes out and starts touching the statue. He's like, are they this old? They're gods?
He kind of looks over and he's, seems about right.
So we should go then. We should go and talk to these people. They must know. They must truly know.
Are that the folks that are, you said they dwell below, are they the ones who dwell in the cities of gold?
Yes, great cities made of gold. But strange, half man, half animal people.
But the cities of gold are real.
Who live down there.
Right. But the cities of gold are real.
Yes. Massive, sprawling cities made of solid gold.
I'll look at Benji.
Is that...
I mean, come on. He said initially the first words out of his mouth, oh my gosh, please don't go there. And then you're talking about the city of gold with half horse, half people.
I mean, half horse, half people. Some people say I'm half bull, half human, so it ain't that bad. Maybe I could communicate with him. I don't
Look,
know.
I just have a question for everyone in the group. I mean, if Grey Eagle, which right at this moment is not giving us his blessing to go to the mound, do you feel comfortable doing what Mr. Hurst did and trespassing?
So Annie will ask Grey Eagle, is it that we don't have permission to go or that you fear for our safety?
I fear for your safety. There's a reason why my people do not go near that mound. Go ahead.
So sorry for interrupting you, sir, but do the wards you have on your house, would they protect us? Could we ward ourselves against the evil? Do you know the secrets of protection?
He kind of sits back in his rocking chair and he starts rocking back and forth slowly. Just kind of looking at the group of you.
I'm Canadian if you were confused.
I can tell there is no changing your minds.
No, that's
The way this...
Except for him. His mind is pretty
Except for
easy
Benji,
to
but the rest of you are like, the one who's like, gold, and we need us go. You seem like good men and women. I will give you something. And he reaches down into a pouch that he's wearing, and he pulls out this stone. Oh, it looks like an amulet, and it's about 6 inches in diameter around, and it's on an old piece of like hide string, and he holds it up slowly. His arm extends, and you could tell like the weight of it seems great for this old man, even though it's a small little trinket in size. But as he's holding out and he starts bringing it towards the table, it starts to almost like it's being pulled by a magnet. It starts pulling and moving towards the statue, like it's being magnetically pulled to it.
Do you see this, Annie? Do you see what's happening here?
I do. So does that mean whoever takes the amulet is going to get sick if they get separated from it? Like he is from the statue?
Oh, he says, this is good. This is good medicine that was given to me by my father and his father and his father's father, all the way back. If you get into trouble, this will protect you. But you keep away from the old ones. Keep away from little hills and valleys with stone caves. But if the old ones come to get you, then you use this on them. And he just puts it down on the table, and it kind of like whoosh, goes across the table and like sticks to the statue. Almost magnetically. It appears to be made of the same rock as that of the statue as well. And it has similar runes around the diameter of it, around the outside. And on one side, you can see almost like a snake-like figure on it. And on the other side, you see that of the figure that is of the statue, the octopus-headed figure on the other side. And it's just kind of like clinging to the statue. The hide string is hanging down, and it's just kind of stuck to it.
So Annie will ask,
Oh, go ahead.
oh, sorry. Annie will ask, so if he got that from under the mound, does that mean that your family got that amulet from under the mound?
He says, I do not know where my family got it. I don't know if it came from the mound, but it is said to protect you if you encounter the old ones. And it is rumored to extend your life. How do you think I've lived so long? He just kind of cackles and sits back in his rocking chair and goes back and forth and kind of looks off at the ceiling.
Kaz grabs up the amulet.
Sure, there's not much resistance. Like when you pull it comes free. But it, like as you're pulling away, it's not like a magnetic force where there's a pull, but it's just it's again, it wants to just reconnect
An attraction.
with that statue. Yeah.
And he turns to Annie and he goes, Annie, I think you need to wear this. You should be the one wearing this. You need to wear this.
I don't know that I want to. I'm still not sure it's not going to make me ill if someone separates it. from me.
Ooh.
So
That's a very interesting point. Perhaps we should. Well, all right, I still think you should have it, but if you don't want it, that's okay. Maybe Benji would want to wear it.
Look, I'll wear it. You guys are the ones who want to experience all this stuff. I'm all good with it not getting to me, so I can put it on. And if someone's having a mental breakdown, I can give them a hug or something.
that sounds good. Hopefully, no one takes it from you.
You must guard it. That's true. If someone stole the statue, we need to make sure that doesn't happen to the pendant. And Kaz just grabs your hand and puts it in your hand. He goes, "Don't lose this."
Oh my gosh! Did you hear that chanting? Is this real this time, or is this?
I
You
forgot to
okay
change
there,
it.
Greg?
Kind of
Good.
as this was all going on, just kind of to set the mood.
The chanting's always in my head now, Benji.
You don't actually hear the chant. This is more of mood.
Sure.
Oh,
Atmospheric.
Eddie's so disappointed. She's been waiting for the voices.
I
to come
wanted
back.
to hear it.
So yeah, I think Bull would ask
So, Mr. Grey Eagle, sir, some of the stories we're hearing about the Mound and such is like there's people who are waiting for gods to come and something. Are you worried that, those who dwell are ever going to kind of come up to the surface and like living so close to it and everything might be dangerous?
Since when their gods return, there's nowhere you will be safe on this planet, on this earth.
Oh. But,
It doesn't matter how far away you get. Their grasp is all encompassing.
well then.
Did their mound here precede your people's life in this land? Did your people come to this land after the mound, or did it raise after you were here?
No, we came after the mound, and there's rumor that there are other mounds across this earth. There are doorways to this land below. This is but one. It has nothing to do with my people. We did not bury our dead there or our treasures. This is something entirely different.
Do you guys know anything about the creatures, ghosts, or whatever they are that kind of walk during the day and at night?
Yeah, it is rumored that the girl was one of our tribe, and she wandered there. And the spirits, the old ones that guard it, took her life as a warning to others not to come near the mound. And she is now forced to walk forever, searching for her severed head in the afterlife.
The man ghost who walks during the day has a sword, a most unique sword that is not of your people and not even truly of our people. And it has runes on it and markings, much like those on the pendant. What do you know of the sword?
So the sword, he's just, you can tell he's thinking. I don't know about any sword.
But it's plain to see. I mean, I saw it myself. Through binoculars, I saw the sword. How could you not know? You've lived here all of your life. I'm so sorry, sir, but I'm writing a book, and this is very important. Do I have your permission to include your words in my book?
Of course, because my people, though, we stay away from the mound. We don't go near the mound. We fear it. You're foolish to go near it.
See.
I mean, who would know better than a 150-year-old man?
I agree, Benji. His words and advice should be something we should very seriously consider and then ignore because we have to go. There is so much to learn.
Like, he's saying they never go near it, they never go in it, but then they seem to know a lot about it. Like, all due respect, Mr. Grey Eagle, sir, if you've never been there and your people don't go there and they're afraid of it and they're avoiding it. Well, how do you know about it? And how do you know there's all those things down underneath there that you're saying there are? And how do you know that there's gods or whatever that are going to come stumbling out of the mound and like eating earth and whatnot? Like, I don't know. It seems like your right hand and your left hand don't know what they're doing.
He kind of chuckles a little bit, coughs. Oh, the brash young. My father's father and his father's father and his father's father, all the way back. They are the ones who passed down the tales.
Can we get a read? Can we get a read on him to see whether or not he's being completely forthright?
Yeah, of course.
Psychology?
Yeah. Go ahead and make psychology rolls.
Oh yeah, not even close.
Kaz,
All right.
There we go.
he seems tired. He seems genuine. He almost seems though like it's a relief to finally give this pendant over to someone else, this amulet. And he kind of seems at peace, but he's not malicious, and he doesn't seem to be hiding anything from you based off his demeanor and the way he's kind of speaking and holding himself. And he's being completely honest with you. This man has seen, like, people come and settle this land. He's seen explorers from Europe come through here. Like, this man has seen a lot. If he's truly as old as they claim, this man has seen this land change over and over again. And who knows how old his father lived and his father's father and such. So you do believe his words that these are tales that have been passed down from his tribe.
Sir, Mr. Grey Eagle, thank you so much for your stories and for your wisdom and for your permission to include it in my book. You don't know how invaluable your people's insights into the Mound are going to be when I actually get this published, particularly after we actually learn what is going on there. Isn't that right, Annie?
Yes, hopefully that book sees publication.
Yes.
So Annie's taking the amulet?
No, Benji's taking the amulet.
And Benji's taking the amulet. Oh, who gave Benji the amulet? He's going to go bury it again. The one thing that's being told will save you. Give it to the guy who's going to go bury it.
Annie doesn't know that Benji buried it.
That's true.
That information didn't get shared.
Yep. Kaz doesn't know. He trusts Benji.
All right.
Yeah. Benji doesn't know.
Here, Grey Eagle shows you out and you're free to go. It's probably about 10 a.m. You guys left early. You set out early. It was about an hour ride here. It's about 10 a.m. after you leave Grey Eagle's house. Where do you want to go from here?
Do we have like a pocket watch or a watch or anything like that?
Sure. Yeah, you have pocket watches. That's
and
fine.
Could we have like timed what time it was getting dark yesterday? Like have like, let's say like
sure.
5
So it's
o'clock,
like the
6
time of
o'clock.
season that it is now. So we'll say around 6:30. By 7 o'clock, it's dark. Like it's pitch black. But dusk starts to set in. 6:45, 6:30. So the sun starts to go down, and it goes down fast when it goes down this time of year.
All right, look, let's make a hard rule here, okay? We'll put a timer on it. We kind of waste a little bit of the morning because we gotta mess around with those hooligans. But let's say we give a good 3 hours at the Mound, but we're not gonna push ourselves. And when before it's even getting dark, we just start to head back, and we'll come back the next morning.
You know, it's already clear that you are not going to enjoy this journey, so I think you should be the one.
Yeah, I can be it. I just want us to
timekeeper
all be like
duty.
on the same page that, hey, we're going to get out before it gets any scarier and we'll come back next day. Keep digging.
Absolutely, Benji. We must slowly unpeel all of the knowledge. We can't gorge ourselves on it in a single day.
Right. It's an onion. It's an onion.
Says the man that stared through binoculars for 6 hours straight.
That was so fascinating. I'm sure. I think. Yes. You took the notes, you know. Sort of.
I don't know. I took notes, but I don't know.
We'll see. Well, we won't see her, not if we go when Benji tells us to go, but we'll see.
All right. Real comforting. So, yeah,
All right.
because the Mound's sort of close-ish.
It
right?
is. It is kind of close. Like they don't live super close to it, but you could make your way to the mound. We'll say it's about an hour from here also.
Yeah.
11.
So you make there by 11 if you want to go check out this mound.
All right.
To the
schedule
mound.
11 to 3
To
to
the
the mound, and then we're going back. And then tomorrow in the morning we can go like much longer
Can you?
if we're alive.
All right, let's hit those high plains sounds, music. All right, we ride your way out to the mound. Everybody make me spot hidden as you start making your way out there. You've been
I was trying
riding
to say
for
everyone
good
do a ride test.
30
minutes.
minutes.
That went
Good
so
idea.
well for us last
Oh,
time.
good idea, Melissa. Thank you.
Oh la
Oh,
la.
la la, Benji, Riverbee, and Kaz. Wow, this is critical successes. And even with your regular success, Brazen Bull, you're riding and you sense like eyes upon you. And you get the heebie-jeebies, and you turn around and you can see that there is only 5 of the residents from the reserve following you, riding quite a ways behind you, but they're riding in the same direction as you are. And you kind of keep looking over your shoulder every once in a while, and as you get closer and closer to the mound, you turn back and they've stopped, and they're just sitting there on their horses in a line watching you, observing as you head towards the mine, or mound. Why do I keep calling it a mine? The mound. As you get close to the mound, there's shrubbery all around, thick, dense shrubbery, and there's shrubbery on top. And you see the figure. You see that man that you saw through the binoculars. He's on there, and he's pacing back and forth, pacing back and forth. As you get closer, as you get about 50 feet away from this thing, riding up on your horses, you see him look in your direction and then descend down the backside of the mound. Just walk back behind it. Everybody make me animal handling tests as your horses start to get spooked as you get close. Remember I said no animals will go out there.
This is going to go well.
Oh,
Wow,
Oh, Andy!
I'll spend the luck.
Forget the horses.
Same.
Andy's now getting into riding animals. All right, so Kaz, you passed, and Annie, you passed. Anybody else?
Bull passed.
Bull
I
passed?
spent the luck. Yeah, I
Wow.
spent luck.
Are you spending some luck, Benji?
I'm not gonna spend that much luck.
Why? I want to eat your luck up. All right, you and all of your horses start to get unsettled, and they start to like pull back. Some of them try to buck you off. You're gonna have to dismount your horses here, Bull and Kaz and Annie. And it's pretty clear, like there's nothing to tie them up to. You're out in the open plains, like your horses want nothing to do with where you're at. You're gonna have to get off your horses, and if you do so, they're leaving. They're not sticking around here.
What about the shrubbery?
Do you want to try and force them over there?
Well, yeah,
The
we
shrubbery's
could
around
try.
the base of the mound. You can try.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Kaz will just let his horse go. He's like,
Sure.
it's okay. I'll see you at home. I'll see you back there at home. Waves the horse.
Benji, you get completely thrown off your horse, slammed onto the ground. The horse kind of kicks you as it does so, and it takes off back towards town. 6 points of damage.
Wow.
Max damage on that. Being bucked off the horse. Bull.
Oh, whoops.
Well, do we have
Constitution.
anything? Did we bring any of our equipment with us? Because I know.
I don't think so. I think you were just gonna go see Grey
The
Eagle, and then you're
general
like,
store?
"Hey, we're halfway to the mound. Let's go."
Okay. All right. So can I so I'm gonna look around if I can for some kind of, I don't know, like an old, like some kind of like shovel or pick, something that I can use as a stake in the ground. So yeah, I just want to see if there's anything around that I can use to just sort of like drive into the ground and then tie the horse to it at a decent distance from the mound.
Make me a hard animal handle test as your horse is fighting fiercely
I would
go
like
as you're
to
looking around?
use my resourceful talent if I can.
What does that
I
do?
always seem to have what I need. I can spend 10 luck instead of rolling to find a certain useful piece of equipment.
Sure.
in
I'm gonna
the
say
current
you're gonna be able to
location.
find like an old stake or something. Maybe someone brought out here to survey the area, but you're gonna have to still roll that hard animal test because it is fighting to get away from
But
here with all of his might. But you find your
That's the
stake.
first one.
You find your stake.
Okay, well, no. Okay, well, no. If I'm gonna have to roll another one, then no, I'm not. I won't.
that
spend
was
the
not
luck
to get
then.
bucked off and hurt. It's now fighting
Yeah.
you to flee.
No, I mean like.
So you took no
okay,
damage.
I'll roll
You
it.
dismounted it.
Oh, okay. I'll roll it. Yeah, he's gone then.
All right, you do your best. You get it on this stake. You get it pounded into the ground, and it just rips free and takes off. But you have like a stake now, surveying stake.
Well, I would have my sledgehammer. I wouldn't leave that.
All right.
without a sledgehammer.
I said you're now close to this mound. This thing is easily 30 feet tall. It's probably another 30 feet long. You don't know how deep it is, looking straight at it. And there's shrubbery all around the bottom. Thick. And same with on the top. And
It's
that
30
man-
feet tall, the mound, you said?
Yeah.
It's a good hill.
That's
Yeah.
super
It's-
huge.
It is very big. That's why you can see it from town. Like it's quite big. Even though it's called a mound, it is quite big.
So Kaz now sliding into his anthropology and archaeology kind of frame of mind, he starts surveying the mound to try to determine, if it's man-made, how it was constructed. Is it tiered in any way? Is there any obvious understructure to it that supports the mound?
Okay. Archaeology?
Give it
If
a
you
shot.
will.
Ooh, I have archaeology.
I have archaeology.
Ooh, Benji.
Ooh,
I'm trying to find something suiting here, and
I am an
things I've made up.
archaeologist.
So the two of you, yes. So you're sorry. What are you trying to determine?
How it was constructed, is it man-made? The age of the mound, roughly, is there any kind of understructure? Is it earth over some sort of stone construct, or?
Definitely, it's constructed by someone. It is very old. Like there's no signs of timbers or lumber or anything like that. It's just a mound of earth. But it is not. There's no way it's natural, given its shape and its size and like the general surroundings. How it's flat, plain all around you, and there's just this big, massive hill. It is not natural. You assume there may be something underneath it. If you dug down far enough.
So the last thing Kaz remembers about the headless ghost before he lost time was her pointing down at a location off the mound. Can he reconnoiter where he thinks she was pointing?
Yes, you can. It's you. Honestly, all of a sudden it hits you, and it feels like you were there. Like you've been here before. You've stood in front of this mound previously, and you just kind of wander over. You have to wander back behind the mound based off where she's pointing. So all of a sudden, Kaz just kind of disappears around the other side. Kaz, there's no sign whatsoever of the man who is pacing. You go back there, you look around. He is not here. There's no horse. There's no nothing. There doesn't appear to be any, like, you look at the dense, thick shrubs, and nothing's been out here. No animal, no person. Nothing's really broken through the branches. So you already believe. You know that this is a ghost. So this checks with you. You're okay with this. That he's just kind of disappeared in thin air. But you get to that spot where she pointed, like where she was indicating and pointing down to you.
Does
You're
he
positive.
see anything, or?
You don't see anything. You might need to dig. But you don't see anything there.
So he just sort of he kneels down and puts his hand on the ground right where she pointed, and he's just saying, "This is the spot. It's been forever since I've been here, if ever, but this is the spot that we have to dig. Do you hear me? We have to dig here."
Hurst is like standing over you excitedly.
Yeah, sure. You guys start digging there. I'm gonna go look around, make sure there's no like other people here. Remember, we were, said that they were also claiming the mound. So I want to try and make like a survival roll or something to see if I can find tracks or any traces of other.
Please do. Anybody who else wants to do that as
yeah,
well, go ahead.
those other jabronis.
Jabronis. Brazen.
Okay,
Nice
good job, Brazen
roll.
Bull. I don't want to use luck, so
You look around the area, and though it's hard to find at first, there does appear to be footprints in and around the mound, wearing boots, like modern day boots or shoes, and it looks like they would have been here the last day or so, probably, if you had to guess. So there are fresh-ish looking tracks around here.
Yeah, I'll call the others, Benji especially.
Someone was here not too long ago. Whether they left or not, I don't know, but someone was here at least.
Like, do we see some sort of entrance in that they
No,
have
you
created?
don't. But as Bull's also kind of like let you know, Bull used to keep poking around, and you see in the side of the mound, like someone's kind of crashed their way through the dried out shrubbery around there. There's no leaves or anything really growing on. It's just like jagged, dead branches that would snap if you got near them. Someone's dug a small hole in the side of the mound, and they broke a bunch of the shrubs, and the feet and the footprints match those that you found earlier. So someone's been here and someone's dug here. It's maybe 12 inches, like high, 12 inches long. Whatever they dug, it looks like they weren't here long, but somebody took something out of here recently.
So they made it here, they dug. Presumably they made it out. Despite everybody saying that doesn't happen. Maybe
found
they got
something.
some of them amulet thingies or...
What is so like? Does it look like it? So that the hole in the side, like, does it look like it could be like an old grave? Does it look like is there any markings around it? Is there anything?
There's
like,
no
or is it
markings.
just a hole.
It's man-made for sure. It looks like someone made it's with tools, like a trowel or a shovel or something. Took a tool to this mound and dug here recently. There's no markings. There's no markings anywhere. Like nothing, whatsoever on this mound. But something was definitely dug up and taken recently. You're not.
Okay.
You can't really determine much more than that at this point. Kaz, are you just kind of digging with your hands?
Yeah, he is a trained anthropologist and archaeologist, so he's not going crazy, but he is slowly starting to move the top layers of soil away, trying to see if there's anything. But he's taking his time. He's being
Hurst is
methodical.
down there with you, and he's digging with you. The two of you, like excitedly
we have to
digging.
be careful, Mr. Hurst. We have to be careful. We cannot lose any clues. So use this method until we actually get our tools out. One layer at a time. One secret at a time.
The rest of you are
this-
poking around the mound. You don't really see or hear anything. You can still see those 5 men on their horses from the reserve that followed you on the horizon, just watching the group of you. About 5 feet down, Kaz, you hit something with your hands. All of a sudden, something solid, and you keep digging, and you start to get a shape. It's not just a rock. It's not stone. There's something down there. You found something. It appears to be like circular. It's almost like a tube. You start digging around this thing, and it's about maybe 3 feet long. This big, long tube, and it's made of metal. And you're digging, and you can see it's got inscriptions and runes all the way up and down. It's similar to those on the amulet, similar to those on the statue. And you and Hurst are just digging madly. The rest of you are going to see this now as well. And he's digging, and they wipe away dirt. And this thing looks like it's made of solid gold. This big, tubular object. Do the rest of you want to help dig? Or are you just going to stand back and watch the two of them get their hands dirty?
Well, I have this new pickaxe.
You do.
so-
You can sit there and you can start picking away dirt and speed this up.
Yeah. So I'll do that.
The
I
two.
want to
Go ahead.
I just want to say I wanted to look at the statue if there's any reaction, because didn't Hurst say like the statue can like kind of pinpoint where stuff is, or I just want to see if the statue is like any
statue is
reaction
stashed
towards...
away in Hurst's bag, but your amulet almost seems to be pulling towards this hole. You can feel it tugging underneath your shirt if you've got it on around your neck. You can feel it just kind of ever so slightly tugging towards whatever they're digging. If you go inspect, it gets stronger. And they start digging, and this thing, it takes a while to get this out. You want to be as careful as possible, as meticulous. So we'll say you guys, you devote an hour or two towards getting this thing out. But you get this thing, and like I said, it's almost like a container, a round cylinder container. It's about 3 feet long. It appears to be solid gold. And on one end, there appears to almost be like a cap, like a screw cap on it. But it's all fashioned from gold as far as you can tell, and it looks ancient. You've never seen anything like it. You've never seen this language on here before, other than on the amulet and then on the statue. And that amulet on your neck is tugging like crazy right now under your shirt, Benji.
Well, this has got to be one of the relics.
Hurst is,
I told
found
you.
something. Yes, it's here. We found some more. What is this? How did you know this was here, Kaz?
Oh, she told me last night.
She?
The headless ghost, she told me. I can't remember what she said, but I remember her telling me right here. It was here all along. From the first time I've been here to now, it's always been here.
Isn't it going to be like her head or something in there?
It's it's circular, so it wouldn't be big enough for a head, but it's like 3 feet long and maybe 6 inches in diameter.
Okay.
So it's not big enough to put a head in it, but it's really long,
And it has like some sort of opening.
yeah, it's got like an end to it, that a cap of some sort, also fashioned of gold and covered in runes and images. And
I mean, what else are we here for? I mean, we found something and we're supposed to keep looking around. I mean, this thing looks like it's worth probably thousands of gold, dollars, whatever we do here.
It's just the beginning, Benji. It's just the beginning.
that's what Hurst said. Cities made of gold. Cities!
What are you going to do with all that wealth anyways?
Who cares about the gold? It's the knowledge, Benji. The knowledge. The things we'll learn together.
So Annie is decent at locksmithing.
Yeah.
She'd like to take a look and see this.
Well, I'm taking a wide berth if you're...
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and make me a roll, please.
Kaz is right there, right next to you. He's
Just
like
over your shoulder.
so excited. He's like, "Can you do it, Annie? Can you get it open? Be careful."
So Annie, you get down this thing, and there is some sort of mechanism to it. It's not just a screw or twist cap on the end. You find a mechanism and you press. It's almost like hidden within the runes on there. You click, and all of a sudden you can hear a release, and the top just almost kind of like falls off into the dirt below with a big thud. It's heavy. Again, you can see the inside of this. It's solid gold, and within you can see a curled up large parchment inside here.
We must be oh so careful. It could disintegrate. We have to. Oh, it should be in a laboratory. We should have it someplace safe. But I just have to know. What do you think,
Annie
Mr.
will turn
Hurst?
to Benji and say, "You've got the protective amulet. Why don't you grab the piece of paper?"
Whoa. Why don't... Wait, do we have to do this right here? I mean, can't we go back in town or somewhere?
Versus, yes, we should go back to the house. It's not safe here. We should study it back at the house. There could be eyes watching us everywhere.
You're right. We don't want anybody to take this away from us. The chance to know what's on this parchment.
Wait a second. What time is it? Like, we got plenty of time. We only been here like 10 minutes.
You've been here
It's
a
been
couple hours.
hours.
Yeah, hours.
It's roughly
Alright,
1:30
time
or
flies.
so.
No, we got like 4 hours now. We're fine.
That's what Hurst says. That's what happened to me last time. I was digging and I found this. I found the statue. And next thing I knew, it was nightfall. I lost all track of time.
Look, why don't we just chalk this up as a W? We head back to the town. We we go read the parchment, and in the morning we can go back out here. We're now know we have my amulet. We have the statue. It pulls whenever we're near something.
We didn't actually bring all of our equipment, did we?
I also don't think we did
Benji
bring
might
all of our shovels.
actually be wrong in that.
You're not
Oh my
wrong.
gosh, he's on my side this time.
No, you're both right. You're so right. We should take this back now.
And
Oh,
Annie
cool.
will look at Bull to see if we're all in agreement.
Yeah, man, I don't make decisions. It's fine. We can go
Plus,
back.
we got to pick up the doctor, anyways. I mean, I don't know what happened.
All right. Why don't we leave off there for this week? We've made it to the mound. We've done some digging. We found an artifact. We'll pick up episode 5 at the
walking
mound,
back.
walking back to town with a find.
Yeah.
Yeah, about a 70 pound
Yeah, exactly.
tube of
Solid
gold.
Bull's just got it on his back. He's good.
Yeah, you could trust Bull with that. That's fine.
All right, let's do round tables. Jeff, what do you got going on the rest of this week?
A bunch of Delta Green. So Thursday over on Garblight Games, we are continuing our playthrough of Viscid. You can see Matt and Evan and Aaron in that game. On Friday, I'll be over on my channel, twitch.tv/the Lollygaggers, as we are playing through Impossible Landscapes. You can see Melissa in that game.
Where nobody is sane anymore.
Yeah.
Nobody is sane in pretty much any of those games, to be honest.
It's true.
Yeah. it's just, yeah.
Not a
Yeah,
lot of
Matt,
sanity, not a lot of health.
I
Matt's
died.
filming domestic terrorist videos for some reason.
What? No, I'm trying to get us out of this. It's all part of the plan.
By
Propaganda.
filming domestic terrorist videos.
By
that you
filming,
now have to add a
exactly.
postscript to. Now there's something new for you to like. Oh yeah, and I did that thing too.
I died already. My character has died already.
Have
This
they?
is- Oh, snap. Melissa, what else you got going on?
You can also catch our previous games up on our YouTube channel, Adventures in Lollygag.
Very good. Evan, what do you have?
Yeah, Delta Green Garblight Games, 9 p.m. Central. We are hopefully going to be finishing cleaning up our messes that I didn't make, but I'm a nice person. Clean up the stuff. And Sunday, no Alien because Halloween.
It's Halloween. We're taking kids out or doing things with kids or
Yes.
just not playing games. No
Right,
game on
and
Halloween.
So yeah, then we'll be back here next Tuesday with the Mound at the Mound.
Mound. That's right. And Aaron, what else you got going on this week?
So tomorrow we're doing a little Fantasy Flight game Star Wars character creation over on Garblight Games.
Yep.
And then Thursday we're playing a little Wrath and Glory on Garblight Games before we dive back into Delta Green.
That's right. What do I got going on? I've got Delta Green on Garblight Games on Thursday, and I've got Alien that I'm playing in on the Lollygaggers on Monday at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, and you can find us back here next week, Tuesday, 9 p.m. Central, for the next part of the Mound. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and we'll see you next week.